The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Exciting action yesterday as Group D got underway. It was D-Day, the French invasion in full force, but now we'll finally get to see the French teams meeting each other. The first time we've ever seen two French sides going head-to-head on the European Cricket Network. This should be a spicy one. It's the first of 5 today, so settle in for a T10 smorgasbord. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Bonjour et bienvenue. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day of European cricket. It's day 2 here in Group D. Remember, we have 7 groups. This is the 4th group of ECL 24. It's the Champions League of European cricket. 35 clubs from all around the continent, all with a dream of being the kings of European cricket. And this should be a good one this morning because we have our first ever French derby. It's Dreux, the defending European champions, taking on Paris University Club in match 6 of Group D. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. In fact, a little bit earlier, Ian Ramage was here with the 2 captains.
Dreux, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Paris Université, you're the away team, you will call. There you go. It's been called European cricket and it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Paris Université, who will bowl first.
So PUC have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Well, playing with fire a little bit there. We know that Dreux, they do like to bat first. They can have their hands full, I'm sure about that. Very strong top order. Of course, we're on Nabi watch yesterday. It did hit one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen, but didn't really click. Couldn't get out of the first over. But I was really impressed with the form of Hamza Niaz and Mohamed Nisa. Very, very strong side, Dreux. I mean, you have to be strong to be European champions, of course. They won the tournament back in March 2023, and that's why they're back here. Got to say, though, Tabish Bharti, he has been unplayable so far with his left arm spin, so I'm sure he'll be a factor, but we'll have to wait for the second half of this game to see him bowl. Let's talk about PUC, and I've got to say, I was pretty impressed with them yesterday as well. Tassin Ul-Safi had an incredible first game, and look, I think that he's a player to watch in the middle order for PUC, who finished second in their tournament last year in France. In fact, these two were the top 2 in France, but I suppose because of Dreux, PUC are here. So although they have something to be thankful for, I think it'll be pretty feisty out there on the field today as we get ready for our first ever French derby on EC. And of course, we will be in France for an ECS in April. Really looking forward to that. Let's talk weather today. At the moment, it's okay. It's about 13 degrees, expecting 17, but potentially a shower later on. Hopefully it goes around us. Let's see how that works out as we get ready for the first ball. Corey Rucker standing by. I know you're excited. It will be Nabi o'clock very shortly, and Niaz as well. Let's not forget him. Dreux have been sent in match 6. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hello and good morning, everybody around the world, or should I be saying bonjour, as this one, the French derby, this is going to be a good game of cricket. I can't wait. It's going to be Dreux versus Paris University Club. And the beautiful purple kits there, they look dashing. And then there is Dreux, the champions, the reigning kings. They are back again and hoping to repeat the dose. Both teams showed us yesterday that French cricket is in a good place, both winning their games comfortably. 7 points apiece for the day. So many good names on that lineup. We know a lot about Dreux, but looking at the Paris-based side, you can say Gulami, he looked good at the top of the order. And the supercomputer says 67 to 33. I think it's going to be a close game indeed. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. And overall, it should be a good day of cricketing action. Big morning, good morning to everybody around the world. Fox Sports Australia, all our network partners, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, the Liga TV worldwide, Swiss Sport in Switzerland, and many more. Also everyone in the chat, I hope you're good. I hope you're ready. This is a corker. This is going to be a serious game of cricket. Deep backward square and sort of a fly third man. Ball number 1. Here we go. pushed out into a big pocket of space. They had third man very fine. That's going to be 4 runs to Niaz. And Sarate, who took a 4 for 7 yesterday, will be hit for a boundary off his very first ball on this slightly cloudy day. Hopefully the weather gods stay true to us. I think we'll get all 5 games in today. I think Saturday is looking a little bit more precarious, but we'll have to wait and see. But what a game we have to start this beautiful day in Andalusia. Good comeback delivery, and actually quite well played from Niaz, who we've seen a lot of Niaz in the last couple of years. Quite good against pace. He sort of check drives it over the offside very well. Don't give him any width, that's for sure. Good morning to John Gray, little Alan in the chat, Grant, Gail, who's watching all the way from Australia. If you do want to interact with us, do feel free to jump in the chat. It's a nice part of the job, bit of a quirk that we can always talk to all the viewers while we commentate the game in. Fuller delivery, driven hard. Another dot ball. So yeah, this has a little bit of feeling, maybe big brother versus little brother. Dreux, obviously, by winning the championship last year, they were given the free passage back. They did go home and win the domestic league as well, so they would have come back no matter what. But because of, well, the rules and them winning the competition, Paris University Club, they got the second ticket from France. So they probably said, thank you, big brother. You've got us here. But right now, they want to knock them off. Fuller delivery, angled in. Slight appeal, but not out from the umpire. Joe Foster, I believe, with Tyrone Peters are the 2 standing officials. That one sliding down the leg side by not just a little distance, a big distance. So good start this, coming back after the boundary off the very first ball. Yeah, we got a good game of cricket on our hands here. Is this a little bit of a glimpse as what the final might be in this group as well? You'd think these 2 teams go in as hot favourites to get to the final of the group, but you never know in this T10 format. Sarate charging in. Oh, it's a Gundy ball, low full toss, adios pelota, and just chipped handsomely over the leg side for 6. Good batting from Niaz. Sarate doesn't usually offer up too many freebies, but that was a freebie. And when it's a big full toss on the sort of shin height leg side, you just have to catch up with it, and that's exactly what he does. 6 runs. Last ball of the first. Looks like that ball's been lost into the jungle, so new balls please. A little bit of a change to the field. Deep mid wicket goes back now. Not a bad first over if he can get away with this last delivery, not going for a boundary. Oh, skewed over the offside, and clever batting from Niaz. He has this ability to get it over the offside pretty comfortably. In the end, Big Brother wins over number 1, 14 for none. And a good opportunity to welcome back good friend and co-commentator for the morning fixture, Vinny Sandhu.
That's right, just in for the one this morning for a bit of extra work around the traps. Yeah, Big Brother's always watching, they say. Do you think I'm in a way a bit like your big brother? I'll be checking the paternity test and getting the DNA out, that's for sure. Hey, we went over 11,000 runs yesterday already. Average run rate 12.5. We're getting more than a 6 and over. We went over 500 wickets yesterday as well. I think today, for sure, we'll hit the 1,000 Maximos. It's incredible entertainment, isn't it?
Just in this event alone.
Just in this event.
Crazy.
And what are we up to? This is, we've had 10 days of cricket.
Yep. Crazy.
Quite a lot. I mean,
what are we looking at? We're going to get to 50,000 by the end of this trip?
I don't even know where we'll end up. I think Alan Border scored that many runs in about 15 years of Test cricket, and we just knocked it up in 10 days.
Alan, if you're watching, just lift the tempo a bit. Kapoor, Vinny, over number 2.
Yeah. Got a couple of PUC faithful up in the box with us, keeping an eye on things as well, as Nabi faced up for the first time. Fairly sedate start from Ahmed this time.
Question for you. Nabi obviously didn't have the day he would have liked. He hit a boundary yesterday, got out, hit a boundary, got out. That's the way he plays. Does he, in his mind, is he still 100% confident to go at it? And
that's funny.
Wind the clock up.
Although he does kind of block the first one. belted. Great fielding. Really good fielding. William Singh, the captain. Clean pair of heels. Serious question, though. He's not too bothered because they won, and he didn't waste any time.
I think that just a little bit in the subconscious is a little bit.
I told you.
Some doubt.
99% of his brain is thinking about hitting sixes. The other one is remembering to breathe. Anyway, 2 dots. And our third one goes up, slices over the top. That's flying away. And that's the thing. It's a mishit, if anything, but it's gone miles over the fence. Maximo Dreux at 6.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't his day. Maybe today is. A little bit wider of off stump, spliced for 6 runs.
Yeah. Can click at any time. So he didn't have the day he wanted. He did hit the biggest 6 I've ever seen at any level in any location.
We were looking at some footage before of last year. It's, what was it, 66 sixes in the tournament?
Something like that. Anyway, Kapoor had a moral victory there. Just missing the leg stump. Yeah, look, PUC, though, they'll be really keen to kind of get the goods here. The way things are shaping up, and I know we've got to play plenty more matches today, got 5 more matches today, but it's shaping up that these two are top 2, and it's hard to imagine they'd be displaced.
You never know.
Pretty healthy rivalry. But we've got Emma up here. We've got Miriam from the PUC club this morning. Hopefully they're having a good time. They're pretty nervous, I'll be honest. Anyway, in the air. This isn't carrying. It's going to be gone again, I'm sure. That's Shahid. He takes the catch. So Nabi goes 6 and out. Frustrating start to his tournament. He plays his way, but it doesn't work out as he'll go down for just the 6, and it's 20 for 1.
3 in a row that he's hit a boundary early, gone out in the over. He's actually leaning back on a lot of these shots, maybe trying to overhit it. Nabi, well, it hasn't been his tournament so far, and the first wicket will go.
Good seam position there. You can see the bat just kind of turns in the hands, doesn't it? And skews up in the air. Shahid made it look easy. And so, Dreux lose their first wicket, 20 for 1.
You sure some doubts are creeping into that mind now? 3 innings out in his first few balls.
They're winning matches. As long as they're winning matches, he won't care. He'll be, I mean, he'll be frustrated personally. That's a part of cricket. But I think in the end, you stick with the strategy. And it doesn't make sense for him to really change his approach, especially when you've got Nisa coming in now.
He won't change his approach, Vinny, but I tell you, everyone's human out there. He's not a robot. He'll have some doubts when he bats a little bit later today.
Tests pending. Anyway, here's Nisa. I want to say good morning to everyone in the comment section as well. Gary Wheeler's in there. Kai Bay, David Skinner. Good to see you, Steve C. Well, even Corey Ruckers is in there. Oh, by the way, I've got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, no. No comment.
Step into my office. Nisa.
Oh.
Yeah, you know it is. Last ball to the second over. Nisa gets a good one, just leaves him slightly. Great over by Kapoor as he brings PUC back into the running. It's 20 for 1 after 2. Let's have a look at the table before I haul you over the coals. And Dreux and Paris University Club, 2 French sides, occupy the top 2 spots. 7 points and just a bit net run rate between them. But you can see there's a bit of distance to 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Little brother ahead of big brother.
I don't know if the little brother, big brother comparison is...
Well, the only reason PUC are here is because of big brother.
Is
it true?
Yeah, well, I mentioned that before. I said France do get 2 spots because Dreux won the whole thing. And I've said this all around Europe, even if you've got rivals, if they do make it to the ECL, you need to be cheering them on, because if they win, then you get another spot. Yep, it's true. That's how, I think it was RBS Kreinhout were able to be here back in the day.
Yeah, it was correct.
Didn't last long, did they? Nope. Anyway, here we go with over number 3, and it's hit down the ground. Nice little chip. Bit of work to do for the fielder down there. Shahid, he's been good so far. Yeah, so I left my computer on yesterday, and you took my spot. And I noticed that Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, was blocking a lot of people in the comment section. What do you got to say for yourself?
No comment. No comment. Prove it in a court of law, Vinny.
Yeah, spent more time in
There
court.
was 2 commentators left up here, so you can't just pin it on me.
Sorry to everyone.
Rico Fool.
Just spent...
Yeah, I'm not too sure, maybe a little bit of hold up. Just a quick delay for a second.
Yeah, I think it's just a slight technical issue here at the moment. But Sarate, he really impressed me yesterday. Let's have a look at the draw. And we've got this group here. Of course, the weekend will bring Forfeiture, your old club, VOC Rotterdam, as well as Rehberger from Germany, goes as Army of Malta, and Starigrad of Serbia. Right now, it's that classic Nisa kind of sit-down deflection. It goes all the way. Maximal, 6 runs.
Well, at what stage do teams start doing a bit of analytics and realise Nisa loves a ramp? You've got to have final leg back from him. He plays it really well. I think we've seen 5 or 6 attempts now, and he's got every single one out the screws. Good batting.
Yeah, he's got a very good eye, doesn't he? I suppose if you get a good Yorker on the stumps, maybe you can get him. He's got a good record of just predicting when the bowlers are going to stick to that outside the off-stump line. He knows it's a pretty low-risk shot for him.
Well, there's no change of field here, so...
He won't mind going it again.
Yep.
Yesterday, someone that had no fine leg to him at all, so not even a guy in the circle, and he was just...
laughing.
He's just, yeah, cleaning up the fridge. Oh, this one, a bit more of an agricultural shot from Mohamed Nisa. Hey, good news. I don't know if I should spoil this now. We had the hashtag Bring Back the Hat yesterday for Ahmed Zahir. Apparently, he was not allowed to wear his hat because it didn't have a Dreux logo. He has found a sticker and he's put the Dreux logo on the hat. And I think that hashtag the hat is back in the second innings of this game. You said it was starting to affect his wicket keeping, giving him 20% less.
Changes everything in this group, Vinny.
There you go. There he goes again. This time misses it. But I think this is the thing. It's a lot more difficult to play that when it's kind of inside your body because you're trying to catch up with it. This one actually, I think, well, maybe not. But I was going to say maybe a bit back off the pitch a little bit. This misses out.
Yeah, he does miss out. Just had to get a little touch on that. Would have flown away. Good spell again from Surate. 21 off 1.4 is not too bad in a power play.
He's really impressed me. He started very, very well yesterday. Blew the pads off the openers. Can get that down the line kind of swing. Straight over middle stump. So this is a strong power play from PUC at the moment. Long way to go. He starts funny. 81, I think he scored in his first innings. He looked incredible. Last night, though, against Byron, just struggled to get going with drop first ball. It just wasn't a Nisa type innings.
If this is a glimpse at the final, potentially in this group, so I still think it's pretty even. I like a lot of PUC and what they're offering.
Last ball, the power play coming up. It's hit straight, and it's hit long. That is large. Whoa. Well, we'll have to do a welfare check up there. Maximo, 33 for 1 after 3. Well, give us a thumbs up. I don't know who's up on camera 2, but hopefully we still have a camera 2. What a shot by Nisa. Having said that, still think PUC win the power play for me. Oh, lucky we don't do the replay with audio.
Yeah, it's a bit of shake, rattle and roll. A big clang, but 33. Yeah, good start from PUC, you'd say.
Drew, yesterday we saw them break a chair. A ball went through one of the chairs in the fan zone. That hasn't happened yet. Luckily, no one was sitting in it. 14, 6 and 13. Now, interesting that they're making a change, so they're not going to stick with pace. Kapoor bowled a good over 1 for 6, but they make the change, and William Singh is going to come on. Yeah,
William Singh bowled really well yesterday. Left arm off spinner. He's got the one that comes in as well, as most left armers these days do. So these 2 overs will become pretty important in this fixture.
William Singh getting a bowl a bit earlier here. Obviously got Tabish Bhatti on the other side, another very good left arm spinner that no one seems to be able to get hold of. Anyway, here he is, Mona Hamza Niaz. Has this one.
Oh, they're going to go up and have a closer look.
Is there a little jump here? It's not, didn't really charge, but he's kind of playing this jump cut. I've got a feeling he probably gets the toe back down. But this will be an interesting replay. It's really quick hands from Bhatti behind the stumps.
Yeah, good hands. This might be interesting. Did he lift that foot? Oh,
I think he's just back. I think it's more of a slide than a pop. Great keeping, though.
Yeah, very good keeping. Yeah, close, though. They're going to have a closer look, but yeah, you'd have to imagine he's just slid it back in time.
For me, and I'm a keeper, so I'm looking for anything to be out that's possible, but I think there's enough doubt in the replay there. Yeah, he's not in the air.
Well, yeah, really tough. Yeah, given not out. Good umpiring. Good work from Spring Media.
Good keeping, though. Emma and Miriam in the box. They were pretty keen to get the finger up, but that's okay. Game of millimetres. And now Niaz goes leg side and goes into the jungle. Maximo! Well, it was millimetres, but now it's just metres as he puts that over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, this has been the partnership so far for Dreux. Obviously yesterday as well, they put on 150, these 2 at the crease. And good from Niaz. He's done the heavy lifting since Nabi. Hasn't performed just yet in this competition.
Favourites on the computer. Anyway, takes this on leg side as well. Gets the gap again and gets 4. So Niaz sometimes has started slow. I wouldn't say this is a slow start. He is 25 off 10. And it just seems to get the pace of this. It's fairly straight. Not a lot of turn being sought after from William Singh.
Bowling the arm ball. So it's actually a good way to play it. Go with it to the leg side. Don't try and go over the offside. Just go with the angle.
Really fast hands, Hamza, doesn't he? As this goes down the ground for 1. Let's see how Nisa approaches the spin of William Singh. Nisa's just a little bit off in his stroke making so far. They've got pretty high standards though. Got a pretty high bar for them as well. Anyway, he just gets a bit careful and takes 1. What about over? 12 off the over, I suppose. If you go on the numbers, 12 or 13, that's kind of average over if you're a bowler. If you can go under that, you've won it. This is probably a draw, depending on what happens last ball. And, of course, it's going to go for 6. Maximo! So Niaz moves into the 30s. And William Singh, not the worst save you'll see, but it does go for 18. And see the little bit of drift in there. Your little one-fingerer, isn't it?
Yeah, every now and then, if it's getting hit, you've just got to potentially bowl the left arm off spin and spin it away from the right hand and slow it up. Don't bowl the same every time, but the 50's up, Vinny.
Yeah, 51 for 1 after 4. You're right. I think you need to establish that you can do that. If you're never doing it, then the batters start to get used to it. So even if you think it's a risky ball, and it probably is, to toss it up and try and spin it away, I still think putting it in the back of the batter's mind is pretty important. Manish Kapoor is going to come back. Remember, he bowled the second over. He took 1 for 6. They didn't go back to him straight away. But maybe because they feel the game's getting away a little bit, they decide, look, let's put him back on. Let's see if he can break this partnership.
Yeah, not the worst option. It looks like they're keeping fine leg up here, so I'll be interested to see if Niso goes for that favoured ramp early.
Kapoor, does he make the facial hair 11? Only because he's really taken care of that beard. It's a very straight edge that he's got going there. Well, there we go. Well, Corey, I know the coach in you is getting a bit frustrated here. Because they don't put the fine leg back, and Nisa goes back to it maximal, 6 runs.
It's just, I know that would have gone for 6 even if he was back, but by having him back, it takes away the shot. He won't play it. So put third man up and put him back. How hard is it? They're gonna keep the same field, and this is where if you want to beat the big brother, you've got to be proactive.
He's not afraid to double down either, Nisa.
Yep.
Oh, and this time, might have whacked into his own face.
Yeah, that's a good option.
Anyway, cricket's funny. 20 or 30 years ago, ooh, that's a bit of a nasty one. 20 or 30 years ago, you'd never see this kind of a shot. Now,
yeah, the Don had it. Don Bradman loved to ramp.
Don Bradman, how many ramps did he play in his Test career?
0.1.
Well, this time kind of stands tall, carves it way behind point for 4. That was well timed.
Yeah, good shot. Really good shot. Little bit of width on offer and pumps it away for 4.
There's the hat. Did you see the hat's back?
So let me get to the second innings and then get me excited. I don't need to see
priming.
it in the dugout.
I know that you're prone to get overexcited.
I need to see it on the field.
You to stay on task. Kapoor. It wasn't the worst ball, really. Lisa, 23 off 10. These two building towards something. He goes back to it. Still no fine leg. Doesn't really get it. It's booted away. Just be a single.
A couple of messages in the chat, Vinny, just talking about the weather conditions that might be coming up in the next day and even this afternoon. Do you think we'll get all 5 today? Should be fine, shouldn't it?
Well, I'm a positive thinker. There might be a bit of rain around, but it's a bit of a microclimate up here. Sometimes it'll go around us. Let's hope for the best.
Or it will pour.
That's also happened before. That's a good ball. Stays just inside. Yeah, this place is the kind of the poster child of the expression, when it rains, it pours, because it doesn't rain very often, but when it does, it buckets down.
That's the last ball this 5th over, Vinny. Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah,
nice
that's
shot.
Go. Oh,
no.
And down it goes. Well, and the catching from off the field probably leaves a bit to be desired, but it's a good finish for Dreux. It's 68 for 1 after 5. Well, Vinny, sound to him, Mr. Maximo. I wasn't planning on this, but we've got Emma here from the PUC club. We've got Miriam as well. Good morning and
Good
welcome to
morning.
the ECL.
Thank you.
Are you having a great time so far?
Yes, it's really nice. Really well organized, and the match are really cool to watch. So
That's great to hear. Now, we're so happy to have you here. Of course, PUC, it's not just cricket, is it? There's other sports that take place within PUC. Tell us a bit about the club.
So we have a lot of sections. We do basketball, football, baseball, softball, cricket. Our section is softball, baseball, cricket, and a lot of our players play a lot of sports.
Multiple sports.
Yes.
That's great.
For example, I do play cricket, softball, and baseball.
I love softball. I've played softball and baseball. Softball, some of the things they can do with the ball, it's crazy. In like softball, I'd describe it in cricket as like upswingers. They're quite amazing, aren't they? Those rise balls. Got Miriam here, the president, as well. So I want to say big welcome. Do you want to do an over with me then, Emma?
Okay.
Corey's giving up the mic very easily. Anyway, this is going to be hit through the offside, and it's going to be 4 as Nisa is going to continue on his merry way, moves up to 28. Oh, well, impromptu interview here. Corey, I'm surprised you're not in the snacks already. So I know that you've been following us around a little bit on ECN through Mukhtar Ali Gulami,
Yes,
of course.
my favorite player.
Yes, this is what I heard. Obviously, I see him lucky opening the batting second half of this game. As this is whipped away and there's nobody back here.
Maximo.
Well time. It is the Maximo. I don't know how popular it would be calling Maximos for the opposition. But that has disappeared. You've got a quite interesting background as well. You've lived in a few different places around the world.
I lived in Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and South Korea.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, selamat datang to all our Malay viewers. I know the numbers are through the roof in Kuala Lumpur down there. Anyway, Nisa.
That is why I can speak English a little bit.
Your English is very good. Look, I think the language skills that I run into around the European Cricket Tour are quite amazing. So I'm really happy to have you here. I know you're just sitting here quietly. I know that you were keen to check out the commentary box, Emma, but I also know that you're a bit nervous.
Yes,
Big
very nervous.
Anyway, here's the next ball. Full toss, hit hard, hit into the gap and hit for 4. So Nisa joins Harms on 38 off 14. Well, Emma, you know your cricket. This is trouble at the moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, PUC really searching for the wicket.
We are struggling, but we won't give up until the last moment.
That's what I like to hear. And look, we've seen some pretty big scores out there. Obviously, we saw the batting come together last night in a very quick chase against Lubiana of Slovenia. Nisa can take the lead here. This is Tahsin Safi. Had a good day yesterday. Slow ball, but he picks it and he hits it, and that's out of here as well.
Oi.
Well, that's Maximo
Did it
time.
hit the bird?
Yeah. I'm not sure what this hit. Oh no, he's shot the lights out. Let's have a look. All right, there we go. Oh, yeah. Well, you should get extra point. Top of the light over the trees. Oh, okay. Safi's gone magical. Good first game yesterday. Right now, backs to the wall. 2 to come. That's a good comeback, though. So just tell me, a little bit more about the club. For example, tell us maybe about the women's cricket that's happening at the moment in France.
Women's cricket in France right now, it's not very good, as you probably heard.
Well, I know
complicated.
those issues, but I know that like you personally, you like to play cricket. Right?
I love to play cricket,
Yeah.
and in PUC we are developing cricket a lot.
Yes, and I know there's a few issues at the moment at a kind of structural level, but I know that Mukhtar's helped you a lot with your cricket. Isn't that right?
He's our coach. He's a really nice coach, really good coach. And we started the team not so long ago, and we started winning with the D2, and then we were 4th in D1, and this year we end up 3rd in D1.
Oh, that's great. Well, hey, 4th, up to 3rd, who knows? You know, one thing we'd love to do one day is a women's European Cricket League.
That
We've already got the
would be
Women's
so
European
nice.
Cricket Championship, which is the end of the year. So obviously these things, they take time. We've been building from quite humble origins. But hey, hopefully one day we might be able to see you at a women's ECL.
That would be very nice.
All right. Well, listen, Emma, it's been great to have you on the
Thank
mic.
you.
I'll let you sit and enjoy the game. I'm going to
Thank
make
you for
Corey
having me.
do a little bit of work now as we'll get back. And Emma is here. And Miriam as well. Big thank you. Now this is up. It's in the air. Back to the wall. And it's going to be out of here. It's Maximo. 6 runs as that one goes up. Bit of a teaser on the boundary, but in the end, sees Carreras as a welcome back. Corey Ruck is in the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Nice to give you the 60 minutes line of questioning there for the young ladies.
Just want to make sure they get on the field.
Put them under the pump a little bit.
Yes. You're the one that stuck the microphone. Just quietly.
Oh, they were good guests.
I know. The thing is, Emma, I know, watched a lot of ECN cricket, and it's nice to show a little bit about what we're doing up here. Anyway, right now, that's gone all the way as well. Maximo! And these two putting together a huge partnership. Remember, 150-plus partnership yesterday.
Just consistent. Since
the hands, the fast hands, the slice. He's able to get on that ball. Now he's going to go, and he's going to go out of the ground again. Maximo! And it's 50 for Niaz. He joins Mohamed Nisa on 50 as well. These two are really, really motoring now.
Just consistent hitting. Last few overs, 13, 18, 17, 22, 19. They are flying, Vinny.
And that's a pretty good comeback from William Singh. I don't think he's bowled that badly.
It's this good signs for Dreux that Nabi hasn't clicked, but the team is still winning as well. Just shows that the supporting cast has got a lot of actors. That one down the leg side, and oh no, this could trickle away for 4. I think it'll be leg buys.
Yeah, I think so. So the quicker one flies down leg side, so the runs won't go against the bowler, but there's still handy runs for Dreux as we get to the end of the 7th over, and they're 113 for 1. That gives us a chance to remind you that you can always get in touch with us on the social media. Now, I had a question in the chat about our Facebook page. I believe it did crash for some reason. I know the investigators are still trying to work that out. We're trying to rectify that problem.
It was not me, Vinny.
Or I feel like you might have searched for something inappropriate. But what I will say is that you can still follow us on all the other platforms. And if you'd like to send in a message, now's a great time. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You get Corey at _28.
We're due a new photo, Vinny. We've had those ones for a while.
You look good there. You don't want to show yourself aging. You're fine.
I think I'm looking younger. I'm going the Benjamin Button style.
Agree to disagree. I like the fact you've gone the extra button.
Yeah, that was the old
I mean, you are part Greek, right? So you just need the big chain.
A little bit of a wog.
Yep. We need to work out how to sort the chest hair out. All right, here's Benares, and he's going to get whacked away first ball. It's horns, baby. Maximo. 6 runs, Dreux. Up and away.
Well, lucky Mr. Weston, Daniel Weston, wasn't sitting there where he does his fantastic means. That would have copped him right on the shin. That went right into the studio.
I'm actually going to be in the studio later on. That's why I'm out of it.
Well, just make sure when you're in the studio, don't face the cricket. I want you to face the other way. And number 1 commentator, Corey Ruckers.
Be careful what you wish for.
No, thank you.
You don't want my life. Anyway, Benares. Fun name. Oh, swings, great take. Really good take from Bhatti. Now cartwheel style.
Yeah, well, you got to love it. It snuck through and beautiful take, Vinny.
Really good balance.
Well, it actually nutmegged the batsman, so he would have lost sight for a minute as well.
And he's already coming from like a weird spot, the way that he bowls Benares. Oh, what a shot, and he gets it. Maximo. I mean, to be honest, that's a ridiculous shot from Nisa. It's not quite the Yorker, but not far off. It was on middle stump and ends up over the ropes.
Brilliant batting. Brilliant batting. He's on song, isn't he? I still think in this format, there's such a good spot in this game for the ramp and sort of these scoop shots because we don't see it enough. We don't see it often enough. And the ball flies. It's very hard to defend. If you get any bat on it, it's 4 or 6.
Slower ball, good comeback from Benares.
Benares, good last name. Arguably in our top 10 last names.
Well, Andrew Ryan put it out yesterday, and now we can't unhear the song.
It's Bananas. B-A-N-A-R-A-S. He bowls sling Benares. It is a slinging action, isn't it?
Oh, edge onto the pad this time. Nisa will do his own fielding. It's a great...
Look at that action.
Yeah, I know, it's a great action. He's got the whole package. Would you say if he could grow a decent moustache, it would be the trifecta?
How are his sort of
shoulders still attached to his body? I don't know. This is cracked. And once again, good fielding from Shahid. He'll keep that to a single. And at the end of 8 overs, Dreux, 126 for 1.
There's still some twists and tails coming in this game, it feels. I don't think it's all she wrote just yet. There's something about this PUC club from France.
Gives us a chance to see what's been happening with the run rate. It's 157 pace at the moment. It's been growing throughout this partnership. That's pretty good over, though. Have to say, from Benares, he only goes for 13. I say only. He basically gets a draw out of the over, which is pretty decent considering the partnership's up and going. These two came together at 20 for 1 in the second over when Nabi was dismissed for just 6. 9th over coming up.
Oh, Vinny, just checking the weather forecast. There's a little bit of rain scheduled later in today. If there's some shortened fixtures, it might make the group very spicy for the elimination spot.
This is in the air and gone. They finally gives a chance, Nisa, and it's swallowed up. It's well taken there. I think it's Nadeem Baig at mid-wicket. So the partnership is broken at 106. And there's still the opportunity, I think, with a good finish here to keep it down to something chaseable. PUC. Nisa departs for 65, and it's 126 for 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he didn't get the elevation he would have liked. Good catch in the end. They needed that wicket, but it brings in a man that I know you've got big raps for, Vinny, Rafa. We haven't seen the best of him yet, but when he gets going as well, he's very dangerous.
I'm struggling with some suspected tennis elbow, Rafa, but Nisa, well, he's a class act. It's always great to see him at the ECL. Looking forward to seeing him in the ECS in France as well.
And Nisa's been key so far. With Nabi getting out early, he's come in under the pump a few times, showing me that. But this man, I still think, obviously, when he gets in, he can be super explosive. Can he get going in this one? He's going to get a couple of overs here to show us what he can do.
Rafa yet score run the series. Now he has.
Nothing like your first run. Rafa, Niaz on strike again. Through, just doing what they need to do. They'll want 150 here against the little brother. This game's still very much on.
Edged and gone. So now Niaz goes. And the can of worms prize open a little bit more. Safi gets some reward. It's 127 for 3.
Yeah, 2 in 3 balls. Does it twist the game a little bit again? Both set batsmen are gone.
Yeah, just puts in a good area. It kind of loses his shape a bit here. Hamza. So he ends up turning. So he doesn't keep that front shoulder in play. Easy catch that time for Bhatti. The 2 freshies at the crease. This is where Dreux normally, towards the end of the innings, they bat so deep that they're not too bothered by this. But let's see if the middle order can keep up the pace. Hamza, another 50 for him, but he has to walk. 127 for 3.
Another 50, well batted. He has 50 off 19, striking at 263. Does give more of this middle order some chance to get into some batting boots and into some form.
Quick hello to Ian from the Premier League Cricket Show. Hello to John Gray as well. Hello to Helix. Anyway, Saint batted well yesterday. Right now he's just popped the top edge up in the air and it's going to fly over the fence. Maximal. This guy Shazad Hussain last night, he came out with the VVS Laxman-esque little flick off stump first ball. This time it's more of kind of a genuine attempted hook. It gets enough and I say play straight. That's straight back, 6 runs.
That's a proper backsimo. Well, he's a new addition to this Dreux side. We've seen him for 4 years. He's the only new player I've ever seen come in. Obviously, they rate him highly because he's taken the number 5 spot.
Yeah.
So he's got some ability.
Safi's gone for 29. He's got 2 to come. Hit back. Where Joe Foster was, the umpire. Actually, it's held. Sunglasses, a late casualty from Surate. 134 for 3, so 152.
Game on, Ben.
With a good start. I mean, Dreux turned the screws last night under lights against Byron, who really lacking confidence with the bat at the moment. What can they do in this French derby? Rafa swings, misses. Cramp for room. Safi 2 for 30, not the worst figures. At the end of 9, Dreux 134 for 3.
Yeah, 134. He'll be wanting that 150. Seems funny getting this Dreux lineup, but Nisa and Niaz seem in top form. The others still a little bit scratchy, you'd have to say. Last over, and well, it's going to be your man, Banaras. Banaras? How would you say it?
Say Banaras.
Banaras.
B-A-N-A-R-A-S.
Yeah, it's got a bit of catch to it.
It's so catchy. I can't unthink it. And also, it's a really fun bowler to watch. He's different. He's got such a weird arm slot.
I can hear his shoulder blades screaming at the point of release.
Some people can do strange things with their body.
Not easy, actually, to line up as well. That sort of left arm swing coming in at the stumps.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, just misses the Yorker, but it's full, and Hussain will get one. Yeah, Banaras, I'm pretty sure it's the traditional name for Banarasi, which is a city in India, in the Ganges Valley. And Banarasi. Love the cricket there. Rafa. It's Cutter, and that's the thing with Rafa. Sometimes he does get a bit leg side conscious. It's clever bowling.
Him and Nabi so far, it's good times for Dreux because they're still winning. Just haven't clicked yet.
No.
Both haven't clicked yet, but we know how destructive they can be. So I reckon they're both a little bit guilty of trying to overhit it.
Yeah, but you'll have to see it. Because if they do hit one, it's going to go miles. And this does go, but miles in the air. He's going to get lucky here, Rafa. Keen to get the strike back, and Hussain says, well, look, they haven't convinced me, so I'd like this one. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, good last over this so far. Just a single again as he slid his bat back home. Good finish here. I mean, this is still game on. I think yesterday from watching PUC bat, they had a lot of ability.
How quickly it's come down to 142 from 152.
Yeah.
It just seems a lot more chaseable, doesn't it? Banaras has shown he's got the cutter. He's got that kind of full block hole delivery. He goes for here, but he overdoes it. It's going to be out of here. Maximo! As Hussain punishes it. I think this one's okay, but they'll definitely want to have a look at it. As Banaras gets whacked out of the ground.
Oh, that's close, you know. These are those marginal ones.
They haven't been calling these because I guess they look at where it would be at the... If he's standing up, and it probably hits him in the... Cutter. Now they think about it, and it's going to be a run out. I actually think that Hussain's out. I don't think Rafa's out here. I don't think they cross.
Yeah, they're going to have a closer look at it just to see who crossed.
Eyeballing it.
Yeah, these are one of those funny little ones. Where are both batsmen?
They're not going to cross here.
No.
So actually means the new batter will be facing. So that's why I expect to be facing anyway. It's just who's at the other end. Good 10-pin bowling skills. I say Bharti's been good behind the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Bharti?
It's good work. Good work from Spring Media and the officials as well, just to double check that one because you need to make sure you get that right. They didn't cross, meaning the new batsman will be on strike. It's never easy to hit your first ball for six.
When I thought about it again, new batter would have been on strike anyway because it doesn't matter who's at the other end. Rafa protects the average. He stands at the non-striker's end.
Rafa might get himself a cheeky not out now, but Hussain goes for 14 off 5. A little cameo there. Here's another player, Ahmedzai. If you put him up at 3, he'd do a job as well. He really
well yesterday as well when we saw him.
Look at that, deep in the crease, Vinny. Both feet basically behind the popping crease.
It's a great last over. Last ball coming up, though. And he does lift it up and out of the ground. Well, he's one informed player, even though we see him at 6 or so. Ahmedzai goes large. Maximo! Dreux finished 148 for 4.
I love how tranquilo that group is in the dugout. They're so calm. They know they're about the business and doing what they need to do. They'll go into the sheds, I think, the happier of the two sides. But, well, PUC, we've seen some seriously good batting from them. This still could be game on.
Yeah. Well, PUC, certainly in the game. I think it was important they broke that partnership for the second wicket. In fact, then they got Mohamed Nisa and Hamza Niaz pretty quickly. And I just think that just keeps it down in the 140s. Otherwise, they were looking at higher 150s. Doesn't sound like a big difference, but we know from a lot of experience that once you start getting above 150, you really can't afford to have wobbles in your response at all. Whereas Galami, expect him to have the pads on pretty shortly as we look at a bit of history. The first 10 overs of a French derby. First time two French clubs have met each other on the network. Joe Foster and Tyrone Peters made the final preparations, and then it was over to the French openers, Hamza Niaz and Ahmed Nabi. Niaz hits ball in interesting areas, doesn't he? He's got very supple wrists. Nabi got the 6, but that was all he'd get as he'd hold out once again early in the innings. Nicely taken by Usman Shahid. But then this partnership came together, really did most of the heavy lifting for this total of 148.
Yeah, they did do the heavy lifting. Nisa came out, he played some beautiful shots. He loves the ramp, he made it effective once again. There's one of them. And just showing how versatile he is as a batsman. And he's sort of the perfect combination with Niaz, because Niaz does hit it into peculiar areas with the way he opens the blade. And overall, these two have put on some good partnerships. Unfortunately, another drop from the ball boys, Vinny.
Yeah, I'd say they've let themselves down a little bit.
They've been in poor form from the ball boys.
Bring Indy back, I say. Anyway, Nisa just plays those inventive kind of deflection shots, played those pretty well. And look, in the end, 149, it'll give PUC a good idea of where their batting's at when the chase resumes. And also, let's see if Dreux can click with the ball.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase. It was 50 apiece for Nisa and Niaz. Both batted really well. Both would fall in the space of 3 deliveries, however, opening a little bit of a door for PUC. But overall, it was their partnership that took them up to a very competitive total. That's Nisa for you. He admired that one, didn't he? Lying on the ground and getting that away for 6. This was his dismissal. Well caught there at mid-wicket by Nadeem. And 2 balls later, Niaz, bit of a hoik there. Had to go feather through to the keeper. And just this sort of last few overs was an opening of the door for PUC, but Hussain came out. He hit 2 6s. Ahmedzai hit a 6 as well. Rafa never really got going himself. Just a couple of late boundaries to get them up to a score. I'm sure they'll find more than competitive at 148 for 4. A cheeky little run out to the keeper, Barty, at the end. But overall, an interesting sort of innings. Ahmedzai hitting the last ball for 6. Nabi not firing again, but other players firing for Dreux. That's why they are the champions, reigning kings, as they've got plenty of players that can win them a game of cricket. Let's have a closer look at the scorecard, shall we? Beautiful pictures of Cartama Oval. 50 apiece for Niaz and Nisa. Nisa 65 off 26. Really enjoy watching him bat. Ahmedzai, cheeky little 6 off 1. Nabi yet to fire, but I'm sure we'll see the best of him in the coming games. Let's have a closer look at the bowling scorecard, and a bit of a mixed bag, you'd say, for PUC. They tried their best to contain this dangerous batting lineup. Pick of the bowlers for me, 1 for 23. Kapoor, you take that. Everyone with decent figures. Singh got a little bit of tap the left arm off spinner. Everyone firing the best, 148. And this day and age, that's probably bang on around about par. A good batting innings, you can chase that down. It's going to be an interesting next 45 minutes. But do join us back in around about 10 minutes or so for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This day 2 of Group D action in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. 33 clubs from 33 countries from all around the continent descending on the Andalucía region on the southern coast of Spain for a 4-week 10-over cricket extravaganza. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course fan code in the Indian subcontinent, ATN in Canada, Fox Sports Australia, Streams to Austria, Swiss Sport TV, Sports Max Caribbean, Sports Deutschland in Germany, La Liga Sports TV Worldwide, Star Times, NBC, or Sport and France. It is the French derby, 148. There's their first innings total, means that 104 or more would guarantee PUC a point, but I think they want the whole lot. They could go at a magical pace and chase it in 7, and they would get all the points in this one. But it does seem like it will be a pretty even one. Probably 15 above par, maybe 20 above par. Corey Rucker's joining me, Mr. Maximo, in the commentary box, and you've spotted something straight away, Corey.
Well, it's almost like Samson with his hair. This man, the wicketkeeper, Amar Zahir, has the floppy hat back, the traditional floppy, and that is what won him the championship.
It's the power of the hashtag. I mean, it said bring the hat back yesterday. Yep. Told it.
You have to wear it.
Not allowed yesterday. He's made some minor adjustments, and the hat is back.
Yeah, good to see.
So is this guy, Afridi Yassin, to get us going. Didn't seem the same without the hat, did he?
No, he didn't actually.
This guy, we've seen all of it, yeah. Anyway, get well. Openers out there for PUC as we get ready for a start. A good looking shot down the ground first up, but they won't get a run. PUC have Usman Shahid out there with Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the beast.
It's beautiful, beautiful floppy on the keeper. Long sleeves, floppy, number 10. It's almost picture perfect, Vinny.
Purple kit as well. Unusual colour for cricket. Crashed and bashed and ow. Classic footwork there from Nisha. Got his own style, but he keeps it to 1.
Well, the French are pretty good at football. They're always in the finals often these days, and that sounded pretty clunky. Oh, that's ankle territory.
That's an ankle tapper.
Yeah, he's limping. He's proper limping.
Yeah.
I heard the...
It sounded like, I was like, wow, that's a solid shoe.
You can't go foot first. That's ankle to ball. That hurts.
The other thing is, I mean, if you're close enough to do that, then you should be close enough to bend down and get your hand to it, in theory.
Look, he's in trouble, man. He's in genuine... that wasn't a foot. That isn't boot that stopped the ball. That grizzly ball, which is harder than the planet Mercury, has gone straight into the ankle. And look, to be completely honest with you, he's a serious player. Imagine if he's done something and his tournament's over.
Surely
he's gone.
Just a knock. It's not good though, is it?
We've got an effects mic just around there, and it went as soon as it hit him.
Yeah.
Well, and the shoes come off. Well, it's not.
Here comes the medic.
It's not the shoe phone celebration. It's the shoe pain celebration.
Yeah, normally, when we see a shoe go off, we're getting ready to...
Hey, where's Magic Spray Mary, by the way?
She's got a bit of long service leave. I think she's been around the traps.
Well, I think the Magic Spray isn't fixing this one. He's in pain, and I can understand why. Well, kids at home, field with your hands first.
Yeah. Oh, well, he gets to have an interesting conversation as he goes up the stairs. Hey, gives us a chance to maybe reflect. Oh, is that Magic Spray coming out?
Oh,
okay, hold on. We better stay with this.
Stay with this. This is important.
All right.
This could be a whole canister, Vinny. A whole canister.
He points straight at the ankle, and she says, yeah, I know, I was watching. 2 shakes.
Oh, he'll be fine now. That ankle's actually got superhuman abilities all of a sudden.
I would have thought maybe a second helping. But anyway, 12th fielder comes on, Afridi Abdul Wahid. The next ball is swinging a bit too much and called a wide.
You know, I've been calling this for a while. I don't like to see anybody get hurt, Vinny, but for quite some time I've been waiting to someone do some foot fielding and actually get injured. It's like a lot of people do foot fielding and they seem to be okay, but finally someone's actually got it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah,
a lot of people get away with it. Ouch.
Here's the beast, Gulami. This one straightens well. One hand, one bounce. And probably doesn't quite get back rapidly enough. to create a run out. Hey, gives us a chance to look at some of the statistical information. Of course, everyone's quite interested in the run rates, which is something we can probably show you. It's a great stop, by the way. Proper Velcro stuff. First to wait for this ball from Yassine. Gulami likes to be aggressive early. And this is no exception. He misses out. Yeah, a bit of a trend that run rates in each group, they've grown as the group's gone on. So I've just got a bit of a theory that the batters probably haven't hit a lot of balls in a match situation. The other thing is probably finals day, which is the third day. The bottom team's eliminated from the group, so they don't play. So that's probably another reason I think sometimes they've dragged down the average.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about how it's winter time in Europe, and so players have been locked indoors, haven't hit many balls. By day 3, you're starting to strike them well.
12.5 is the overall run rate for the tournament. I'm having a bit of a tough time at the moment. I know Ian from the TPL Cricket Show, when I was on his podcast, he said he was sure it'd be over 13 and over. I said around 13, maybe slightly under. We had a friendly little...
What's Ian's podcast?
That's the Premier League podcast in the UK. Have you been invited on that before?
Surprisingly not. Mustn't be that big then.
If you say so.
Good over from Yassine, Vinny.
Yeah, finding it hard to get hold of him. Oh, gets in hold of him this time. That came off rapidly. And the Beast wakes up at the right time. Maximal! 6 runs, end of the over. It's 8 without loss.
Yeah, well, if PUC are going to push through here, you imagine Ali Gulami and Shahid, these two need to put on a pretty good stand. That one was in the slot, and finally he gets it out and screws. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. That came off fast. Pace in, pace out. Of course, 148 will take us to a golden ball. We already had one. It was in the second match of the whole tournament, second match of Group A between Heritage of Luxembourg and the Cobras of Hungary. That's 45 matches ago. French national team were involved in a golden ball. Very famous one here at Cartama Oval. Right now, pretty famous guy on ECN. Wahid Abdul, the headband warrior. He gets hit, and it's going to be gone. Well taken down there. Usman Khan takes the catch, and Shahid's going to have to go. And is he taking out the shoe?
Take it off.
He is. Well, you know it's coming. He's looking straight at it, and then he puts it back on.
Oh, it's the shoe bluff. Well, these teams probably know each other extremely well, and he just said to Shahid, look what I can do, but he held it in.
I mean, these players know each other pretty well. We know that from domestic cricket. But, I mean, if there's one thing that's probably more alpha than the shoe phone, I think it's when you start screening the calls.
I like that he was giving him the, are you looking? Are you looking?
Yeah. But it's the equivalent of, you know, when someone calls you and you decide to, you actively decide not to pick up. Unlucky for Shahid, wasn't the worst shot, just picked out the fielder, and it's 8 for 1.
Yeah, clever fielding position, actually. Deep cover, don't often see that, but they obviously know each other very well. I love that. That was a great bluff. That's the pre-shoe.
We thought it was time. He sat on it for 2 years, by the way.
Yeah. Well, no, we speak about this, that if you have a great celebration, hold it in. Don't use it every time. We've waited 2 years to see it. So, the new black shoes as well. I've never seen the black shoe phone celebration.
Yeah.
Who did he do it to
model.
Again? Who did he get out? Was it O'Royden?
Yeah, Marcus O'Riordan.
Currently playing for Kent.
Yeah. Is he the only county cricketer to be shoe phones? I'm going to say yes. Anyway, Zafar Iqbal comes out, hits this really well. That's up and out of here. Maximo! Abdul goes for his first runs, and there's 6 of them.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice shot from Iqbal in the slot. PUC, they pack a punch. They're in this chase, definitely. Nice shot. Imagine if someone hit a 6 off Abdul and then pulled their shoe off.
That was something else. Now he's a guy went all the way back from 2019, the first ever ECL. He was a part of it. Headband warrior. Pretty well bowled.
Funny to think that they did play in the very first game, isn't it? And they're still trucking away on the network with the title.
To be honest, it shows you how quick things can change and how much improvement I suppose the less established cricket nations have had in the last 5 years.
What's your order in titles of what was the best to worst out of the 3 champions?
What do you mean? You can't do it.
Yeah, you can. Oh, absolutely. That's what commentary is, Vinny. It's opinions.
Well, in the air, this should be gone, and it is gone.
Oh, it's off, Vinny.
Oh, there's the shoe. It's coming off. And he doesn't even have to call it. Oh, here's the shoe phone. 2 in the over. And I don't know if he picks it up, but he's definitely dialed something. Maybe that was just a shoe SMS, but it's Abdul with 2 wickets in the second.
Yeah, he dials it in all right. Doesn't have to put it to his ear because the job is done. The second wicket will go down. And there it is, just pointing to his faithful out there. The shoe does all the work.
Oh, he's loving it, isn't it? We've had, what's that, 1,900? Galami, unfortunately, couldn't get all of that. He goes for 6 and it's 15 for 2.
I love a good random celebration. I think that all celebrations should be allowed.
We've had more shoe off action in the first 2 overs in this game than I think we've ever seen in an ECN match. Of course, started with Nissan getting clonked on the ankle. He got magic spray.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of shoe chat right now. Yeah. What's your optimum shoe?
Oh, good question. I was going to say, yeah, something without laces. I feel like life's too short to have to tie
I like
laces.
those laces that are already sort of on the inside. You don't ever have to worry about them.
Sarate gets a bat. Oh, he almost loses off peg there. What an over, 2 for 7. And, well, he'll have more calls coming in, I think. 15 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, proper over, 2 for 7 and through it. Well, the big brother just showing what they're doing and what they do best.
Crazy stuff. Pair of 7s. How do you play pair of 7s?
Yeah, play pair of 7s to lead out. Always probably want to bet 2.5 times the blind, and then if you get re-raised, throw them in the muck.
That's the way. But you see there's a bit of distance between these 2 and the rest. Having said that, they've played a game more after this than the other teams. And of course, the top 2 get the double chance. Top 4 get the right to play on finals day tomorrow. Yassine comes back straight away. Big swing and a miss. So right now, patting themselves into a bit of a hole here.
Don't you like that Wahid Abdul held on to the celebration for 2s and used it against his countrymen?
100%. And everyone was begging for it last year. He said,
yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Mohammed Baba never should play a one-handed shot again.
Oh, Baba
just let it sit in the locker forever.
100%.
To be honest, though, I don't. Were you there? Did you see one live?
What's that? The
one-handed?
No, I wasn't there. Bit of a harsh one. Go on. Talk to me.
Yeah, I think that if you saw it live,
I got a sense of it.
Then you might need to see it once. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls
I saw
it
him
out
try
the
it when I went back.
Yeah, no, when he
didn't go so well. Talking about the one-handed 6s that went viral, of course, on ECN. All right, in the air. Feel like this is another catch as Nabi. And he will take it, proper ice cream cone style, and then impacts the earth as Zafar Iqbal goes, and PUC in a lot of trouble now in the power play. It's 15 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch by the skipper, Nabi. Probably hasn't had the runs he would have liked so far, but holds on to a hot one there. And yeah, this is a demolition job at the moment from Dreux. They're getting the ball to talk a little bit. That was angled in, swung away, and another wicket goes.
I think we might even see Abdul come back. Why wouldn't you? Just try and get a long way ahead. Well, probably not one that you'll see in the coaching manual. But no one. Look how he protects the ball. I mean, that was smart at the end. Nabi gets a big bear hug. And Iqbal is the next to go. Does hit a 6, but not a lot more. As he goes for 7, it's 15 for 3.
Interesting.
James Stewart says, if you're asking Vinny about his favourite shoes, you might need a spare hour or 2. Do you have a few pairs of shoes? How about you? What's your go-to shoe then?
I like a winter boot.
Okay.
Like with the laces on the inside.
In the Netherlands, do you have those shoes with like fur on the inside, so if it gets really cold?
Like an Ugg boot.
No, but like they're proper outside shoes. But
yeah, you do, but that's not for me. No fur on shoes. No.
Okay.
I'm always thinking about the animals. Correct.
I mean, not fur. You don't use real fur these days, do you?
Do they?
Oh.
Do they use panda?
Time yourself out. William Singh, the captain, comes to the crease. And he tries to go. This could be trouble as well. Just out of the grasp. As Nabi moved himself around. Maybe hunching the ball would come that way. just be a single. Now, actually, it's been an uphill battle even to get that 104 the way they're getting at the moment, just to keep their point in this game, PUC.
Yeah, well, Dreux have just come out the blocks like a championship team. That's what you expect from them, and doing a good job here. And this power play is all team in blue.
Well, hits this, but straight to the fielder.
Oh, bluff throw.
Well, there go the stump microphones. Zahir cleans them up. Yeah, the old look away, like an NBA look away pass, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Hey, Sohu, what else have we got? A bit happening right now. Helix is saying we need our old mate, the lawnmower, back in action. Well, the Lawnmowers Club, which is Starry Grad, are actually playing, but he's now actually moved back to Australia, so he said he'll have to watch it on Fox Sports. He was in touch with me the other day. Starry Grad from Serbia playing in Group E, and remember, Serbia, along with Slovenia, Lubiana in this group from Slovenia, and Isle of Man, that will be represented by Crosby. They're the 3 countries that have been added to this year's ECL. Every ECL, we've had more countries involved. That's a good sign. Yassine's bowled a great spell. He's going to get absolutely moosed for 4 here, but still 1 for 14, puts his team well on top. William Singh, sign of his power. He's a guy we saw playing for France in the ECC last year. He's got a big mountain to climb here as we get to the end of the 3rd over. And PUC 21 for 3.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb from here. Credit to Dreux in that power play. They've taken wickets 8, 7, 6.
21.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good. Would you hit on 15?
You would against a 7 or more. Let's not get into blackjack chat. It's a bit early for that.
Nothing wrong with different games around the world.
Fun game to play with the family. It's a good counting game.
Good for the maths.
Good with your numbers. Anyway, looks like Cameron Ahmedzai is going to bowl over number 4. And Surate.
There's something about Ahmedzai. I don't know. Every time I see him, he either faces 3 balls, he hits 2 for 6, 2 sixes. If he gets a bowl, he always picks up 1 or 2. He's just a consistent T10 player.
Quite achievers.
Yes, correct.
Quite achiever in this draw. You mentioned one man doesn't make a team. Anyway, right in the block hole, spot on first up.
Yeah, for a player that comes out at 6, so he never gets that many balls in this competitive team, and he always clouds a few 6s away, and then they give him the ball. I swear he picks up a wicket or 2 every time. He's a clever cricketer. You had Barty with the ball to come on, probably the next over. They are very well-rounded, this Dreux side. But yeah, go on. Tell me what you think about the championships then. VOC, PUC Care, Badalona and Dreux. Do you have an order, or is that too controversial for you?
Don't really have an order.
I'd say for me, and like, look,
go on, you tell me your thoughts.
Well, I'm pretty tied into a little bit of the Spanish and thing, but I think Dreux last year was the best because it came from absolutely nowhere.
Dreux was the most unexpected.
Exactly.
Now, does that make it more?
Yep. They beat Hornchurch in the final.
Impressive.
I think
maybe. I mean, look, European Championship's a European Championship.
The one about PUC Care that stood out as well, they had to go through a lot of 3 and 5 over games, which is super tough to do as well.
That's true. Back in 2022.
And then for VOC, obviously, I was a part of that one, but really, it was only 8 teams. Then you had Max and Scott
8
Edwards that were
teams.
just...
I think
you had a top opening pair that were on form.
bit of an unfair advantage as well, because playing a lot of cricket on turf. Only you guys, VOC and Svanholm, probably played any turf cricket, and you're running into guys who were playing in very foreign conditions, and they're already in countries where the infrastructure was a long way behind. So I'm not saying I don't rate it, though. I'm just saying each is its own story. Very hard to compare. Ahmedzai just lost the handle on a couple.
Yeah, I think each is their own story, absolutely. But I just think what Dreux achieved last year, that was shocking. Really did not expect them coming back for a 3rd time as well to then go and win it. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, especially because, we had seen them every year. Now we think of them as world beaters, but let's not forget, they didn't even qualify for a championship week till last year. Now, push, run, hits the stumps, but I think that Surate safely home.
Just shows if you set off straight away, Vinny, they're not even calling for this. If you set off straight away, you're always going to make it.
Yeah, hesitation kills. Gotta say,
what's your call today for who's going to get knocked out then? If these 2 teams are going through, we'll lose a team today. Pretty tight, isn't it?
If you wanted to go just on what we're seeing at the moment, on current form, Byron a 5th.
You think that
on current form, really missing some players. Oh, that's a pretty good shot. Pulls it. Does it have the legs? I think it does. That one is up the hill. Maximo Surate goes large. Fraction short. That was a classical pull shot.
Well, what you see from this PUC team, I know the top orders failed in this one, but they showed yesterday they've got a genuine top 5, top 6 ball strikers. So if they do get to the final tomorrow night and they put some runs on the board, there's definitely going to be game on.
Oh, definitely. 6-run signal. He tries it again. This one just leaves him a bit. Doesn't get in a good position to hit this one, Surate. Yeah, so the reason I say that is that Byron and Lubiana played each other yesterday, and Lubiana got the win, so they don't play again today. The other thing is Empire CC, they've got a big game coming up against Byron. So I think for Byron to really make a charge, they need to win that game and win it well. The other thing is a bit of rain could potentially impact it. Now, hopefully we don't lose any full games, but we don't know. We might have shortened games, which is always a bit of a lottery. We know that minimum is 3 overs a side. Yeah, Byron then take on PUC in game 9. So I think that becomes a bit of a must-win.
Yep.
Empire CC, again, even though they lost to the 2 French sides yesterday, they picked up a point in each of those games.
Yeah, that's pretty handy, isn't it?
Yeah. Goes after this. It's going to curve away from the fielder. Usman Khan going too quickly. Well, he slips over on the first. William Singh, so won't be able to get back for a second. We'll take strike.
You just feel that power play. They didn't get away, and this is asking a lot of the middle order here. There was the slip. Could have easily got a 2, but they'll have to just settle for the 1. Last ball, the over for Ahmedzai. All the 3s, 33 for 3. I like this field, actually. They've got a bit funky. No deep mid off or deep mid on.
Yeah, it's strange. And he still tries to hit it sideways. Maybe that's just a bit of knowing your opposition. You imagine these two would know each other a bit better than when other teams match up. Anyway, at the end of 4 overs, the score is 33 for 3. Looks like Usman Khan's going to come on in the 5th. Bit interested that they don't go to Bhatti, but maybe it's the fact that there's the left-hander at the crease.
They'll know these guys quite well. Oh, they must know them well. So maybe just a little bit of inside knowledge, working a treat here. But that was a really interesting field they set for Ahmedzai. I quite like that, actually. I might steal that one. That was interesting. No deep mid off or deep mid on.
Yeah, but when you start getting drilled down the ground, they'll be like, oh, that's why we have a...
Yeah, but Ahmedzai doesn't bowl full.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. But then I guess you've got to get it short enough so that it's not going over the shoulder.
But it's good to see they've got plans, because now it's a completely different field for Khan. So they've obviously done some homework, the champions, during their year away from the network, and that's good to see.
Different sort of a bowler, isn't it, Usman?
So
a lot of slower balls.
This is clever as well. They've only actually got 3 on the leg side. I'd usually advocate against this, but Usman bowls outswing, and his back of the hand slow ball goes away as well.
Everything's going away. This is just going to go straight up in the air. And Nabi is going to get another opportunity, and he'll take it. So Surate has to go. And Usman Khan with the immediate strike, and PUC right on the ropes now. It's 33 for 4.
I think yesterday we were seeing the Dreux bus just warm up a little bit, and now you're sort of seeing it in full flight. They're looking good here. Good catch from Nabi. It looks like he's bulked up even more. Is that possible?
Yeah, somehow. Said a tank wouldn't knock him over last night. It's early in the season for Nabi.
He's looking big.
Yeah.
Those biceps are ridiculous.
His arms are thicker than my legs. But anyway, Surate does hit one out of the park, but he has to go for 9. 33 for 4. Go back to the chat. And the robot is in there. I think the robot goes into meltdown when Dreux dominating their opponents under lights. Well, the lights aren't on just yet. We'll have the night game tonight. Empire take on Lubiana under lights.
Hopefully the weather's good then.
Let's hope so. What else? What did she question about? When does Finney do his karaoke? Well, I'll back in a second to that. But actually, because of Dreux last night, I did get back to the hotel. I normally do a show there on a Wednesday night, and I was able to be there for the last 12 minutes. And
what were your 3 songs in the 12 minutes?
Dancing Queen, because it was quite an older audience. I said Young and Sweet, only 70. 7-0. Oh, that's a shot. It's a really good shot. I tell you what, Tuffy now, he has 5 balls, 5 sixes in the series. He came out and he hit 4 sixes in 4 balls yesterday, and the game was done. What a shot.
Yeah, that's an amazing shot. Quick hands, isn't it? Over extra cover for 6. So, yeah, good batting. Will he go again? What's the percentage chance this is a slower ball then?
104%.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, he's tricky.
Expect the unexpected. Safi has his first non-six reception for the series. Yeah, so what did I do? Dancing Queen, Proud Mary, and I think it was Suspicious Minds.
Oh, yeah,
Good
good
crowd,
finish.
though. All right, in the air. This is catchable, and it's Hussein. No, it's not. It's Rafa, and he drops it. He's having just a rough time at the moment, Rafa. Saw him drop one yesterday. I thought for a second that he was going to get called off it. But yeah, just didn't get in the right spot, did he?
Well, he might be going off here. I don't know. That's a genuine finger buster. He's very lucky he didn't break a finger then.
Yeah, that's a nasty one.
That is, I think he's going off. He is so lucky he's not broken a digit. Yeah, he is going off the field. Look at that. Oh,
yeah,
no.
ring finger.
Oh, that makes me feel sick. But the poor technique, still moving. He's having a bit of a shocker this tournament.
Yeah, he's so far.
Well, that's two important players that are going to go off because of some mistakes. Nisa and Rafa are going off. If they're serious, you never know. You can break a finger so easily.
Yeah, it's his left hand, so it's a non-bowling hand.
Do they have an extra fielder?
I assume they do. I hope they do. Didn't have one listed, but they will have a squad that should be at least 13. Actually, is that Nisa? It's going to hobble back out, so maybe not.
Oh, nice. So that means the man with one ankle is going to have to come field.
Yeah.
What happens if you keep getting injuries and you've got no one that can field? Can they just lie down
We
in
saw
the
it with the
outfield?
Greeks last year. Yeah, Nisa comes back out. So this is peak ECL.
Oh, boy.
I don't think they listed a 13th in this game, so maybe that's why they're kind of limited to these 12.
He's got a big pocket of space to cover there at backward square.
Reminds me of one of the night tournaments at Europa Point a couple of years ago. Lifted up and lifted out of here. Maximo! William Singh trying to fly the flag for PUC. Says Carreras. Good power.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice shot. Good timing through the onside. They've got power, this team. Don't count them out in the tournament.
So Christian Rocker, I think he's probably over 50 years of age, was opening the batting. He's the Chief Justice as well. He pulled both hamstrings trying to run a single and then tried to dive for his crease and broke his ribs because his bat jammed all in one ball.
Oh, no.
One of the most, and okay, that's not
That
all.
has to be one of the most painful things ever.
He pulled both hamstrings, not just one. Now, big swing and a miss to finish the over. 47 for 4. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. It's Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo, got Koi Ruckers with me. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. I'm just doing this game. I do have some responsibilities with Daniel Weston away. I'll be in the studio doing some interviews. Can you please give me a heads up, though, if the ball gets hooked over there?
No.
Okay, great. I was going to say that game with Christian Rocker, then they didn't have a 12th player. So he was literally a stationary fielder at third in the circle. And occasionally he would stop it with his foot, and someone else, because he couldn't bend down, would have to come and pick it up. And then the other thing was the ball went 1 metre to the side, and he just had to. So
could he even lift his arm to say someone to chase
so they were saying, I remember in the chat at the time, they were like, player of the match, the stationary fielder. But yeah, hello Christian if you're watching. Anyway, we're going to get back to the game. The French Derby, first we've ever had. We've got a few funny stories, don't we, on ECN?
Oh, we've got
over
plenty,
5,000 matches. You're bound to have a few. Here's Barty having a brilliant ECL once again. His first one is slightly over-pitched. Quick hands from Safi. Puts him out of the ground. Maximo!
They have some power. Despite the early wickets, they're just showing they bat deep, this team. And I honestly think they're on for could cause an upset in this group.
It's a good shot.
Very good shot.
Barty only just misses. Safi really like the look of him. Now he goes up again. He's going to hit this out of the ground as well. Maximo! 2 and 2. And I tell you what, with two genuine six hitters at the crease, who knows what's possible here. PUC have climbed past the 50 in this over as well.
Showing the depth of French cricket, really. We've never seen a second team come to the ECL. We are now, and despite being 3 wickets down for not many, they're showing some fight here.
First time anyone's got hold of Barty really in the series.
A long time.
Yeah, let's see how he deals with it.
Well bowled.
He goes short. It takes the drive away a bit, doesn't he? But nice shot by Safi as well. Just happy to take the one. I want to say a quick hello to Jeanette Morley. Good to see you in, as well as Terry Richmond. Lee Tuck is in, and Ian Latine is watching as well. And Monkey Man, Mesnell Man. He does a lot of umpiring in France. Maybe we'll see him during the ECS. Hello to John Tucker, to Stan from Hornchurch. One of your favourite destinations, I'm sure.
Which one's Stan?
Down the ground. I'm not going to be more specific because it's probably not a good idea with you next to me. You made peace with Hornchurch now, though.
Yeah.
You tried to apologise yesterday, and as I expected, you made it worse.
That was a bit of an apology.
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
You're not big on apologising, are you, in general?
Don't do much wrong. Oh, shot.
Yeah, lifted up, and Safi will get another 6. Maximo! As this over's gone for 20. Magical stuff in the 6. That's the asking rate at the moment, 20 and over. I often say it's a bit like trying to line up all the numbers in the lottery. You got to go magical, 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 magical. That's really well hit down towards the bottom of the bat as well.
Yeah, very good batting from Safi. He's timing it, just timing it beautifully. A lot of bottom hand, but 26 off 7. That's a heater.
Oh, and he does it again. Right back to the wall and out of here. Maximo! Safi has been incredible with the bat when we've seen him. He's 32 off 8 and Barty goes for 26. Paris University Club, 73 for 4 after 6.
Get him up the order, Vinny. Get him up the order. Very good batting. He's just opened this game a bit ajar again. About 5 minutes ago, you'd say Dreux are going to go to a comprehensive victory. They just show this team from Paris, they bat deep, Vin.
We're a proud club as well. You know, they actually celebrated their 100-year anniversary last year. 25 sections, women's sports. I know that Emma was in earlier, and Miriam was in as well in the first innings, telling us a bit about the PUC club. And they've been working their way up in the women's game as well. Obviously the men reaching the pinnacle of French cricket. That's why they're here. Anyway, here's Wahid Abdul, who saw the shoe come off a couple of times.
Oh, misfield, Vinny. That could actually cost them a boundary.
Oh.
No.
And only cost them 1, we think, in the end. This made me a bit nervous. This is the 12th. Abdul Wahid just inside when he touches it. Yeah, but Nisa back on the field. Lucky he didn't have to chase that one. 74 off 23s. They've kept it under 20, but only just. William, he gets inventive, and he's going to get it for 4. He walks across. Abdul kind of follows him to an extent. And really, at the moment, only boundaries or those no balls or wides will take that rate south. Pretty good shot from William.
Yeah, good shot. They're just hanging in there, aren't they? It's a good little comeback and just showing that there is depth in this batting lineup. 70 of 22 is a tall order, but these two are looking good. Sink got to 19. Safi's on 32 and some pressure on Dreux.
It's the partnership they needed, really, isn't it? And yeah, interesting what you say about potentially getting Safi up the order a bit. I do feel like this is a bit too low for him, considering how well he's hitting him. I suppose those above as well.
Well, look, I mean, that top order of Galami, obviously we know how good. Sarate maybe could swap with him. Yeah, they've got the depth though, Vin. They've got something here anyway. I don't think it's going to be an easy walk for Dreux, this group.
Sometimes you just got to go with who is in form at that particular time.
Yep.
Maybe non-reputation. It's a tough one to balance, I think, when you know what people are capable of. If they're not really delivering it, how long can you stand with them in this kind of tournament format? I mean, Lala's a good example for the Czech side, Prague CC. Now he's opening, he's an opener for them. He's been very successful, and they've dropped him down the order, and he delivered. So anyway, Wahid Abdul. Oh, yes, just tattooed away. What a clip from Safi. Seis carreras más. He's single-handedly keeping PUC in this contest.
Yeah, you're right. Single-handedly. He's on an absolute flyer of an innings. He's striking it well. You said he walked into this innings with 4 sixes from 4 balls. He's 38 off 9, and while he's there, they believe.
And he's 6 sixes out of 9 balls here.
So he's hit 10 sixes out of his 13 balls this tournament.
That is correct.
Pretty good.
Something tells me he wants more. But this is out on this. Broken-hearted as he watches that top ball fly through to the keeper.
Oh, he would be. There's a short third man, a backward point and a point all in the ring. Any bat on that, that's just flying. So, handy dot ball for Dreux, but 63 off 19. We got a bit of a game on here, Vinny.
Imagine they get to the 104 pretty easily, which at least guarantees them a point, but they want the whole thing. A bowled from Wahid Abdul. Goes forward into the block hole. Safi will have to settle for one, but he will retain the strike. And at the end of 7 overs, Paris University Club are 87 for 4. Let's have a little peek about what's coming up next. Empire CC versus Byron, so the Finns versus the Greeks in match 7. Good to see Mateus Brasia come in for Empire CC. He took a great catch in the crowd yesterday, and I think that's one reason he might have been included in the 11. Saw Jordan O'Brien hit some form yesterday with the bat, which is good to see. Byron, though, have to try and work out their order. I've got a feeling Aslam Mohammed goes to the top of the order today. I think he just has to. Christodoulos Bogdanos had a really tough day with the bat. Do you give him another go? Not so sure. Maybe you do. Mustafa Roma, French national, actually. We've seen him playing for France, playing for Byron in this tournament. He was brilliant for them last night against Dreux. Watch out for the Vasilakis brothers as well. Good young Greek talent in that side as well. Anyway, that game is coming up in 30 minutes' time. Right now, last 3 overs here. It's going to start with a ball which is going to be hit out of the ground, and Safi does it again. Maximo! I tell you what, if they could win from here, it'd be a memorable one for PUC. Just clears that front leg. It's right where he wanted it, really. And puts it out of the ground.
Safi's on a flyer. They're in this, Finn. While he's there, they're in this. He is striking it beautifully. Can he go again?
What does Amadzo go to? Starts to bang it in. So he kind of goes with his strength, and he beats him for bounce.
Oh, just any bit of bat on that would have flown as well. 45 off 13. While he's there, you got to believe. What an innings. It's coming from nowhere.
What's required, 56 off 16. Think of a batter that's made 56 off 16. We see it
often.
Yeah, but you have to bat really well, obviously. Oh, strike 2, though, for Safi. Frustration.
Well, the only thing you'd say, anything that's in his half, he's absolutely clattered. Anything that's been pushed into the wicket, he's really struggled. So, fine margins as a bowler. Good comeback from Amadzo after the first ball was pumped away for 6.
Yeah, fun game to watch. Do we have a big finish on the cards?
Again, well bowled.
Right off the end of the bat.
They're really well bowled, though. Basically said, look, well, there's the man with the broken ankle getting a bit sooky about the backing up.
Nisa
wasn't happy.
Still a bit annoyed with that ankle. How's your lip reading?
Yeah, pretty good. Jimopel back up. Yeah, not happy. That just shows there's a bit of tension in the game.
Yeah, of course. These two are rivals. It's great to have these kind of rivalries in European cricket.
If they don't bowl Barty his second over because he got a little bit of tap today, who bowls the second over for them, Ben?
Good question.
Great comeback.
Normally you'd say Nisa is a guy that could bowl for you, but he's on one leg at the moment. Rafa is struggling with his elbow. We saw him trying to bowl yesterday. It wasn't really happening for him.
He's off the field with
he's off the field anyway
maybe a broken finger.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess you can rule him out. We saw Shazad Hussain with the Mospin yesterday. Down leg side. You should close this out. I mean, you should at least be going with your record. Maybe just go back to Barty, you know, rather than just searching for anyone else. If you're really scraping the barrel for options, you just go back to Barty. He's had one bat over. The thing is, with Safi at the crease, got hold of him. That's what concerns you. Another one that Amadzo sprays. Seems to put the mock on him a little bit since.
No, this over went for a 6-1 wide. It's been a good over.
Just with the wides. But, yeah, Usman Khan's got, for me, he's got to have the next one.
Yeah,
and
close the game off.
You put the game so out of reach that even like a Corey Ruckers could bowl last over and still win the game.
Handy in midday.
Goes straight, goes high, but doesn't go too far. Yassine takes it. And William Singh's going to have to go. Stayed there for a while, trying to keep his team in the contest, but he can't get more than 20 as Cameron Amadzo comes up with the partnership breaking wicket And PUC, 96 for 5.
Yeah, nice catch. A wicket will go. The partnership is broken. Ahmedzai came back well after the first ball was hit for 6 that over. And a bit of fun at the crease has ended for William Singh.
Yeah, interesting because these two, potentially they could meet 3 times in this group if things pan out the way it looks like they might. Nice catch by Yassine. They had high hopes when they saw that crack off the bat of William, but it was pretty much straight up in the air. And the captain departs, 96 for 5.
Well, that man on your screen, Vinny, he's got to be the man. It's not going to be easy against the likes of Usman Khan.
Yeah, 96 for 5 off 8, and because it is the end of the over, it means that Tahsin Safi will be facing up, needing 53 off 2 overs. Can they get a big one here? Oh, hits that pretty well into the gap, and it's going to be 4. Good effort out there. That's Hamza Niaz, gets a hand on it but can't prevent it going over the boundary. It's 50 for Safi, his first 50 in ECL cricket.
Well batted, Safi. Came out, lower down the order at number 6, I believe, and 50 off 16 is no easy feat. I'd expect to see him in that top 4 a little bit later.
I think he has to.
It's a 10 over cricket, Vinny. You
just
can't be having
so
someone
well.
this good at 6.
They're going to have someone have a heater, you'd imagine, if they're going to go deep in this group. Yeah, I think he's someone you'd want to see getting the opportunity to face as many balls as possible. Slow ball. He really wants 2 here. No, probably will get it.
No one's at the stumps, so he'll get it comfortably unless it's a direct hit.
Yeah, smart. Really smart. So Safi at 52, 47 off 10. I mean, be dramatic. I suppose at the other end you've got Wasim Batu, who's capable with the bat, hasn't faced yet, so be tough to rely on him for a string of boundaries. Big swing and a miss. So, Usman Khan, this is kind of a situation, isn't it? Second half of the innings.
He's wily.
Yeah.
Just a wily bowler. Seems to have all the tricks and knows what to bowl at the right time.
Seems to stay calm.
Yeah,
as well.
they're a calm team,
Yeah.
and that's probably one of the reasons they won the comp last year.
There's a slow ball and he goes after him. It's in the air. It's high. Ahmedzai comes round to his left and he holds it. So it's a great innings from Tahsin Safi, but he's going to have to go caught right on the rope by Cameron Ahmedzai. That overspinning slower ball. And the extra pop means that ball goes up into the air. But still, I like what I'm seeing from Tahsin. He'll have to walk back in the score, 102 for 6.
One of the better slow balls we have on the network. He gets it to dip, he gets it to spin, he gets it to purchase off the wicket. And this time Safi didn't get the distance. Nice catch from Ahmedzai. Good pitches there. Right, that's the technique you want to see.
That's it. He's quite a achiever, you called it. Cameron Ahmedzai. Like what I'm seeing from Safi though, 7 sixes in his 52. He'll be hoping that he can continue this form through the group. 102 for 6 with 8 balls remaining in the game. Abdullah Anwari will replace him. He gets a warm reception from his teammates. This was Usman Khan. There's pace on. That's the thing when you're half expecting the slow ball, when it is a pace on delivery, can catch you unawares. Even though he's not the quickest bowler, he seems quicker because it lulls you into that different mindset. Oh, wow. That's a good shot. And Wari's just smashed it. He goes, all right, whatever you're bowling, not really fast. I'm just going to slam you over the scorer's box. Maximo. And with that shot, PUC will at least guarantee a point out of match 6. With 1 over remaining, 108 for 6.
Yeah, what a shot. I mean, they've got power all the way down, Vinny. They really do.
Smashed by Anwari. Bowling figures, this is kind of what you were saying. Who do you get to bowl the last? I think, especially with Safi gone, it's an easy choice now to go back to Bhatti. He's bowled 5 overs in the tournament. 1's gotten away from him, that early one in this game, but also a chance for him to kind of get back to business. 10th overtime then. Byron and Empire CC just preparing for their game. That'll start in 20 minutes.
Yeah, Bhatti to close. He'll pick up a wicket or two here, I reckon.
Barty to Barty. It's the
W
matchup
versus
you've been,
T.
Yep, matchup you've been waiting for. I need 40. Just click leg side for a single. So, okay. Talk to me about this French derby, then we've got an over to sum it up.
I just think that there's no way people can confidently say Dreux will win the group. I really think there's a lot of good ingredients to Paris University Club, but they're going to have to put all the ingredients together in the final. For Dreux, I got a couple of question marks about Dreux as they sneak through for a single here. A little bit disappointed with maybe the number 4 batsman who we like, Rafa. He's looked a leap short of a gallop. Nabi hasn't clicked just yet. But they've got enough players to get through. They just haven't clicked fully.
Yeah. And this is a nice little paddle shot. It's going to go for 4 as Barty takes Barty to fine leg. Nice shot. Again, we're seeing some tactics being used rather than kind of just deer in the headlights against Tabish like we saw last night.
I guess the other thing as well, though, Vinny, is that there's a big difference for Dreux. They used to always be the hunter. Now they're being hunted.
Yeah.
So when it gets to the finals tomorrow, will they be able to handle it now that they're the big dog?
Yeah, they're overdogs, not underdogs.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
I get what you're saying. I suppose the other thing is we know that they maybe haven't played their potential, but they're still 3-0 here. So good teams have a way of winning even when they're not kind of playing at their peak. And we'll see them later on the day. They've got a game against Lubiana in match number 8, third match of the day.
Yep.
Chance for maybe some of the guys that have been struggling a bit personally to have a good hit out. The PUC, we'll see them later in the day as well. It's Byron in match 9. Anyway, this is a nice shot. It'll be hit away for 4, and Wari, a couple of late consolation blows for PUC.
Well, imagine if that top order clicks. They were 3 for 33, right, off the power play. And they're still going to make 120. So what's that? In the last 7 overs, they've made 90-odd. They've got the ingredients there. I'm not counting them out of this group just yet.
Definitely, I agree.
The challenge will be for the the 3 teams below, one of them to step up.
To step up to the level. Yeah, I agree with that. Last ball coming up. And it will be worked for a single. They'll finish on a nice even 120. But the margin will be 28 runs in the first ever French derby on ECN. Dreux, the European champions, win out 148 to 120. Look, brave effort there. Some positives for Paris University Club. Tassin Ulasafi, of course, looking very, very dangerous with the bat. Also, William Singh got a couple away. This is what's coming up. Empire CC of Finland and Byron. 2 teams without a win, although Empire took 2 points away from opening day. Byron took 1. Empire winning the toss, electing to bowl in that one. So Byron to open up. I've got a feeling, like I said, Aslam Muhammad, it will open up for them. I think that he's got to take that extra responsibility. As they're missing players like Ahmed Mumtaz, the mummy, for example, from last. Yep, let's go back and have a look at the chase. 149. Look, it's never going to be easy to chase those kind of runs down against the European champions, but it was all about the shoes off in the first couple of overs. Nisa got sprayed, literally. And then Wahid Abdul, when he stepped up after copping a little bit, he was able to grab that wicket. And then, yeah, it was time to bring out the old Nokia phone. Maybe a phone pager, some people were saying. But look, PUC, again, they've got the right approach. Obviously, they're pretty comfortable in the format. Probably themselves struggling with some of the same things that Dreux are with just some of their key players. There was the shoe coming off again. Oh, only on ECN you see this kind of thing. So a good competitive game, probably the right result in the end, but still a lot of questions still to be answered here in Group D.
Yeah, Group D for me still a little bit open. Dreux did what they need to do, but they were tested, especially when Safi came out and enjoyed himself at the crease. They bat deep, is Paris University Club, so you can't question their ability. It'll just be whether they can put the perfect game together in the next day and a half. Overall, though, this was an interesting moment. Look, we don't know how bad it is, but that could easily be a broken finger, Vinny.
Could have been. At least it's on his left hand. But, yeah, maybe struggling with getting enough fit players on the field. That's the issue for Dreux as well. We saw Abdul Wahid fielding pretty much the whole innings. We saw Nisa having to come back despite getting clonked on the ankle in the attempted foot fielding. But this was the real positive for PUC, wasn't it? This half century from Tassin Ulasafi, his first on ECN. And again, this is what you're hoping from your middle order. Guys that can just come out there, hit sixes straight away. I know you've got Mohamed Isam for the Spanish national team, plays that kind of role. Safi's done it well in this series.
Yeah, having a player that can come in from 6 to 4 and go first ball 6 is a commodity that you'd love to have as a team. So they've got some ability. I really like to look at the Paris team in here, but through, of course, credit to them, they throw their bows on. They do what they have to do.
Yeah, that's right. And that was a proud moment for Tassin as he brought up his half century. Had to go soon after. Rate had gotten up to 5 or 6 a ball. And he went, having said that, Amwari came out, absolutely motored that one. Had a couple of boundaries in the last, but he kind of back to earth with a bang. He went none for 38 in his 2 overs. It shows you how quick things can change. And in the end, Dreux run out 28-run victors as you get that great aerial shot of the Cartama Oval. And Nabi's ball, one day we'll be able to find it, that one from last night. Anyway, 52 for Tassin Safi as he lit up the ground with 7 sixes. Came back from a tight spot, 20 for William Singh, the next best. Maybe that's a bit concerning. None of the top 4 able to reach double figures. Abdullah Amwari played a couple of nice shots towards the end. And Bhatti chipped in with a boundary as well. 120, yeah, more or less a pass score, maybe a few less, but not able to get near that total of 149. Bowling unit did a pretty good job. I mean, they kind of covered for Bhatti this time, didn't they? He was the only one to really get the treatment. 2 wickets for Wahid Abdul, the shoe phone headband warrior, and Usman Khan with a couple singles for Freddie Yassin, who bowled really well early, really tight, 1 for 14 off his figures, and Cameron Amansai with 1 as well. So Dreux take 3 points out of that game. PUC take 1. Means Dreux go to the top of the table. Still think that that'd be some dramatic turnaround to see the top 2 change, but you never know what's coming. Also with a bit of weather around, there's a few more games that are a bit of a mystery this afternoon. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the next game. It'll be the Finns taking on the Greeks, Empire CC versus Byron when we return. I'll be stepping into the studio, so I'll leave the commentary duties to Andrew Ryan and Corey Rutgers for the rest of the day. Right now, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hoping you join us very shortly, right back at the Cartama Oval for more European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of the day, match number 7 in Group D. Kids from MIT here for the Cricket School Project. Are you guys having a good time today? Yeah! They're pretty enthusiastic, I've got to tell you that much. Great to have you here. We've got a bit of a Finnish connection here as we'll get ready for the second match of the day. It's going to be Empire CC from Finland. They're taking on Byron of Greece. Let's see what happens at the coin toss when Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Empire, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Byron, you're the away team, you will call, yeah? There you go. Andalucía has been called. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Empire TC, who will bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that the Finnish club, Empire CC, have won the toss and they want to bowl first. Jordan O'Brien winning the toss. We've got Pekla here. She's actually from Finland originally, so I know that you'll be going for Empire CC. The kids have been having a good time. Unfortunately, these 2 teams without a win in this series, though I will say that the Finns, they did pick up a couple of points yesterday. Byron, just the 1. I feel like this could be an important game as far as qualification goes, especially with some weather around this afternoon. But you guys having a good time, right? You having a good time? Yeah! I'm ready to run on with the game. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, Corre! Had a few wipeouts here. Andrew Ryan is going to take over from me. Corey Rucker's the next voice you hear. Let's get ready for match number 7.
Good afternoon, European cricket fans. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Thank you very much to Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu for that immensely detailed preview of this crucial clash here in Group D between the Finnish champions Empire Cricket Club, who put on a couple of positive displays yesterday despite not picking up a win. They had a difficult part of the draw with the 2 French teams, getting them kicking off their campaign. They are up here against Byron, the Greek representatives, many of Greek national teams players within their group. Bit of an up and down day yesterday, a few bright spots, a few players who acquitted themselves well out here in the Cartama Oval, but also just could not string together good enough performances to take the win in either game. And in particular, slightly surprise loss to them against Lubiana, the champions from Slovenia, who they were probably expected to take down in the opening game yesterday, but as it was, Slovenia's representatives completely turned around the form book and demolished them with a 10-wicket win. So neither of these teams coming in with a huge amount of momentum, but I suspect we'll have a look at the supercomputer shortly. I suspect the Finns will start favourites. They had some guys, particularly with the bat in the form of Aravind Mahan, got off to a good start in the day yesterday. Jordan O'Brien, their skipper, played well against the Dreux attack, ultimately in vain, given they were chasing down such a significant target. But indeed, well, I'll tell you what, the supercomputer backing the Finns. 80% win probability at the moment, but the Byron team will fight hard because this is pretty much their tournament on the line in this game. We've got one final game this evening, but this is probably the matchup that will, I wouldn't say completely determine who will end up in the 3rd and the 4th spot, but in particular a win for the Finns, who picked up 2 bonus points yesterday, will basically lock in their participation in finals day. For Byron though, do not count them out of this tournament. Very much thought of one of the teams that would be there or thereabouts for this Group D. Have not played particularly good cricket so far, just feel a little bit off the pace. A few early season jitters. The opportunity to bat first in this game. Empire Cricket Club winning the toss. And Share starting across the line. Nice little outswinger. And a man who knows a thing or two about nice little outswingers. Like to bring back to the commentary box, Mr. Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back, Rhino. And well, they've left the keys to the castle to you and me for the rest of the day. That is, let me check the watch. So that's a good 8 hours of us.
It is. Probably the most consecutive time we'll have ever spent together, which, see what's happening in the commentary box after that period.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to you. But you're right, this is a pretty big game, especially for Byron. Just looking at what Byron have coming up a little bit later today, they've got to beat a very, very good Paris University club. So they'll fancy themselves in this one, the Greek champions. And if they don't get the win here, you imagine it's going to be an uphill climb to stay in the comp.
Yep. I don't want to say it's curtains for them, but
not curtains,
far
but
off it.
Yeah, not far off it. You're right.
Maybe three-quarter drawn curtains. Homer on strike. Length ball and his shouldered arms. Well, that's an alpha move in T10 cricket.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card, the old traditional leave, but why not?
Nice delivery from Cher. Looks like he'd be a bowler who'd be pretty effective in the long form of the game as well.
Oh, he's got a long run up. It's right on the inner ring. Bit of pace about him.
Ball just in block hole lane to be shy at the stumps. No, he's a good athlete, Omar.
So how you been, Rhino? Been good to be back for this week.
So excited to be here. It's always one of my favourite weeks of the year, a week or two out here at Cartama for the European Cricket League. Obviously, very jealous sitting at home watching YouTube, and I should probably be doing some work, listening to yourself, Rico and Vinny, commentating the games. So lovely to be out here in person with you all. Get Corey's thoughts on the developments in this Group D so far. As Cher dragged across to the leg side, but they've got one of their two outfielders, and it's Raz Mohammed, at deep mid wicket, so he'll clean up, and it will just be the one. You've seen a bit of Group D. I know you're a card-carrying member of the Dreux fan club, Corey, so I know you'll be pleased to see them working their way well through the group. But any other observations early?
Yeah, definitely a couple observations, Rhino.
Thrashed. Good shot. Oh, now, we know he's got some power. He hasn't always been as consistent as Byron would like him to be, but finishes off the first over well, 7 runs off it.
Yeah, good shot, good batting. Yeah, I'd say so far, Rhino, that obviously Dreux are the front runs, but I don't think Paris University Club are that far behind. They've got batting depth. The question mark for me is, can one of these three teams, a little bit lower, Lubiana, Empire CC or Byron, actually make a late run and push them a little bit? We have a look at the group more in depth there, and you can see, the two French teams, you'd say, on paper, look miles ahead, but can someone else come and make a big charge? And Empire CC, I think, might be that team that could maybe cause a few nerves for the two French teams. Yeah, I would agree with you there, Mr. Rutgers. They were actually pretty serviceable in their 2 games yesterday. In fact, it was probably a point during the chase of Paris University that you would have suggested that the team from Helsinki was probably on top, and then Safi just came and blasted 4 consecutive maximums off his first 4 balls. Not a bad little cameo. This is Imran coming in and bowling the second. Good delivery. Tiny bit of shape, but a flashing blade of Mohammed. The ageless wonder has put himself up to open in this game and could pay off. Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get him. You just got to get him. Didn't go in the region he'd like. 4 runs nonetheless. And yeah, interesting group as well for these teams, because there is a little bit of weather around maybe later today. So will there be shorter games? Will there be split points? Things like that. You got to take every point you can while the sun's shining. Mohammed times it reasonably well, enough at least to get it over the infield. Athletic effort down there on the boundary from Matthias Brassier, and he keeps it to just the double. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he drags this in, Rhino. Just gets his hand down. A bit of the old athletic over the top somersault. It's a 7 from the Russian judge. I like it. Yep. Would have been an extra point if he had have planted his head first into the gorgeous Cartama turf. Right. Oh, it's a good shot. Floated the ball up there without a huge amount of pace. Mohammed took on the challenge, got the front foot down, slapped it past mid-off.
Yet another boundary.
This is a bit more like the Byron we know. Yesterday, well, look, some of these teams, Rhino, they've been in the winter slumber. How much netting would you have had in Corfu Island and places like this? I'm going to tell you, not much. So teams will get better as the days go on.
Well, I suspect the Greeks might have had slightly better weather for it than the Finns. I think the Finns were shell-shocked yesterday seeing the sun for the first time in about 6 months. That's just inside edged onto his pads.
I don't know if you've been down to Corfu Island while it's monsoonal and raining, though. I'm telling you what, it can rain a lot there. We were there a few years ago on the ECN, and that was probably the most waterlogged pitch you'll ever see.
I do remember
good times.
Maximo bringing a couple of videos of that up. His little iPhone device. Right, once again, just floating it up on a length, not quite there, and Mohammed almost turns his back.
Well, what's that hit? That's come straight off the bowler's knee. Oh, Imran, I felt that one. He's cannoned the throw in. That's come right off the kneecap. Watch the explosion of the ball on the knee. And Joe Foster, the umpire, is just telling him, you might have to loosen that, but that would have hurt. Watch this, Rhino. Bang. That is a serious connection with the kneecap, and that hurts in super slow-mo. Bang.
Arguably, using your hands that were in the general vicinity might have been a better idea.
We've seen an ankle
leading
buster.
With the kneecap.
We've seen a knee buster. It looks like we're going up next to the shoulder.
I'll have a nostril taken out sooner or later. Wide of off stump, and Omer likes what he saw with that delivery. So Imran goes for 15. It's the end of the over, much better one for the Greek champions, and they finish the second. 22 for none.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at this, but I'm pretty sure that's 4 well inside the rope. It is 4, so...
Don't even look at it, guys. Just listen to the commentary.
Yep. We've got a good view from up here, don't we, Ryan? There's some clouds in the background, so hopefully they stay away for the rest of the day. I think Saturday's looking a bit precarious. How long are you with us for?
Only until Friday. Friday, unfortunately, so full finals day, and I know you're excited for finals day tomorrow, but fortunately when the schedule says that it's going to bucket down with rain and essentially eliminate a couple of games, I'll be on my way back home.
Oh, interesting. Well, hopefully we don't get any games gone. That was the table that popped up super quickly. This Empire CC are on 2 points and Byron on 1 point. So this is a massive game for both these teams.
Huge game indeed. Cher coming back for his second. Goes down the track and not far off getting a little feather edge, Mohammed, but this is the way he plays, and frankly I think it's a good move elevating him up the order.
Yeah, there's being elevated up the order, and there's a genuine slog, and that's a bit of a slog. Just stay deep in the crease. That slog does change the field though. Deep mid-on, well, mid-on will go to deep mid-on, and third man will come into the ring.
Like that they're keeping a slip here. Cher moving the ball away consistently. That's wide, and a top edge just flying over the keeper's head, and despite the best efforts of Padal, that's not going to be kept inside the boundary, and a 4 for Byron.
Well, you have to wonder why they changed the field. They changed it because he slogged and played and missed. Sometimes that's reactive captaincy instead of proactive captaincy, and that's a mistake. He played and missed, and you changed the field because of that, and actually cost you 4. I think a fine third man would have raked that in. So handy runs for Byron.
Sure, with a much better lane. See, we have different views on that. I mean, whether it's reactive or active captaincy, ultimately Cher bowled a pretty poor ball the last delivery, whereas the field's set up for this reasonable length, probably even a touch forward than that, hoping he gets a little nibble away.
I just think it's something in European cricket you see a lot, Rhino. The ball gets hit somewhere or play miss, and then people start reacting. You can be a bit more patient.
Cher once again, decent length, heaved across, parried up, and unfortunately, Raz Mohammed can't get it on the second grab. Frustrating for Cher. Created a couple of chances.
Well, I don't know if he forgot that he was on the cricket field. That was a genuine volleyball spike set up. Yeah, the old Arnold Palmer.
Oh, no. He's smiling down there. I'm not sure that the fast bowling Tyro Cher is sharing the humour of it. Decent length, off-speed ball, and Mohammed tries to heave it to the square leg boundary, but mistimes it completely.
Yeah, Mohammed just struggling a little bit to get going. 17 off 13 is pretty slow in a power play. Back on strike now. Good spell this from Cher. For 11 off 1.5. Last ball of the power play.
Short lane, charges, another dot ball, and that's a tidy pair of overs from Cher, only going for 11 in 2 overs in the power play, and despite not taking a wicket, Empire Cricket Club probably fairly happy with that, 27 for none after 3.
No relation to the Cher, the singer?
Not as far as I'm aware. I did. Funnily enough, you mentioned that. I was thinking on the first day whether or not I could get a share, particularly if he was getting pumped off a slower ball and if I could turn back time reference, but it just didn't come.
Well, that was your last chance. That was your last chance, Rhino. But no, good start from Empire CC, doing what they have to do in their lovely pink and black strip. I have to say this week for me, Group D, they take the cake for me just over the purple of PUC. I like the pink and black.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Admittedly, that first matchup yesterday, PUC versus Empire, it was a feast for the senses.
It was almost like an Austin Powers remake sort of kit. Look at that. That is beautiful.
Groovy, baby.
Like a kaleidoscope, isn't it?
That's one way of describing it.
They went out of fashion, the old kaleidoscope. Used to collect them, actually.
So many friends that Corey had back at school. Big Tambe comes in for starting off the 4th over.
When was the last time you saw a kaleidoscope, in all seriousness?
Oh, must have been a decade.
What's happened
2
to
decades.
them?
Absolutely no idea.
Imagine if, I know the robots, so maybe we could make the ECN kaleidoscope, and as you look through it, you're just seeing sixes from some of the best players you've ever seen.
It's almost like those photo viewers from back in the day. Technology that is absolutely needless. Short ball, pulled across the leg side, but it'll be short of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's going to be an idea for a bit of ECM merchandise. Imagine having one of those old-style photo viewers, but it plays you clips as you click through of the best moments of ECL 2024.
Well, you could have it over the 5,000 game period because we're above 5,000, and before you know it, we'll be up at that 10,000 mark. So, yeah, get the merchandise going and get it in your shop if you don't have it already.
Umbe short of a lane. Looked like it was in the hitting zone for a mare, but his head's just gone up to check the current cloud cover, and the eyes off the ball mean he's swung way past it.
A bit of a tail of the tape for Byron. Yes, they haven't lost a wicket, but we're seeing a lot of playing and missing, and a lifting of the head, as you mentioned, some poor techniques. A lot of the Hollywood shots as well. I don't like it when players are running down the wicket trying to pump it for 6. I think that's a bit out of their depth. So good work from Empire CC so far.
Another decent length ball. This time he does keep the head down, pumps it over mid-wicket, and a much-needed maximum for Byron.
Much needed. A lot better as well. Stay still. Stay nice and still. Watch the ball. Kept the head down until the point of contact, and his reward is 6 runs.
Kept the head down, had the elbow in a good place, just let the arms flow through. Good technique, full stop from him. I tell you what, when he hits it cleanly, he's got some power in those arms. Just inconsistency. On a length again. Omer is picking him though. That's been launched a good 65, 70 metres. And after Corey accused him of playing a few too many Hollywood shots, he's just pumped the last 2 for maximums.
Like it. He stays still, doesn't he? Not running down the wicket, and he has pumped that. That went so high and so far. So back-to-back 6s, the Greek champions. My boys, they're coming back hard here.
Out of interest, what constitutes a Hollywood shot?
The ones where they're running down the wicket and trying to think. There's only 2 players in the world that can do that. Virat Kohli and, I don't know, Kane Williamson. Players that run down to medium pace and fast balls and try Hollywood it, it's the big no-no.
I think either of those are in ECL teams at the moment. As gone high off the bat. Player coming for third man, big dive. Unfortunately, just drops down. Held up in the breeze for a long time. Jordan O'Brien with an acrobatic effort down there at third man. And unfortunately, Tambe, bit of a troubled end to the over, goes for 14. And Byron just crawling their way up to a passable total. Still not something in terms of run rate that the Finns will be particularly concerned about. He has actually got a couple of digits to that.
He's got there in the end. O'Brien's a bit of an athlete, and you can see the thump down on the Cartama soil. He might be reprimanded for that. This is a beautiful ground.
So I gather from my inside sources within the Finnish team that he's a recently engaged young man.
Well, congratulations.
Jordan. So congratulations to he and his partner, whose name starts with E. I can't quite remember.
This might be his last tournament then, so good luck on the future, Jordan. Good luck with your spare time.
We can see the Corey Rutgers view on relationships. Have you done a check with your Team Europe players to make sure that they are not bound by any relationship requirements?
They were pretty quick to say, yes, I'm free for the weekend. I need to get away. So
can I accept an invitation to come out to Portugal for cricket for a weekend?
Absolutely. Yeah, pretty interesting. I saw Leisk for British and Irish Knights currently just playing an ODI today against Canada, and he'll be out in Portugal in 2 weeks on the ECN network.
I'm sure he'll describe that as good preparation for appearing in Team Europe.
Well, he's not on my team. He's British and Irish.
That's a good point. As I keep on forgetting that there's a splitting of those outside of the...
Yes.
Couldn't we have just called it Schengen versus something else?
I am a big fan of the Schengen zone, to be fair, at the moment as well. Can't go into depth about that.
Seems
One
to be
more point for the Schengen zone.
Seems to be commensurate. Maybe that could be the team name, the European Schengens. There's the leg spinner. I actually like the way he bowled against the onslaught of the Dreux batsman yesterday. Just gave a different look to this Empire Cricket Club attack.
Yeah, it's always good to have a leggy in your team. Always good. Not easy to line up as a batter.
Good air again. Huge heave for Moma. Still through for the single.
Yeah, good running. That will just tick that score along. It's going sedately. It's okay for Byron, though. They haven't lost early wickets. They've got a huge platform here to try and explode in this back 5 overs.
Huge platform's probably an overstatement, but let's see what happens at the end of this over. Beautifully bowled from Hasnat. Mohammed goes, not sure if Corey would call that full Hollywood or just using your feet down the track to a leg spinner, but either way, he's managed to play all around that and well taken by the keeper, Scammons, and the complete dismissal.
Against spin, it's okay to cut down angles and come down the wicket, but to be fair, Mohammed never really found his batting flow or his batting boots in this innings. This might be a blessing in disguise for Byron. Well flighted, plays around it, swings himself off his feet, and a good safe stumping there from Scammons.
Pretty good take, actually. The overspin kicked it up towards his chest. Kept his position well.
You always know a keeper's good when he's got black gloves. Yeah, it's almost well, it's a bit of an anomaly, but the ones that do use it, they're always good.
What would you not use as a wicket keeping
there
glove colour?
There was a set of like an orangey sort of guys, but as an Aussie, you're Australian as well. Back in the day, it used to be the green and gold.
That's true.
Gilchrist, Healy,
the Kookaburra.
You had to have them, and if you didn't have them, you weren't a keeper.
Yep. Do you remember the gloves off brand that Ian Healy started going back maybe about 20 years ago? Literally, I think it was retirement era stuff for Heels to try to create his own. Lovely delivery from Hasnat. Big appeal, and they are going to the video.
Well, they're already celebrating, and that's a high five of a man that thinks he's got his man. Let's have a closer look. He's not in the crease yet, and he's in the air.
Oh, I think the benefit of the doubt might go to Nika Gaboris here, but lovely piece of bowling regardless.
Just lifted it and got it back down in time. You're right, Rhino. So they'll likely be given not out from the officials. And yet, a decision is made. Great work from Spring Media, who do an amazing job considering we do 100 overs a day, every day.
Extraordinary stuff. Isn't it great to see them in between every game refining their own cricketing skills too? It actually, it brings joy to my heart.
Honestly, our Spring Media crew are actually getting quite good at cricket. I've already offered my services. Once they decide they want to play national, I'm ready to say goodbye to Cricket Espana and move over.
It's a lovely little bit of drift in from the leg spinner, showing he's probably putting a fair few revolutions on this Grizzly. Just swept away with not a huge amount of power by Nika Gaboris. And that will end the first 5 overs for Byron. So the Greece champions, 43 for 1 after 5 overs. And Corey, Big welcome to all of our viewers here. Great to be in the commentary box with you. Huge game for the Greeks here. That start, 42 for 1, it's just not 43 for 1. It's not really a great base if they're looking to put the 130, 140 on.
No, it's not. They've struggled a little bit to get the ball away, and this was the tail of the tape yesterday. But one thing from them, they do have wickets in hand, so players can come out with the freedom. I know you have freedom already in T10, but with 9 wickets in hand, we need to see them take the tempo up, because if they lose this, Rhino, it is hard to see them coming back in the comp.
No, big trouble, but I think probably confirming our suspicions that actually this Empire Cricket Club from Helsinki, actually really good group of guys. I was out this morning trying to desperately find a courier service to send something back at work. Came across them in a cafe, sat down for a bit of a chat. Really interesting to hear about both the development of cricket in Helsinki, but also just how they manage things with grounds, and they've even actually managed to work in partnership with one of the local authorities and a private sports hall to have some nets installed in essentially a football academy that has got a, you know, is full 365-year-a-day proposition. That they're able to go and use, which is about an hour away from their home base. Big appeal, and they do get the edge. Brassier, lovely leg spinner. Not a huge amount of turn, but Omer flashing outside off stump, and the keeper, Skamans, takes the catch.
Really, really good catch from Skamans, the keeper, because it's underneath edge. It's actually an inside edge, and the ball was rising, so just showing his prowess with the keeping gloves and the pink and black kaleidoscope of Empire CC are on song here. Let's have a closer look, and not too much spin, but it's an underneath edge, Rhino. That's a very good take from the keeper.
Indeed it is. Flashing bat in front of his eyes as well. The arms go up in celebration. You mentioned just how good keepers are with black gloves. Well, Skaman confirming the suspicions there, and Omar, not a bad innings from him. 23 off 12, just not getting the support he needs at the moment.
Black gloves or green and gold are the only two acceptable as a wicketkeeper. Any other colour? No, thank you.
Yep. No, I think fair shout that. So Brassier, a couple of good deliveries, and the Finns definitely enjoying having the leg spin attack. Kicked off the turf. Look at the sideways movement.
You see the bounce, Rhino. They're getting a little bit out of this surface here. And, well, why not have 2 leg spinners? Take you back to the Shane Warne, Stewie McGill days.
It's Peter McIntyre as well.
Oh.
Tell you what, we'll talk about the wind in a moment as stepped around, played a reverse, and he's got a big piece of it. Shabir Arslan, second ball, decides unconventional is the way forward. That's a Maximo.
Welcome to 2024. The reverse Malachi for 6. Great way to play the leg spinner as well, because a lot of teams keep backward point, short third in the ring. If you've got it in the arsenal, Rhino, use it.
Tell you what else he had in his arsenal there. The wind is blowing straight back towards that reversed area. So if he tries to hit down the ground, the ball's going to blow back in if he mistimes it. Whereas actually hitting with the reverse, he's rather hitting with the wind.
Yeah, good batting. Really good batting. I like that he did it again. He's forced to change the field. So backward square legs come up, and they're actually putting backward point on the rope now. Very unconventional. Now if you're a top-level batsman, you walk across and sweep it.
Oh, he's heard Rutgers from the commentary box. Pumped it for another Maximo, so the pressure turns. Arslan 12 off 3.
How good to see a cricketer thinking about the angles and not just trying to bomb it straight all the time. This is smart batting. He's created pressure on the bowler. Empire CC have fallen for the trap, and good batting from Arslan.
Certainly is. So Brazier, he's had a good start to the over, but 2 maximums, and then he's hit straight down the ground, but it's into the tooth of the breeze. Gallagher sweeps around from long on. Will keep it to the 1, but it does bring Arslan back onto strike for the next over. Byron, 58 for 2, 6 down.
Just brewing a little bit here. A couple of starts at the top, 13 or 4 for Arslan. A couple more players in that lineup. Singh Memi definitely get on with it as well. So can they get to 110, 115? Good bowling performance, you never know. The cloud cover is coming this way, but should get through this game okay. There is a bit of a forecast for the afternoon, but I'm confident. I know with sometimes Cartama Oval, Rhino, it's a little bit of a dome. Sometimes we get quite lucky and it goes around us. I've got a feeling that will happen today.
I think we're contractually obliged to refer to it as a microclimate.
Oh,
at
are
least
we?
once per day.
Oh, do you have a contract?
Yeah, well, sort of. I signed a PDF at some stage. Muhammad steaming in, and ball just on leg stump. It's nicely driven, but there's plenty of protection out there. And the long arm of Aravin Mahan strides in, keeps it to the single.
Thoughts on the little ponytail? From
But see, we talked about this yesterday. I didn't want to overdo it, but considering whether or not that we could actually construct a man bun 11 from this tournament, I'm not sure you could do it on a group by group basis.
There's no way. There's no. I don't think I've seen a man bun 11 players ever.
No, but either way, I like this. It's quite a subtle accompaniment. Obviously, the big paceman from Dreux, Abdul, he's very strong.
Oh, he could do it, but not many opt for it.
No, true. I wish a few more did, actually. Ahmed. It's a drivable length, certainly, but just struck down as Gallagher sweeps around. Keeps it to one. So after the fireworks off the leg spinner, Arsenal's just settled down a touch in this over.
A slippery customer with the ball. Good at hitting those Yorkers and full deliveries and making it quite difficult for the opposition.
Ball. A low full toss though. As long as it's low, never an easy one to get elevation on, particularly unless you're just an extraordinary hitter, and we do see them occasionally throughout the European Cricket League. But that sort of low ball, you've really got to get your top hand in the right position and to get the bottom hand flowing through with power to get any sort of elevation on it.
Low full tosses aren't always the easiest to get away, are they? So this is a top over from Mohammed here. Only 4 singles off it so far.
Another one of those low fullies, and the head goes back, but they are not easy. And Arslan drags it to mid-wicket.
You'd rather miss that side, wouldn't you? You don't want to bowl half volley. If you're going to miss your Yorker, you'd rather be fuller than shorter.
Absolutely. Made a T10 career out of yanning in low full tosses. Nicky Kavoris, 4 off 6. Ned's get a wriggle on. You might even imagine Maximo would be sitting on the sidelines at the moment going, retire him! Ahmed steams in. Beats me outside off start. That one just shot through. Might have rolled the fingers over it. That's the end of the 7th. Pretty good over at a time in which Byron needed to accelerate. They've done the complete opposite. 63 for 2.
Yeah, that's what we've got coming up. We're excited for Portugal. Obviously, we have the ECS, but also the Western Shield. We go to France for the very first time. Italy, Brescia. Off to Estonia. Greece for a week. I'm on that one. Looking forward to that. Cyprus, Encore, and Czechia at the end.
Where's your favourite place you've been to with ECS so far?
Oh, that's
the bounds of the Schengen area.
Broad question. Favourite, like, can you give me a category, subcategory? Is it like a location for the time off, or the ground, or what's the, or just the whole full vibe?
The whole concept.
I've got my heart a little bit. I enjoy Rome.
Yep.
I've enjoyed a couple of good tours to Rome. It's a bouncy wicket out there. The level of cricket's good, and I like the Colosseum.
Usually in a very hot part of the year in a hot part of Europe.
I think obviously this stands out, Rome, and Malta's a great series, but it's going to be good to go back to Corfu. We haven't been there in a while, and I'm there on my birthday week.
Oh, what an absolute treat for the local Corfu folks. As the leg spinner whipped across the leg side. That's actually pretty good contact from Arslan. That was dropping from a decent height.
Arslan's playing a bit of a gem here. He got, it's quite a funny field now. He's got that deep third man back because of the one reverse Malachi. So they've brought square leg up, and he said, okay, now I'm just going to play a lot of sweep shots. They're going to correct this now. They're going to put square leg back and bring someone up on the offside. So now will he stay still and try pump it through the offside ring?
Okay, does this go into the Corey Rutgers definition of reactive captaincy or sensible captaincy?
They didn't need to react to the first reverse sweep.
But you say in this occasion the field was wrong in the first place and they're rectifying it now?
Now they're chasing a bit. Yeah, they're chasing a bit. They did have it wrong. You have to have a deep square to a spinner.
For a leg spinner, I'd like the comfort of, absolutely. Although, to be honest, if he bowls in many more full tosses, I suspect the fielder might be taken out of play regardless. That's a nice ball. Wrong, and actually got a bit of kick off the deck. Good comeback.
Yeah, I wonder who I apply to get my birthday day off in Corfu. I know the robot is listening.
Robot. Corey. Sounds like he wants a little bit of time off. What birthday will it be for this year?
30th.
I'm asking you seriously. Yeah.
30th. Oh,
a little bit of air. Well, it's a massive appeal. It's about half a foot outside off stump on contact. But either way, love that Arslan's dragging out the reverse again. In fact, he's gone for the left hand on the bottom of the bat on this occasion. So it's a proper pull shot, really.
Well, it's like a switch hit. That's a genuine switch hit. And he actually missed out. That was there to go, especially with the field they have set. So he'll be disappointed, And they need another few boundaries here, don't they? Oh!
Slows the ball up. I like the bowling from Hasnat, especially after he's gone for 6 first balls.
This is the old look. Whack it into my own head. Oh, yeah.
That's what you wear the helmet for, isn't it?
You've got to be careful these days, kids.
Nicely drifted.
Hate to say it right. I think this is where you're holding the big R card, and unfortunately, you've got to retire in here. No one likes it. It feels bad, but 4 off 9 in a do-or-die clash.
Yeah, it's putting you towards the die end of that, isn't it? Rather than the do end.
I don't think a lot of teams still know that you can do it. I think it's still this sort of grey area people haven't thought about enough.
Nicely floated leg spinner again. It's actually pretty well timed, but that field has been placed out there. And it's actually slightly backward of square, so almost straight down his throat. That's the end of 2 good overs of leg spin from Hasnat and Byron. 2 overs to go, only 71 runs on the board.
Yeah, 71's not going to cut it. They're going to need to somehow get to 3 figures. Unfortunately, it's been only one man, Arslan, who looks like he can go at the rate, and Omar a little bit at the top, Rhino. Overall, Empire CC, if they do get to chase something small here, they'll be thinking within 7, get the 4 points and really close this group off for themselves.
Let's go to a needless topic rather than the last 2 overs of this game. So we saw the proper switch hit pulled out last time as opposed to the reverse Malachi. I know Corey Rucker's a man who doesn't mind playing behind the wicket from time to time, pulling out that sort of extravagance. Do you have a preference for either of those 2 shots? Particularly with a bit of premeditation involved. That is struck straight to cover, and well, they don't need to worry about retiring Nico Kavoris anymore. He's on his way back to the pavilion for a slightly torturous 5 off 11 balls.
Yeah, pretty torturous. Raz Mohammed picks up the wicket. Nice catch there from O'Brien, newly engaged. Maybe his last tournament, but a nice catch there, and another wicket will go down, Rhino.
Certainly will.
Yeah, with what you're saying, it all depends on the angles of where you're wanting to try and hit the ball. If you want it to go over 3rd man and sort of a finer shot off pace, you don't actually have to swap your hands. It's just almost like a little ramp, just using it like a scoop. But if you want to get it squarer, I don't mind the odd switch of the hands. Proper switch hit. We don't see many players at this level play a genuine switch hit, but it's been nice to see Arslan try a few things. And well, Empire CC, they're having a good time out there, and you can understand why.
Yep. I always think of, particularly if you've played a bit of tennis and you've grown up with a double-fisted backhand, actually, the switch hit is not a particularly difficult shot to play because it is essentially the same grip that you, or very similar grip that you will use for a double-fisted backhand. As Ahmed comes in, just struck straight, mid-on's up. Oh, he's drilled the throw straight into Mohammed. I'll tell you what, if the knee was done on Mohammed Imran earlier in the game, and Mohammed's probably going to have a bruise on the foot.
He's got a bit of a limp going on here. I don't know what it is in the air today about players getting hit in the foot and the knee, but we've seen it quite a lot. Yeah, mid-on in the ring, they took a gamble there, got away with it. Hope he's okay. Yeah, he's feeling that. That was thrown in hard.
Might be asking for a foot rub from Peter Gallagher when they get back to the players' tent. Singh Memi is the man on strike. Oh, he gets cracked in the helmet playing a fairly ordinary-looking scoop shot.
Well, that's why we have it. I think they're going to just maybe do a little concussion test. Has it hit him in the head or did it get the shoulder? Oh, that's right on the left shoulder. People are in the wars today. There's been a lot.
A dilly scoop to a slightly short of a length ball. It's asking for trouble.
Especially with fine leg back. I'm going to say the percentage play wasn't that one.
Probably not, unless he's trying to go directly over the wicket-keeper's head. But anyway, it's none off 2 and has gotten sconed in the melon during his short stay. Good bowling from Mohammed, though. And ball drilled straight down the field. Gallagher comes and picks it up on the half volley, fires it in, avoids Mohammed's foot on this occasion, but not far from the stumps.
Yeah, players have been in the wars. We've seen a lot of that. Fingers, ankles, knees, toes. And that would have been out by a long, long way. Unfortunately, he missed out there, Gallagher.
Don't blame Muhammad for not necessarily wanting to stand
No, don't
right
blame
in
him.
the firing line after what happened a couple of balls ago.
Here we go. Aslan's on strike. He's the key, isn't he? 22 off 10. Looked pretty good.
Right in the block hole. Pretty good shot. Timed it nicely, and it will actually be 4. Great stroke, and not a bad ball from Muhammad at all.
Aslan's playing a different game to everyone else at the moment. What a shot. That's a pretty decent ball, and he bottom hand jars it out for 4 straight. So good batting. And while he's there, Byron will truly believe they can get up to maybe 100.
Funny feeling when you're bowling in these games. I suspect Muhammad probably had a little bit of an internal yes when he realised that he'd landed that Yorker in the right spot, but sent back past him, Arslan with some speed. Another good one, and it's an inside edge. Well, he's kept up the Yorker line, this time just outside off stump. Lovely piece of bowling and a great pair of overs from Muhammad. He ends up with 2 for 10. And the man who was driving the Byron total, unfortunately, is on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, Raz Muhammad landing Yorkers perfectly and does what he had to do there. Another perfectly pitched wider Yorker, inside edge, onto the leg stick. And Aslan, after an enterprising little innings there, he'll have to go.
Yeah, a little bit of razzle-dazzle bowling from the Empire Cricket Club paceman. He's happy with his return.
Message from Julian Dawson in the chat. Said, yeah, I got engaged and never played competitive cricket again. So I'm on the right track there.
Is that a comment about availability or a degradation of skills as a result of the engagement?
I think it's a fine balance of the two.
Oh, poor Arslan carried his team's score for a fair period of that innings. At 76, 4 wickets down, 1 over to go.
My question to you is, do you think that one of these 3 other teams, Lubiana, Byron, or probably Empire CC, can push through, or PUC?
That's an excellent question. I believe that Empire is probably
The one.
probably quite clearly the 3rd best team in this group. I think they will be better coming up against both Paris and Dreux. I think what is the interesting point is that we haven't seen Nabi do any damage to a scorecard.
Is that a good thing for
yet.
Is that a good thing for Dreux that they're winning without him?
I think it's certainly a good thing, the fact that Niaz and Nisar have continued on their merry way from good tournaments last year as well. But scary thought that if the big Nabi can get things together, as Tambay comes on to bowl the 10th, and a beautiful piece of bowling spears over the stumps, and short stay from Singh Memi is brought to a close. He goes for 1 off 4, and Byron 76 for 5.
Oh, Byron. This is painful to watch now. They've never really got going in this innings. Another wicket goes down, Rhino, and you have to say, riding on the wall for their competition. They lost to Lubiana yesterday in a 10-wicket shellacking. If they lose this one and Empire CC go on to take 4 points, Empire CC are basically safe. It would then mean they need other results to go their way and a win later to get above Lubiana.
Yeah, although it's probably not really going to matter.
Well, look,
a huge amount, is it?
What points Lubiana? Yeah, look, it does matter because, I mean, they could still get a win. You never know.
Could do. Anyway, some of us live in reality. So Tambay, 1 for 14. Byron, 76 for 5. Empire been very, very good with their line and length throughout this game and have been solid in terms of just not giving too many giveaway bounds. I always think that you're always going to get hit in T10 games, and particularly when you're playing against better players, obviously. Particularly when you're coming up against the likes of a Jonty Jenner or a Nabi or a Diaz and the like. If you can at least not give away short balls on the hip, full tosses that can be swung to legs, you're at least forcing the batters to play something that will create errors. Good example there. Good length ball. Fielder coming in from the deep point position. Tidy catch. And this is turning into a very, very solid all-round defensive performance from Empire.
Yeah, and it's going to be another duck, unfortunately, for Byron. It has been an all-round solid performance. So, well, cue the duck noise, Rhino. Off you go. Oh, no.
Oh, Rico full trademark. Unfortunately, not all of us are trained in the bird calls, but that's a very nice catch from Brassier. Bowled a nice little over of leg spin earlier on, and Christos Bogdanos goes for none off 2. Hasn't been the easiest tournament for him. We know he's actually a really, really good cricketer. T10 format, probably not his bag as much as some other players, but geez, Byron would love some more runs out of him as Asa Ahmed makes his way to the crease, and Tambe's figures getting a nice little pep up from this 10th over.
Yeah, he's coming in and he's cleaning up, isn't he? 76 for 6. Poor old Byron having a tough old tournament at the moment.
Big swing, inside edge onto the pad.
They've sort of never recovered from the old Lubiana 10-wicket win. I mean, they probably went into that as favourites and people are expecting it. Then to lose as favourites by 10 wickets and then come up against, on paper, stronger teams. Very hard mentally to come back from that.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, they're not out of it completely. They've got a useful bowling lineup, but
we don't see small defences so often anymore, I know.
This is not 2020 ECS anymore.
Many moons ago.
Many moons ago. Many moons. Tambe 2 for 15, 2 balls to go. There's a finger touch over that one. Not that I think it would have mattered anyway, because Shafiq didn't really have his eyes focused on the Grizzly. Also out to mid-wicket, but brings us up to final ball. How they would love a Maximo to bring this innings to a close.
No ball 6, then another 6, even more. Yeah, it just hasn't been their innings, Rhino. Last ball of this first innings, Empire CC, they've been in control.
Tambe, another short of a length ball. Wow, it's come off the top edge, flown away for a boundary 4, and that's at least a useful finish from Byron. They do squeeze their way into the 80s, so they conclude at this 10 overs, 81 for 6. But all in all, the Finnish champions Empire will be the much happier team walking off the field for the intermission.
Yeah, they'll definitely be the happier team. The Kaleidoscope outfit has done a trick here. Empire CC, they bowled it in good areas. They didn't have to really fight too hard. I think Byron, they look at a couple of little technical flaws at the top order. But overall, credit to Empire CC. They've done half a job, though. Maybe we're in for a surprise in the second half.
Well, plenty of high fives. They've got a nice little support crew down there, the boys from Helsinki. Hugs all round, even before they started the game. May have been 1 or 2 less after a few flashy shots from Omar and Arslan Mohammed to start the innings. It was good to see Arslan get up there and get out early because they needed the sort of impetus of an attacking batsman like him. He managed to survive what should have been taken, but unfortunately Raz Mohammed couldn't grab the catch when he needed it most, but he did bowl well later in the innings. Ultimately, though, they did manage to create a number of chances, and the Finnish fielding was pretty good. Jordan O'Brien with the big army roll following the dropped catch. He wasn't necessarily excited with his efforts, but the wicketkeeper Skamans, some good dismissals from him. It was a stumping on that occasion, and he also came up with a good catch off Rocio later in the innings. That was not an easy take, but the man with the gloves noir managed to fulfill the dismissal. And Corey, from that point on, just they returned the screws, the Empire boys, despite the best efforts of Arslan.
Yeah, Arslan got creative, didn't he? A couple of reverse Malachis and some slog sweepers. He was the only shining light in the back 5 overs. While he was there, Byron harboured hopes of maybe getting up to a score defendable, but in the end, Empire CC just did what they had to do. This was a nice catch from Jordan O'Brien at cover. I think Raz Mohammed bowled a good spell of Yorkers. And they're enjoying themselves, Empire CC. They're still very much in this competition.
Yeah, certainly are. They'll get better as they go. They had 2 tough games yesterday, and I suspect that they make it through to play off against the loser of the qualifier tomorrow from Paris University up against Dreux, then they will give either of those teams a fright. And they've shown they've got plenty of good cricketers in their squad. Tambe did a good job to conclude the innings, just not giving away any easy boundary balls. Did unfortunately for him go for a 4 off the last delivery, but not much you can do from a flying top edge. And all in all, pretty positive stuff from the boys from Finland. They have kept Byron Cricket Club, the representatives from Greece, to 81 for 6. Shavi Arslan, the top scorer for them, 26 off 12, and a couple of very creative shots. Mustafa Omer continued his pretty positive tournament, 23 off 12. See if he can do something with the ball later today, but as it is, just not a huge amount of consistency in their run scoring, and certainly not enough explosiveness. Look at the Empire Cricket Club bowling lineup. Amjad Shah, he's a pretty reliable bowler, have at the top of the innings. He's 2 overs for 11 in the power play, really set them up for what was an excellent defensive performance all round. Tumbe with a couple in the last over, and the leg spinners Razia and Muhammad took 3 wickets between them. And Hasnut took 3 wickets between them. Good stuff all round from Empire Cricket Club, and keeping Byron to 81 for 6 off the 10. They are in prime position to take the points in this crucial matchup. It's Andrew Ryan here with Corey Rutgers. We'll be here for the rest of the day on the European Cricket Network. Plenty of excellent action to look forward to. We'll be back for the second innings of this game in just a matter of minutes, so please join us then.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket aficionados, welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval. You can say is a slowly darkening Cartama Oval with a few intimidating looking clouds around, but nonetheless we still have plenty of cricket to play here today, and looks like we shouldn't have any problems getting through the second half of this contest between Finnish champions Empire up against their opponents Byron from Greece. And the Finns have a pretty decent opportunity to secure the bonus point here. If they can pull down this target of 82 within 7 overs, then they will secure that bonus point and put themselves in a pretty good position on the table. Even despite their 2 losses yesterday, they did pick up the bonus point in each game, or at least retain the point. And they've gone for 2 of their gun batters at the top of the order. Jordan O'Brien with the grey nick stick, not something we see too often in European cricket. I think it's the 50th anniversary of the grey nick scoop bat just this year, so obviously Jordan a big fan of the manufacturer, and then he's joined at the crease by Vanaraj Pardal. And these two will be looking to get them off to a fast start, and obviously they want to secure the win in the first instance, but see if they can pick up that bonus point as well. Shafiq taking the first over. Wide of off stump. Brian watchful, and keeper doesn't take it cleanly, so they will scoot through for the extra. So probably you're doing the team talk within the Byron dressing room before you came out, getting the boys all fired up, making sure they're minds on the task. Probably a wide, followed by the keeper's fumble, and an extra run being taken was not the recipe. I can guarantee the Greek boys will fight hard. They're a pretty good defensive unit. Field well, some good bowlers. Shafiq, that is a wonderful shot. So Padhal just steps the front foot across. Very clean strike, such an uncomplicated technique. That's good cricket to watch. And a man who spent the first couple of balls, or at least that last ball, applauding in the background. Welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Corey Ruckers.
Oh, good to be back, Rhino. Look, I've ran some numbers. I've looked at some permutations. I'm going to tell you why this is the most important 7 overs for Byron's history.
Good ball from Shafiq. Come back after being slapped for boundary last ball. So go ahead, Corey. Tell me what you're thinking.
Lubiana are on 3 points, right? Byron are on 1.
Yep.
Now, if Byron can get out of this and steal a point, and if they can steal a point later tonight, that means they'll be on 3 with Lubiana. Lubiana are a potential to go an octopus today, lose all 8 points because they're versing 2 very good teams. Then it's a net run rate battle. If they don't get a point out of this, it means that Byron will have to cause an upset and win later. So even getting a point here for Byron in the 7 overs is everything.
So important, Corey. Good line of length, pushed wide of mid-off, and Brian's pretty sharp between the wickets, so take the single.
And I'll give you another one. Empire CC, if they get 4 points here, they're then within 2 of Paris University Club. Anything can happen. They're still pushing for that second spot.
Interesting.
There's a lot of byplay going on.
Hashtag permutations. And I'll tell you what, throw into the equation the rain.
It is starting to get a little bit gloomy. If we do have rain later, I mean, 3 over matches could happen. So there is a lot going on.
So we'll have a look at next. So that's a lovely shot. Padahal Rocks onto the back foot, swings it behind square, actually aiming for Mr. Maximo up in the interview stage.
Oh, you couldn't miss him. He's in probably the most atrocious suit you can imagine today, but
I don't know, it's pretty green turf in that football practice area behind us. He does does blend in.
Random question, we probably should know as commentators, but if there's rain later and we have a 3-over game, are bonus points scrapped?
Ooh,
Surely you can't have...
What do you mean, sure? Oh, actually, I think, no,
So
I think you're right. In fact, oh God, I don't like to say we need Maximo here.
We need Maximo back.
I think there is a point at which the bonus point is actually irrelevant. Yep. It's a decent ball, has a little nibble outside off stump. One point we can answer, so the rain at least seems most likely to come in the mid-afternoon. And I tell you what, if that does happen, haven't Lubiana got Mother Nature smiling down on them? Because they're supposed to play Dreux, what is clearly the best team in the group there. That would be a phenomenal outcome from them from a table perspective.
Rhino, don't you know the network? We play through anything. It could be a torrential storm. We'll be playing, don't you worry. Last ball of first.
Good ball. Strikes him on the pad. First interesting one. Big appeal.
We had a proper look at that, did the umpire, Asad Ali, because he shuffled across. He did come down, but he shuffled across. Leg cutter. Right decision. That's going down leg. Good umpiring. It's all right to have a look.
Good appeal. I've seen far worse. Tell you what, actually, pretty well adjusted from Badal. He didn't go for the big mighty swipe. He clearly didn't see the slower ball early. So the end of the first over, 15 for none. He's ended up 11 off 5. O'Brien just a single off the lone ball that he's faced. So tidy start for the Finns in their pursuit of this bonus point. Don't think today, well, certainly not this game, is likely to be a golden ball. Certainly not with the way that the Empire Cricket Club has started this chase.
Yeah.
Corey, do you have a tingle at the moment?
Not this one. I had a tingle at the very start of the comp. I said we get 2 in the competition, and then we got 1 in game 2, which was crazy. So we will get another one in this comp. It's just not in this one.
You say that with such certainty. No, I think this one's probably unlikely. So Empire CC needing 67 off 36 balls just for the bonus point. Lovely shot, straight down the ground. It's well timed. Fielder coming around from probably more a cow corner space. Keeps it in the field of play. And scoot through for the second.
Well, look, we go back into the bonus point permutation. Keep it within 7 for Byron. Take a point at least. If you can take that point, you never know. Lubiana, who are there 2 games up against? It's against the big ones. Dreux and
Empire CC.
I mean, they could easily lose both by 4 points. So permutations.
It's a good ball. Well defended, actually. Just takes it out to the offside, and I'll scoot through for the 1. Good to see the groups as you get towards these later stages. I love it when everything's still in play. Obviously, Dreux has been the elite side of this group to date, so they're very safely tucked away, undefeated, but there's plenty happening otherwise.
It's fast moving, isn't it? You rock up on day 1, you're getting your feet, and then by day 2, a team leaves. Yep. And then by day 3, you're either through or you're not. So you got to be on it from the start. Homar, he needs a wicket for his team here.
Big shot, straight down the ground. Very nicely played. See that O'Brien, tough start in the first day, but getting into his work here, holds his position nicely, and Omar's probably got enough pace for him to work with, but not so much, and certainly not a great deal of movement to trouble him. And he's looking in pretty decent and ominous form.
Yeah, nice to see that, Grey Nichols. You are right. Traditional sort of bat from back in the day. Don't see it too often on the ECN.
Oh, big swing across the line, out of control. Ball's gone up. Omar's underneath it. And big hands, and the stare afterwards might be more effective if you weren't trying to defend a target of 82. But either way, he's happy getting the wicket, and O'Brien's on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration in the celebration there, and a little bit of chat here. There's a bit of spice, and I like it. I really like it. Well, we don't often get a bit of spice, but he takes the wicket, and then the non-strikers said a word to him, Padhal, but you get the last laugh. If you do get the wicket, you always get the last laugh.
Yeah, certainly do. Good to see a few of the the Byron players.
Yeah.
Gavoris in particular, an experienced chap, getting in, just keeping things calm. Sure, the boys just having a chat about the best coffees available in the Benel Medina area as O'Brien goes for 7 off 3, so just one lusty blow.
Well, I would pay good money for a single here. Oh, Nabi time. Well, how are you looking, Nabi?
Just for the Instagram feed.
Yeah, he loves Instagram.
See, we're here just going for the singlet option despite the plummeting temperature here at Cartama.
Oh, come on, give me a single. I want to see Padal face Omar now. There's spice. I love a bit of spice.
Oh, Mahan.
Get down.
I was about to say he gives the crowd what they want, but he's timed that so nicely. An elegant shot, high on the toes, so he rode the bounce from Omar and just placed it magnificently.
What a shot. What a really good shot. Omar's got some pace up. He's got some steam up, and you'd like to see a fast bowler be a little bit spicy sometimes. Why not? He picked up a big wicket. He's still playing for his team that have earned their way to Malaga, and he wants to put in a good performance.
Indeed. Good to see some fire steaming in on this last ball. Full ball, driven straight down the ground, and Arslan will come in from a long off. Keep it to 1, so that's the end of the second over. Once again, a pretty tidy one for Empire Cricket Club, 29 for 1, despite the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, have a look at that table. This is what I'm talking about. If Byron can take a point, they'd go to 2. And Empire CC would go to 5, but then it just puts Lubiana a little bit more under pressure, saying you've got to at least make sure you get some points out of today.
Tell you what, with the power of Dreux in particular, geez, you get some fluctuating net run rates in this group, don't you?
Yeah, you
sitting
do.
pretty at plus 4.2. Then they look down the bottom, minus 3.5, and fortunately for Byron, even further down. Looks like they're bringing the big left armour, a Spiridon Vasilakis, into the attack. I actually like what he brings, the bowling crease. Not just the fact that he's left armour, but good athlete, bowls with some pace and pretty accurately most of the time.
Is he the one that's the professional footballer as well?
He is, yeah.
Pretty handy.
Multi-sport athlete. Do you ever count yourself as a multi-sport athlete back in the day, Cora?
Absolutely.
Well, full ball, put away. In fact, nicely struck because it got up to a slightly awkward height, and Mohan dishes out the justice without a great deal of fuss. So what were the other Rutgers sports aside from cricket?
Usually the sports that you can find at certain locations, darts, pool, table tennis was up there, those sort of sports.
Just as an 8-year-old, you were... Better ball from Vasilakis, nicely timed again from Mohan. That's an excellent chase, and Chris Bogdanos, a good athlete.
I used to actually, growing up, loved hockey. Hockey was my second
I knew you were
sport.
going to say that.
Loved hockey. Great sport.
You think? You think?
Yeah.
I really struggle to watch,
Particularly
particularly men's hockey these days.
I don't watch the men's hockey games, but anyway, yeah, it's a great sport. Great sport. Get around it. Nice timing from Mohan, by the way. He's come out just hitting it sumptuously.
He's an elegant batter, Mohan. Just gets onto the back foot and plays that defensively. No, it just feels like one of those games that is, I don't know whether it's one that just needs a few rule tweaks or something of that ilk at the moment, but it's just lost its fluency a little bit, become a little bit too much physical play.
So was basketball your second sport? Obviously, you're high up in the basketball world.
Not to play. Used to watch a lot, but probably actually tennis was the first sport that I was good at, which probably makes me sound a lot more middle class than actually was. But that one is heaved nicely over the cover position. Once again, just elegance and timing from Mahan. He hasn't tried to overhit that ball, but just gets his hands into such a nice position and elevates easily.
Yep. Good batting. Gets a full toss and times it nicely over the offside for 6. They're doing enough at the moment. Empire CC on their way to potentially a bonus point victory and taking all 4.
41 for 1. 2 balls left in the power play. Aslak has gone for another full ball, but it's been driven straight to Arslan. And just the one.
Last ball, the power play. Unfortunately for Byron, they're probably not going to win this game, but they can still fight for that point that I think is quite important with the rest of the day's fixtures to come.
Big left armour steaming in for his final delivery. Oh, drops it on leg stump. Tickle through to the keeper. And Padalu, after a fast start, feels like he's been denied strike most recently. But either way, Empire Cricket Club very comfortable. 42 for 1. That's the end of the power play.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. Just timing the ball nicely, these two men at the crease. And you'd imagine they'll go on to a comprehensive victory with 3 or 4 points. You can see some of the cloud cover rolling over. We're okay at the moment. We'll keep you updated. Look at that first innings. 4 overs of 5.
4 overs of 5. I'll also add 7 overs in single figures, which is not something we've seen too often here at the Cartama Oval during ECL 2024. In fact, we've seen some games where every single over has been in double figures. Byron, just not enough explosive batters within their lineup to really start looking at the sort of 120s to 140 type scores that have tended to be the winning targets in these games.
Yeah, they've been a little bit underwhelming, but an opportunity for some wickets for Singh Memi, who's been handed the ball here. What can he do? Can he get them back into this game somewhat?
Nice first delivery, speared wide of off stump, but one of the benefits from Empire, they don't have to overly attack the bowling here, although they will have one eye on that bonus point. They're tracking along nicely, so 39 required off 23 for that bonus point. Around the leg stump, bit of willow, and Padal, it's almost what he tried to do to the previous ball in the end of the third over. And that time gets a lovely little tickle, and on this fast Cartama turf, you ain't chasing that bad boy down.
Yep, just have to get a tickle on it and it flies away. Good batting, 4 more to the total. Yeah, 35 off 22 for that bonus point. A couple of more lusty blows, they'll get even with that rate. You'd imagine from here, Rhino, they're going to take all 4.
Well, I would suspect so. So 35 needed off 22. I'm sure they're very cognizant of what's going to be required as Singh Memi just takes some pace off the ball. Dale puts it behind point. There's a fair bit of aggregate elegance between the two at the crease at the moment, isn't
There's
it?
room in this format for players playing traditional cricket strokes. It doesn't always have to be crash, bang, wallop. These two are just showing that at the moment, especially in a small chase.
Less elegance in that shot from Mahan.
Yeah, well bowled from Singh Memi, just taking it across the right-hander.
It's probably the point that wouldn't be a bad thing for these two. Just try to crack a couple of boundaries, particularly while they've got the off spinner on, just to make sure that they're not getting too far behind that. Balls remaining for the bonus point target.
Yeah, they're okay at the moment. They'll only have to go at 11s in the last 3 if this is a dot ball.
Almost a dot ball, nicely bowled. Good comeback at the end of the over from Singh Memi. He goes for 8. And a bit of a scratchy one for Empire, but they make their way to 50 for 1. 4 overs gone.
Yes,
Are you a big fan of the bonus point concept?
Yes and no.
Thanks for that comprehensive answer.
In this format, with the teams and tables the way they are, yes, I think it adds an extra layer. But we had a bilateral series recently, and it was in a 2-team series. Crazy, so silly. So you can actually win the series 3-2, but lose through the bonus points.
That does seem slightly odd.
You don't do it for bilaterals. I don't know why you would have it for 2, but in a multi-team format, yes.
I think it's great. I'd much rather have the bonus point. Reward in particular teams who are up against the better sides that can get relatively close. I like the idea of rewarding them for that rather than net run rate being an indicator, but maybe not the best one for who should take those up positions. And that's a lovely shot from Padal. He's really thinking his way through this innings. You can see he fielder. No defensive pressure out in the boundary. It's square, and that's exactly where he struck the good ball.
They missed a trick here. They had to go back to the openers. I mean, they're fighting for a bonus point, but they've gone 5 different bowlers. Surely Omar, who had a bit of spice about him, could have bowled this one to get them in the hunt for that bonus point still.
Would have at least allowed us to talk about the matchup with Padal, who he was throwing a bit of chat towards, but as it is, he's on bowling crease now, and I'll just pokes that one to the left-hand side of the fielder, and they'll scoot through for just the single.
Just another one. Yeah, no, the bonus point is good. It just adds another layer to the format, but only in multi-team formats, I think.
Yep. And it drifts that across to the offside. Also gives us something extra to talk about during games that are a little bit more one-sided than we would like. And in this particular instance too, it adds some strategic value, because if Empire were just working their way through to this total over 10 overs, then this would be I'm going to say a foregone conclusion, but not far from it, as it's nicely cut, but Byron have got the defensive field set well for Ahmed's deliveries, whereas the chase within the 7 overs is a game within a game.
Yeah, it's one for captains and management to think about a little bit. Empire CC, who will go on to win this game, but will they get all 4 points? That's what we're watching here.
Floated up wide, and not called. Nice change of pace. Well, change down in pace from Ahmed. Mohan probably had about half an hour to think about that one.
Yeah, the old sucker ball. Didn't pick it at all, did he? Nice ball off this over. Been pretty effective from Ahmed.
It was until Mohan got a hold of it and just pops it over the top of the outstretched arm of Arslan, who's swinging around from a long off. Unfortunately, I don't want to say he wasn't quick enough to get there, probably just not tall enough. So Andrew Ryan and Corey Rutgers joining you for this salubrious clash between Byron Cricket Club and Empire Cricket Club from Helsinki. And it feels like Empire's going to take this one, Corey, but we've been talking a lot about the permutations for this group coming up, and it is really precariously placed at the moment.
Yeah, well, these 2 overs are important, because if they do get the bonus point, Empire CC, we know they're safe, but Byron are pretty much effectively almost out. They would have to upset the masses and beat PUC later. Even if they got 1 point later, it wouldn't count. And Lubiana, plucky little Lubiana, could be through to the Final Four.
The boys from one of the prettiest capital cities in Europe have started their tournament well enough. And
have you been out there?
I have, actually. We had the good fortune with the FIBA World Cup last year to bring Luka Doncic, the NBA superstar,
you got to meet him?
I not only got to meet Luka, but got to essentially write some creative for him to appear in our global ad campaign, which he did with a very big smile on his face, and we filmed that out in Lubiana, not too far from the Old Town. And it is one of Europe's most gorgeous capital cities, generally one of the prettiest places I've been on the continent, and that is a pretty shot as well, as swung in backward of square from Maximo. Takes out some anger on poor Singh Memi. But yeah, Slovenia, Ljubljana, if ever you have reason to have to make something up to your partner, then take them for a little romantic weekend. And Ljubljana, highly recommended.
Yeah, I'll book the tickets now then. You can see Empire CC thoroughly enjoying themselves. And you can understand why as well. Padhal takes one at about 6 kilometres an hour.
That ball was almost going backwards by the time it got to the crease.
Oy.
Oh.
Doesn't matter how hard it hits, it still leaves a mark.
So at least Byron's made some impact in this game. It's nicely cut, but it will be straight to the fielder at deep point.
I think Empire CC do need to also just note that they're beating Byron here, but they've got a lot of work to do in this competition if they are going to go deeper. Done what they had to do in this one. But they know the real challenges around the corner against the 2 French teams.
It's an interesting topic which we can pick up in the next over, as that ball was once again going across the side. Blocked it out of thin air, and Arthur Ahmed has come up with an extraordinary catch. Thought that was travelling over his head, but as it is, stuck the right arm up and plucked it out of nowhere. Well, that is at least a highlight for the Greek champions as we come to the conclusion of the 6th over, and Empire have lost their 2nd wicket, 72 on the board.
Asa Ahmed, more like Bambi on ice, but Bambi holds on to the grizzly ball. How's he done that? His feet were falling over and the left juke pulls it in. Empire CC are distraught because they know this game is back on.
Actually, it was his right hand, but he'd actually went for his non-dominant hand to grab that out of the Cartama sky. Look, an amazing moment, and potential, maybe HCL software play of the day.
Crazy this. And you know I like my cricket, Rhino, but they're not even going to go back to their main spearhead, Omar, when the bonus point's on the line here. They're going to go to the man that's taken the catch. Fair enough.
The man of the moment. Sometimes you have momentum in a cricket game, and particularly in this T10 format. So 10 to get, try to get the bonus point. Swing across the line from Padal. He's timed the ball nicely in this innings. I think it's a good move to have Cher come out now. He's one of the more explosive batters in this Empire Cricket Club lineup.
9 off 5. They should do it. They've taken their time to get there, but 9 off 5 should be done.
Drops on a leg stump, and Corey calls it, and he calls it right. Cher launching his first ball, a lovely strike over the mid-wicket boundary.
Extremely poor captaincy from Byron not to go back to Omar or Shafiq, your spearheads, when the bonus points are like this. Loss now for Byron. They're not going to save a point here. They're almost out the competition. They should be disappointed, really.
Yeah. Well, not the greatest ball there, and it gets put away. Not quite as elegant as the previous shot, but Cher races along to 10 off 2 balls to complete a neat little cameo. Ahmed unfortunately couldn't stop the bleeding, and that's a very comprehensive win for Empire. Their tournament is looking up. It's their first win. They've finally got most of their cricket bags delivered despite some baggage issues over the last couple of days. They've basically secured their position within finals day, so everything looking rosy from the boys from Helsinki, and it's a well-deserved win for them. Unfortunately, Byron, their difficult tournament continues. And coming up, Corey Rutgers, Lubiana versus Dreux.
Yeah, that's coming up next. Dreux go into that as hot favourites, and we do hope the weather holds off. It does look, if you look at the mountains, Rhino, usually it's a good indicator. We can't see the mountain fully, so that's a little bit nerve-wracking. But let's look at the highlights here. Look, Empire CC, they wanted all 4 points. They did what they have to do. They left it maybe a tad late, but I think they know as a unit, good disciplined performance, but their challenge comes now. It's going to be up against those French clubs.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they know, I think they'll in particular have to bowl very well and pluck out quite a few top order batsmen, particularly if they come up against Dreux again. This was a little moment of spice, a bit of niggle between the two teams. I wouldn't say Finland and Greece are traditional rivals by any stretch, but either way, it was good to see them getting in each other's faces. But he had the last laugh. He actually played a very nice innings coming out at the top of the order, and in particular was supported well by Aravind Mahan, who scored 28 off 15. So nice performance all round from them. Very comfortable one for Empire, and after having a pretty tough draw playing Paris Université and Dreux in their first 2 games, they'll enjoy racking up their first win. And despite the best efforts of Asa Ahmed taking a spectacular athletic catch, Byron couldn't do much else right in that innings, and ultimately a pretty easy win for Empire.
I think Byron should be a little bit disappointed. They could have gone to their spearheads, and in the end they just let that drift away. But credit to Empire CC, they did what they had to do. Those aren't live pictures, that's some of our older drone footage, but I hate to say this, in the background I'm seeing some tyres being rolled on to the field, and hopefully the rain won't come about. But look, Padal, 35 off 19, 28 off 15 for Mohan. Cher came out 6 and a 4. Thank you. Too easy for him, 10 off 2 Rhino, and they got all the points.
Yeah, nice way to improve your strike rate for the tournament, just facing 2 balls and cracking them both to the boundary. Have a look at the Byron bowling card. So, fortunately, as opposed to their innings in which most of the overs were just single figures, only 1 bowler with an economy rate that's in the single figures there for Armanpreet Singh Memi with the 1 for 17. The rest of the lineup, unfortunately, not really to make that much of an impact, but an excellent win all round for Empire Cricket Club. And as we said, basically secured participation in the all-important finals day, which will happen out here at Cartama Oval tomorrow. So Empire Cricket Club beating Byron by 8 wickets. That's all she wrote for match 7 of Group D. And we will be back here, weather permitting, in approximately 38 minutes for the start of the big clash between the Slovenian champions Lubiana and the defending ECL champions Dreux. So Andrew Ryan, Corey Rutgers for European Cricket Network, please come and join us in about 40 minutes time.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. Well, it's not the most tremendous news we have here from Cartama Oval. As you can see, the ground is getting a light bit of rain at the moment. Admittedly, it has gone a little bit harder in the past 20 minutes. And Corey, I suspect we'll at least have some delay to the start of this one. And it does feel like the rain has settled in for a moment.
I think you're downplaying that, Rhino. It's raining. It's raining cats and dogs, and those that beautiful cover out there is looking like a big slippery slide. So, yeah, Lubiana and Dreux was the fixture. Hopefully, maybe a little bit of a shortened fixture if the weather gods do permit us.
Yeah, certainly. So we will keep an eye on how the rain is going, because obviously, as we always do on the European Cricket Network.
This was the toss news earlier as well, just for you at home.
Perfect.
Lubiana, you're the home team, you will toss the coin, yep. Dreux, the away team, you will call. There you go. Parry match has been called. Oh, it's come down parry match. You've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Dreux, who will bat first.
Well, so at the moment we're being denied the opportunity to see the fiery Dreux opening combination of Niaz and Nabi. But nonetheless, myself, Andrew Ryan, this young man, Corey Rutgers, we will be here in the commentary booth the whole time. And don't worry, as soon as the weather turns, Corey, we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, we will be ready to go. So unfortunate scenes here at Cartama at the moment, but hopefully the weather gods will be kind to us. In the meantime, we do have a classic match that I believe is being prepared for you. And it was a bit of a corker, I'll remind you, Dreux versus Forfarshire.
Oh my goodness. I don't think we could have found a better classic match to bring you. So obviously disappointed not to have the Dreux versus Lubiana contest here. But this game from last year, Dreux versus Forfarshire, Corey, had probably some of the greatest power hitting we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I do agree. I was in the fan zone, and let's just say I was a couple of victorious evasers deep, and I definitely enjoyed the power hitting. So we're going to hopefully cut to that in the next few minutes. We'll keep you updated in the chat and wherever else, but for now, it's goodbye, and hopefully we get in a game a little bit later.
Representatives and Dreux, who have come back from an incredibly difficult position against a mighty Vienna Cricket Club to qualify for this final through winning qualifier 2. Look at the fans getting into it down in the fan zone there. These two teams hugely hyped up for this contest. Both of them have been the most consistent as we have gone into the final stage of this Group D. They were both undefeated for the most part. Obviously, Dreux successful in the final game of Group D last night, whereas Forfarshire extracted revenge on them as they came back to complete an incredible chase in what was qualifier 1 earlier today. This match promises to be an absolute belter. You can see it's a combination of excitement and pensive nerves in the fan zone. These two groups of travelling supporters, the Dreux fans from France, they are just as loud as the mighty group from Forfarshire. This is set up to be an absolute cracker of a game this evening. It will no doubt produce some of the best cricket we've had, not just for Group D, but all tournament in the European Cricket League. One of these mighty titans will fall at the final hurdle in this group, and one will be going on to Championship Week to take on the likes of Hornchurch and the Jersey champions and the Belgian champions. I think we're almost ready for the national anthem, so we'll go down to Vinny Sandhu. fan bases, the national anthems sung very, very proudly indeed as these two storied clubs from Europe come to battle in the Group D final. Having a look at the fantasy dashboard for the final time in Group D. Big names all over the place. Michael Leese, the most credentialed cricketer in this group. He's been excellent for Forfarshire, both with the bat and the ball. Callum Garden with the gloves, carrying an injury yesterday, but he's shown plenty of power and plenty of batting nous at the top of the order. For Dreux, you cannot go past those two brutal openers at the top, Niaz and Nabi. They will be decisive in this innings. Probably the bigger question mark for Dreux will be that bowling attack, which was really hammered by Vienna Cricket Club in the qualifier earlier today. Computer can't separate these two though. Expected score 98 apiece. I think it shows you how close this is likely to be. For those who have been following us all week here with Group D on the European Cricket Network, you will know that these two have split their two games. Dreux came home with a flourish in the final group stage game last night, which was also under lights as well. Whereas earlier today, after being in second position probably most of the contest, boys from Scotland came home with an absolute flourish. Some pretty ordinary bowling from the final stages, and they managed to triumph and give themselves, quite importantly, a game rest in between. But these two, Niaz and Nabi, the Bash brothers, will feel that they are in top form after dismantling Vienna last night. Balwal with the first ball. It's Group D final. Short ball, hit high. Fielder coming in from mid-wicket. Can't pick it up. Fires with the stumps. Good backing up. And that would have been in the mouth from Niaz early on. Didn't quite get a hold of that pull shot. Balwal just a touch quicker than what he would have faced in the last game from Vienna Cricket Club. Two fielders out there. One, he's just backward of square potentially on the rope, and another one at deep mid-wicket. Balwal across the line, inside edge, and it's gone down to short, fine, a leg for a single. A little bit more pressure on these two. Balwal being one of the more impressive bowlers in this tournament. In fact, as far as the paceman goes, left-handers have probably been the best of the lot in Group D. Rahman Ahmadzai played an important part in the middle overs for French champions later in this game. Drifts a little bit onto leg stump. Probably a touch mistimed, and the fielder comes around from long on. And very un-Dreux-like. Triple of singles to start off this contest. Balwal's a genuine danger with the ball. Expect we'll see Jack Hogarth bring his leg spinners in the second over. Ball on leg stump, swung down, opportunity for a catch. James Sim diving to his right at fine leg. Tough chance, it was a hot take, but got his hands underneath it, and Nabi goes on to hit a big score here. They may rue that moment. Made good ground, the big man coming in from fine leg on the 30. Tough chance, but you've got to take those in a final. Oh, outside off stump. Wow, second drop in succession. This time it's Lewis James who puts down Niaz. Ball outside off stump from Balwal. Wasn't expecting maybe that it'd just be scooped up so easily, but it was catchable height. He's probably misjudged how fast that was coming and scooted through his hands. Plenty of action in the first over. Oh, drifts on the leg side, great shot. That's a Maximo to finish the first. Dreux races along to 11 for none after the end of the initial over. Oh, plenty of excitement in those opening exchanges. Probably not what we expected. I thought there'd be fireworks off the bat at the two Dreux openers, as it was. Two catches, and certainly not two impossible catches by any stretch of the imagination. We'll just have a look at what the stats gun powered by HCL software tells us. Absolutely no surprise that it's the trio of Nabi, Nisar and Niaz for Dreux who have scored the absolute bulk of their runs. Oh, well, he's been exceptional with the ball for Forfarshire. Bryce Allchin took quite a couple of wickets early on, but he's been left as 12th man for this particular game, although actually perhaps a late change, and Allchin is actually in the 11. He's coming on to bowl this second over. Hasn't been part of the bowling attack quite as much after the opening stages, and it's probably an exceptional time to bring Mr. Maximo, who was mobbed down there on the fan side.
Oh, that's trouble. It's big trouble. It's 5 wides. Allchin being used really early here. Couldn't handle it down the leg side. Callum Garden, difficult take for him. 5 bonus runs after, I suppose, a reasonably quiet first over by French standards. That's a real tough take off the medium pace, especially with new ball. Bonus for the French.
Yeah, unlucky Allchin coming in, as I said, he hasn't bowled quite as much in the last day and a half. Sprayed the first one down the leg side. Garden up to the stumps, as he loves to do.
Just has to watch he doesn't lose it. He doesn't strike. Goes after it, hanging. Almost a ridiculous catch from Bilewal. Well, they haven't been easy, but that's 3 that have gone down now, Rhino.
Incredible, 3 going down in the first 8 deliveries of the game. So, a few words being had with Nabi by the umpire. Bilewal just shows it's just a small distance between success and failure. Great attempt flying with his offhand.
Trying to get into this pair verbally, but it's impossible because they can't understand a word that the Scottish are saying. Anyway, now Nabi's on strike. Wants to go large, but there's another opportunity, surely. Bermuda Triangle situation, it falls safely. Unbelievable, how did that find grass?
Well, if they were looking to create chances in the opening stages, the Forfeiture boys have absolutely done that. Unfortunately, this one wasn't their own fault to not capitalise. Somehow it's dropped in between 3 converging fielders. Allchin just nonchalantly chewing some gun, but he must be fuming on the inside.
That's the luck factor. There's no other way to put it. He has slow to start, 4 off 4, but Allchin almost had the big wicket. Pitched up, goes for it. Good take that time by Garden. You can see why Allchin's a bit of a handful to keep up too early. That one shapes out. The other one earlier kind of went down the leg side. And as a keeper, when you see it going down the leg side, you're losing the body of the batter. Normally, you're just trying to make some position there, but at the pace Allchin's bowling, that is difficult.
Certainly, 2 things to mention on that, Vinny. Allchin's very capable of swinging the ball both ways. We saw him start the tournament bowling in duckers, got the ball move away. Much less breeze than there has been earlier today, so it's not going to be such a factor.
Pitches up, wants to go after, it's miles in the air, and this is out of the ballpark. Maximo! Niaz was the sleeping giant for a lot of this Group D, but he's woken up on finals day and he gets 6 there.
Yeah, hasn't he? Hit that very, very high, got it to carry. It might have actually hung in the ground if it was earlier in the day, given the big wind we had pushing back, but that struck well enough to carry for a Maximo. I can't believe we've had to wait this long for our first Maximo.
Wow, Allchin with a comeback ball. Yes, not afraid to go over the top, we know that. Wants to go again and blast another one into the jungle. Maximo! Back to back, and Dreux bat swinging here in the second over.
Yeah, Niaz is feeling it. He's reached some form today, which is very helpful for Dreux, and after a pretty shaky start with a bunch of chances, none of which were capitalised on by the Scottish team, they have raced along. 30 on the board, 1 ball left in this second.
Interesting they bowled Allchin so early. Seen him more in the middle or towards the end of innings. Maybe just giving the French openers another look. Maybe go off pace here on that second over, but got to disrupt the rhythm of Niaz, who's 16 in no time at all. There's the slow ball, reaches for it. It's going, and that one's gone. Back to back to back. Batter's hat trick for Niaz, who moves to 22 off 8. Maximo time, 36 without loss after 2.
Stunning striking as these two just continue on their merry way. Allchin went for the outswinger on that occasion, and Niaz has had no trouble reading it, no trouble reaching it, and smokes it for a max. And what a finish to that over. 18 run rate after the first 2.
This is how we got here. Vienna CC brave in qualifier 2, but Dreux just smashed them out of the competition. These two teams have met 3 times, if you like, within the last 24 hours now. The 2 completed matches. It was the chasing team that won on both occasions. We saw 101 chase down last night. Dreux getting over the line. Today we saw 111 chase down by the Scots. A big over now in the third. They go back to Bilewal. Probably wide, just with the angle. But yeah, Nubby, well, he's already had a couple of chances and a lucky break. Nothing lucky about the hitting from Niaz last over. That was clean.
Certainly not. Tell you what though, tactically I'm surprised that they haven't bowled Jack Hogarth with his leg spinners. I thought for sure they would have him bowling that second over.
Really good point you make. So I've got Leask at their disposal, probably for the fourth. He's after this, that's what he likes to do, Nabi. This guy's arms are thicker than my legs. And anyone, it was almost like at a carnival in the 19th century, everyone wanted to touch him to see if they were real. Nabi, he's not afraid to use them.
Certainly isn't. He is a brutal hitter of a cricket ball. It's not just slogging though, he plays some fantastic cricket shots.
Almost clever though, isn't he? Slow ball, smart bowling. Should be cut off in the circle, kind of knocked away. Now they're going to take on the two. And
oh my God, what's he done doing almost a U-curve as he came in? I suspect unless he's tapped the bat down really
in, but he does definitely take a left turn at Albuquerque, doesn't he? Maybe to avoid the throw. This is a nervous moment for Nabi. Callum Garden whipped the bails off in a hurry. This is a big moment in the game. I feel like he's in, but yeah, he did have to take this big, we didn't have to, he decided to take a big turn. He's in, just.
Tell you what, if U-turns are illegal in Spain, I suspect we'll have the local constabulary down here. That's an awful bit of running from an experienced player. Lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, show it. It was a kind of knock away from Fraser Ross. Made Cameron change direction, but a pretty good throw. Callum Garden, good work from him. He's got his favourite gloves back. You know what? His mum Tracy stitched him up in the break. Hello Tracy, happy birthday. That was her birthday present.
Always good to have
mums are amazing, aren't they, though?
Oh, even on cricket tours.
He's back on the rack then. Crunches this, but shouldn't beat the field. Just a single. Want to say hello to everyone in the comment section as well, to Marnus, to Shrug, to Dave. Louis Bruce in there as well from the Lathbury Lightning, saying perhaps the French should buy a lottery ticket. Some of the luck they've had. Some pretty tough chances put down, but yeah, I am surprised they've stuck with pace, but Barwell trying his best to keep the dam from bursting. Hit, they go with the hit. Forces a fumble from Fraser Ross. This has been the thing with Dreux, though. We saw them race to 62 off 4, but once they lost the openers in quick succession, they were pegged back, and ultimately the Scots would chase down the target of 112 the first time they met today.
Yeah, certainly don't expect them to stop swinging. Tell you what, though, the Scots just feel a little bit off their game in the field. Maybe this rest hasn't done them any good.
Pins his ears back on this. Nabi will get one. Doesn't really like to roll. Well, this would have been out. I mean, that's such lazy cricket.
Nabi's gone for his little U-turn earlier this over, and then almost strolling to get to the non-strikers end.
Well, it's like riding a motorcycle full speed without a helmet at the moment for Nabi, and that was how close he was to being run out. It wasn't a run, it was a walk. Last ball, the power play. Niaz wants it. Can he find space, but he'll only get one. Oh, edge of your seat stuff at the moment, and that is end of 3 rhinos, 43 without loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I feel who's the winner after that first 3 overs, Vinny. I guess probably Dreux, because the longer that these two openers bat, the more they're likely to put a hefty total on the board. 25 runs coming off that second over for Alchin. He'll be having nightmares about that for the rest of his time here at Cartama Oval, but the boys from Scotland,
yeah, just boys saying, hi, that's only water. Yeah. Well, there we go. Those guys looking slightly less foolish than the man you saw on your screen in the first part of that aside. Anyway, here's Leask. Ooh, wide down leg side.
Rory Rutgers, I mean, he's a professional interactor with the crowd, isn't he?
Oh yeah, and it's a great crowd as well. So they do get Leask in the fourth here. They kept Hogarth up their sleeve. Go straight, that's pretty well, but is cut off by Bilewal. Yeah, so for me, Dreux win the power play. The question is, can they keep it up and for how long, and how will they handle some different type of bowling here? Talk about the toss in a minute as well. This time it's not a good ball, and he hits with the turn, he gets 4. It's a fence buster. Cuatro carreras. Leach just losing his line. Fairly safe shot from Nabi. Just had to get it past the infielder, and he did.
Yeah, we talked about Leach losing his line. I think you've mentioned earlier in the week, Vinny, that it's almost like playing a medium pacer. Really not a huge amount of flight on the ball, and you can see that Nabi really got deep in his crease, gave him the ability to pull that to the leg side.
This time he tosses it out, and he's hit up high. Back to the fence. Out of here. Maximo! Hurricane Nabi is now a Category 5 on finals day. That one swung away again with the turn out of the ground.
Oh, wasn't that a gorgeous sight going into the Cartama night sky? It hung up there for an eternity. I think the fielder down there, Jack O'Neill, thought he had a play. No chance.
Goes again. It's a gift. It's going to be 4 more. I get what Leach is doing. He's probably had a bit more variation today than other days, but he's got to get kind of back on the offside a little bit for Nabi, who just basically it's a free hit at this and puts it away.
There's the danger of bowling around the wicket when you're not dragging it far enough across. There's been a couple of balls this over, just sat up for Nabi to pull with ease.
Come. That's the one he misses. Just slides straight across him. I mean, Leach is going to have to call on all his international experience here. He's very kind of used to the pressure, I suppose. Right now he's in the eye of the storm. Yeah, think about the toss. I can understand that Scots would want to chase because that's how these games have gone so far between these two teams. Nabi goes again. Again, he gets a bit lucky that he mishits it well enough that it doesn't carry to Cameron. And this time he decides to run the single. It's the end of 4 and it's 60 without loss.
Certainly wouldn't say this is getting out of hand for the Scots, but 15 and over off the first 4. If these two can stay together for probably the next 2 overs, Vinny, it sets an incredible platform for Dreux. We see the worm. That run rate started pretty high, and it's only escalated since then. Just boundaries coming with regularity.
About being in the zone. Now, I think they're so clear-minded. There's not a lot happening upstairs. They're just seeing it. They're hitting it. A lot of players would love to be in this kind of headspace. Here comes Hogarth in the 5th. So yeah, he's something different again. Nabi on strike. Pitches up the block hole. He tries to boot it, just a single. But what I was going to say, you know, is chasing, okay, carries a certain degree of risk as well, especially if you lose early wickets. I suppose their batters are pretty professional. They'll know what they have to do, but yeah, it's a risky strategy. It's a really good shot, cracked away, knocked down partially in the infield, just a single for Niaz this time.
Yeah, it was funny, at the end of the last game video, I wouldn't nominate who I thought would win this game between the two. What I did say is I thought the team batting first would take the game, and I really expected whoever won the toss to put themselves in.
Swing and a miss. That was a little bit slower from Hogarth. You see, I expected the opposite. I thought that whichever team won would want to chase. France did it last night against the Scots. Scotland did it this morning against France. So it's not like they've been crippled by panic in chases, but it is a final. And I think that idea of it going wrong is in the back of their heads if you're human. Problem is, especially with these French guys, they don't really seem human the way they go about it. They've just got a completely different mindset, uber attacking mindset, almost unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah, I think in the finals games, just runs on the board are so incredibly valuable, and it certainly helps when you've got runs on the board going at about 15 per over. But Hogarth's bowling an excellent over here. For the life of me, I'm not sure why they took him out of the power play structure, but he's delivering for his captain.
3 singles, and that's all off the over so far. It's the pitched up one, and it'll only be 3 off the over. Well, sometimes you have to eat a good one, and I think they're still in a very good position as we get to the halfway point of this first innings in Group D final. It's 63 without loss. Gives us an opportunity to say a big hello to all of you, whether you're here at the ground or whether you're watching around the world, one of our international broadcast partners, or perhaps fan code in the Indian subcontinent, or on ECN. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Ryan, it's been great to have you over the last 3 days, filling in for Rico, of course. And I think on behalf of all of you as well, we all owe Rhino a big thanks. Have you enjoyed it?
I've really enjoyed it from my behalf also. Thank you to all the viewers out there. Absolutely love interacting with the comments. We've got such a great community out there for the European Cricket Network. We'll say it later on, but massive thanks to you guys. It's been fantastic being in the booth this week.
Well, here's Cameron, and he gets pumped up and away. Maximo! That's the Nabi slot. He drifts into it, and he disappears into the night.
Gee, that's a sensational strike. I didn't actually think he'd gotten a great piece of that when it first came off his bat, but just the undoubted power of this man. Stand and deliver cricket like we've rarely seen before.
What are we watching here? It's unprecedented. Cameron's back on the rack. And again, this is hit pretty powerfully as well, and that is an amazing stop. And Nabi's forced to run. He almost didn't want to run. How about that from Barwell? That's one of the best boundary stops I've ever seen.
He's absolutely flown like the special effects in Superman. Look at him get horizontal in the air. That's magnificent athleticism. We'll see on the replay.
Goalkeeper style.
Struck powerfully. Just keeps the foot inside the field of play. That's
Unbelievable work.
sensational.
That saved 3 runs. Almost created a running opportunity because you know that Nabi's not a huge fan of running, cutting those muscles around as Niaz faces up. And now he'll pump his 6. Well, change is straight, no problem. That's catching practice. In fact, it's on the roof. Maximo! What is going on here? Dreux 76.
They cannot do anything but hit Maximos at the moment, it feels like. Anytime either of these bowlers are either slightly short or slightly full, they're getting annihilated. And how easy was that stroke? Just absolutely brutal batting.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished. Barwell saves 3, but then Cameron goes for 6. Niaz has got the licence. And he's going to get lucky now. He's going to get 4 more. He tries to horn across that little inside edge. That takes Dreux to 80. And the French supporters, they're enjoying what they're seeing there.
Yeah, Cameron's going for 17 off his first 4 deliveries. Skipper scratching his head, really doesn't know what to do next. Tell you what, Vinny, if they're in through to the 8th over, this Dreux total could get completely out of control for the Scots.
Because they've done it for longer already than they did in the earlier game. Now, big swing and a miss. Again, that's the luck factor as well. You can easily get a little feather on that. But here's the thing. Say you get one of them out. Remember earlier they got both of them out in about 2 minutes. But you get one of them out, you've got Nisar to deal with. He's having a really good series. And then you've got kind of a fearless approach from the other batters coming in because they're not going to get in trouble as far as wickets lost here, you'd imagine, the French team. Cameron's gone for 17, trying to stop this going magical. He punched down for 1, still very good over. Dreux back on track after Hogarth kept it quiet. I think they've got to bring him back now. 6 overs down, 81 for none.
Tell you what, Vinny, it was 6 overs into this chase. Even if they absolutely capitulate from now on, Dreux, they're going to put on a reasonable target. I mean, if the Scots keep this to, say, 105 or 110, they'll do a magnificent job, but there is still quality in that batting lineup.
It's like your best case scenario, say 8, it's 113. It's a similar target than the 4th team chased down today. But remember, they did with 3 balls to spare, and it was a bit hairy for them. Admittedly, they lost their openers early. I want to say a big hello to Sebastian Brandt, ECC winning skipper with the Netherlands 11, who's in the comment section right now, saying, how good is T10 cricket? Well, I agree. I tell you what, when your luck's in, and Niaz nicks another 4. Things just conspiring against the Scots at the moment. A few balls popping into space. Well, Hoagie, he just shakes his head in disbelief, but that will be another boundary.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. He bowled an excellent first over Hogarth, and he's drawn the outside edge. Unfortunately, thick enough one that it's eluded the keeper and the man at the 45.
Tosses up. His length's been really good here, Hogarth. That's what I've liked. He's kind of kept the batters guessing and hasn't really bowled that slot length a lot of his compatriots have that they can drive under. It's a good example. Now, this is the battle here for me. There you got Nabi on strike. Oh, and he puts it right in the slot and he gets muscled out of the ground. Maximo! Was the first time Hogarth gets a little bit close, kind of at the front knee of Nabi, and he's so good. Unprecedented stuff from the Cartama Oval underlines.
Oh, this is phenomenal hitting. As you say, it wasn't a huge error from Hogarth. He's just drifted slightly shorter than the Yorker length he's tended towards so far, but an extraordinary hit. This is wonderful, wonderful T10 batting.
Wants it again. This is high. What is going on? What is going on here? Another ball disappears. We're going to run out at the moment, Rhino. Get your torch. We'll go out and find it. 6 more to Dreux.
Oh, Vinny, I didn't think anything could beat the barrage that Corey and I saw earlier today, but this is surpassing it. Dreux, they're 2 runs off the century, and they've only faced 6.4 overs.
Goes again. Just one this time. I mean, the thing is, if they could do that against this quality of bowling, they could do it against anyone, anytime. It just has that feeling about it. They are so good at this. This partnership is 99 of 41. And brings up Nabi's 50. I mean, blinked and I missed it. He brings up his 50 off 21 balls. What an innings this is. A rare dot ball, but I mean, you'd take 21 off Hogarth, wouldn't you? So 7 overs down, Dreux, and 99 without loss.
Yeah, I've got to say, I haven't seen too many 2-over spells that have gone for 21 that have been as good as what Hogarth just delivered there. Oh, time to relax on Monday, Vinny. We've got some big teams coming in, but hard to match up this.
We'll be in rehab by Monday at the moment. We'll have to get the psychologists for us because we're traumatised. Roma CC from Italy taking part in Group E along with Sporting Alphaz of Spain. UCCB is united from Romania as well, Star CC, and also C Zagreb Sokol from Croatia join us. Group E underway. Now, Nabi just get the one. Just think about, yeah, okay, there's nothing too lucky about what he's doing because he's doing it so consistently, but he did have that little bit of luck, which was so important early on in his innings.
I was just about to mention that, Vinny. They will be ruining dropped catches. The ton comes up.
Big over from Lees, who pretty much gets the length right now. Struggled with probably bowling a little bit too short and down the leg side in the first over. Getting back to basics now.
But if they can keep these last 3 overs to 8 or 9 from each of them, this will be a huge victory for Forfarshire.
Really good bowling, and even Nabi can't do too much with that. So yeah, and again, let's talk best case scenario for fourths. They got 2.5 overs. Maybe they could keep it to 120. Still possible. Need a wicket though. Full toss. At least when he's not getting hit for boundaries, he's so quick through his overs. That has been a pretty definite tactic, I think, from Forfarshire so far.
How good has Lees been adjusting in this second over, though? Made sure he's outside of the off stump in the block hole.
This time it is skewed away from the outside edge. They want two. There's never two there. There's going to be a run out here, and it's going to be Niaz, I think, that's out. Completely lost the communication. So it is Niaz that's going to have to go. Nabi, for some reason, now decides he wants to run. He came back with impossible 2, then aborted. So Scots finally have a wicket. It'll be 104 for 1. They might want to check this, but for me, yeah, it looks like Niaz is out and he's walking off the field.
Isn't this extraordinary, Vinny? He hasn't been desperate to run 1 run for most of the innings. All of a sudden decides the 2's on offer. Tell you what, Lewis Jones is a little bit slow to get started to chase after this ball, but he skated around. Pretty quick throw, nice and accurate, and Callum Garden takes the easy bails off. Tell you what, that is letting the Scots off the hook.
Does a lot of things wrong. He turns blind. By the time he looks, he's sold Niaz up the river. And yeah, you can see Niaz, basically, knows he's gone. Well,
that's a terrible mental error. I know these guys have played wonderfully well to start the game, but if they stayed in for the entire 10 overs, they could basically bat the Scots out of this contest.
So unnecessary, honestly. Rafa gets put up to number 3, so pinch hitting job. He's got 1 ball in this over, and he smacks it out of the ground. But everything working right now for the French. Ooh la la, can you believe what you see? Maximo for Rafa. Shades of last night, 8 overs down, 110 for 1.
I tell you what, you were absolutely on the ball there, Maximo. Rafa coming out as the surprise pinch hitter. Incredible call, because they've got Mohamed Nisar, who has probably been their most consistent batter of the entire tournament. And they said, no, Rafa, who you and I in the car trip this morning both said, he is an X factor for this Dreux team. He's spicy with the ball and he can hit a long, long strike.
He's got form against the Scots last night as well. That was situational for me. They wanted someone to face 1 ball. Now he might get more. Nabi gets another chance. Alchin went for 25 earlier on. Now he's back. He has to face the same beast. Oh, big swing and a miss. I don't think the foot ever moves here. They'll probably have a look at it.
A bad bit of bowling from Alchin though, probably a little bit of nibble away. Gutsy stuff because it's in the slot.
Great work, great hands by Garden, but for me, there's something behind all the way. I never saw it lift. Top class keeping.
Hasn't had too many balls go through to him tonight, Garden.
Yeah, that's true. See, Mum's stitch-up job did a pretty good job. Anyway, Nabi, he's on Nabi time now. And he pumps this one out of the ground as well. What an innings. Oh, come the moment, come the man. Nabi team might be Nabi's. That's what Corey Ruckers was saying as he takes Dreux past 120.
Oh, dead set. Nabi's hit more sixes today than I've hit in my entire career. This is some of the most extraordinary batting you could ask to witness. And he's not just hitting sixes, he's hitting massive bombs. This is sensational T10 cricket.
Crazy stuff, really. 10 to come. Slow ball. Is this a mistake? Maybe, maybe not. It's also 6. Maximo saves Carreras Mas. Dreux firing. Alchin tries it out. Can't get it to bounce, and it never bounces again on the field.
Oh, have a look at the despondent look on the face of Michael Leask out there at long on. He has played international cricket against some of the best strikers in the world, and he is left with no words and no plan to deal with this hitting.
Got to hit the block hole here, Alchin. Doesn't, and he gets pumped down to the ground again. It's cruel, it's unusual, it's punishment right now. All happening in the ninth. Dreux not slowing down, their supporters are ecstatic.
Is there a mercy rule in the European Cricket League? Because this is horrendous assault on poor Bryce. He actually has probably beaten him with length there, and Nabi has still managed to blast him 20 metres over the boundary.
What Rafa is saying there to him. Nabi is just focused. He's laser focused. And these are all bonus runs now. And again, this is going, and it's also gone. Nabi to 77, but he's not going anywhere. As Alchin goes magical again, all kinds of records are on the line here. But Alchin's got to 49.
He's been absolutely torched. Is this the home run derby at MLB All-Star or the European Cricket League? It's just ball after ball going in for a home run. The chair's been lifted. That is a sign of ascendancy if I've ever seen one.
Cannot miss your length. I mean, Alchin's finding out the hard way. Cannot find that block hole. Last ball of the ninth. One more time for good measure. Seis carreras, 140 for 1 after 9.
Well. Poor Bryce Alchin came into the side tonight, gets given the second over and the ninth, and he gets obliterated for 55.
Second most expensive figures ever on the European Cricket Network. 55 off 2 overs. Only Gökhan Alta of the Turkish side, Zeytin Bernazafar, conceded 57 a year ago. That was 5 on the trot. Remember, he beat him first ball outside off stump, and then 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Well, this is completely out of control. Look, Scotland have the batting to do this, but they're going to have to do something pretty remarkable. We saw the England 11 in the ECC against Belgium chase down 149 on this ground. We know it can be done. Cameron, well, he's got more grey hair than he started with as we get ready for the 10th over. And it's Rafa, it's only faced the one ball. He's on strike. And he hits us about as hard as he can hit a cricket ball. I just take the one here, put down another chance. I mean, it's a tough one for Wallace. But here's the thing, if he takes it, it keeps Nabi off strike. Instead, they get one.
Yeah, tell you what, the Scots have been extraordinary in the field all week. It feels like they've left their sloppiest performance under lights here in the final.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Nabi on 83. And he completely swings and misses. I mean, what does he need? 17 off 4 for 100.
You wouldn't bet against him, would you?
I mean, if he does this, you'd have to almost say it might be the greatest innings we've ever seen. I know Scott Edwards was pretty remarkable in the ECL 2019 final, but
this could be better than Corey Rutger's innings in the ECL 2019. I kid you not.
I'll disagree. Here he is again. Wide. Get that one again.
Well, the head goes up in the air from Cameron, but that's missed the line by a couple of inches. Just desperate for anything to go their way. Dreux, 142 on the ball. Probably the only shining line here for the Scots is that the Dreux bowling attack looked very shaky against Vienna. They are not out of this contest.
It's true. Equal highest score of this ECL so far by Nabi. Swings and misses again. Look, here's the thing, though. I mean, we're getting caught up in this whirlwind, and why not? It's hard not to, but we have seen these kinds of scores chased down before, even here at Cartama, typically by good teams with a lot of big game experience. So there's Scottish batters they'll be eyeing this off, like Garden, like Wallace, like Leask. They'll know they'll have to go from the get-go, but they are very capable of doing this right now. Nabi on 2 strikes, wants to go again. Oh, this is a huge wide. Now, where is he going? Well, I think that's Rafa that's out.
Why on earth is Nabi trying to take himself off strike, though?
Nabi's pressed the wrong button on the controller. Here's a huge wide. And let's just see who's out.
Tell you what, this is a pretty big call, Vinny, isn't it?
I think Nabi's out here. Nabi that's out. Nabi's out, even though Rafa's walking off. But you can see there that it's whoever's closer. Yeah, he's going to get called back now. So,
tell you what, this is a huge call in 2 ways. I mean, I think you're right, Nabi is out. Does 2 things. It sends the batsman who was most destructive back to the pavilion, and we'll congratulate him for a phenomenal innings. But it also brings the new batter on strike as well for these final couple of balls. Not to overstate it, but the difference between chasing 145 versus, say, 160 is huge.
I mean, Nabi, I don't know what happens in his brain sometimes. He didn't have to do that, but what he does do, he'll get a big ovation. No matter where you're watching from around the world, you have to appreciate that ball striking. 83 or 32, equal top score, runs himself out. A ball that had some trampoline bounce, but 10 maximos and 2 fours in there. Only 6 dot balls in the 32.
Well, the remarkable thing, Vinny, it's probably taken the worst ball of the innings to actually get Nabi out. It just happened to come from the work of Callum Garden behind the stumps.
So that means the new batter is on strike as well, and it's Nisa. Can he put the cherry on the cake? Could they get the magical 150 here, perhaps, Dreux? Here we go, over to Cameron. And he's just going to go, and he's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs. So, well, Nabi, maybe there's method to his madness. He said, well, always good to get the skipper out there. So, boundary, and look, Nisa hasn't missed a beat there either.
Oh, he certainly has, as he's done all week. As soon as he's come to the crease, he's got such a good range of shots, and he picks the right shot play at the right time. Lovely strike. Scott Cameron, 2 balls to go. Can he get a couple of dots?
That innings, Nabi becomes the highest run scorer ever in ECL cricket as well. 2 to come. Full toss, that's asking for it, and it's going to get it. There's the 150 maximum.
A terrible ball from Scott Cameron, unfortunately. He's probably looking for the Yorker on leg stump, but just pops it onto the waistline in the Tsar, and he's a beautiful timer.
Well, now we're talking biggest chase on this ground required. And I know they're looking at this maybe for height. It's, I don't know if it's that high. On reflection.
Feels like the reasonable thing to do would be to let Cameron just have 1 final delivery.
Oh, he slashes away, it's knocked down, they'll get 1. Then Nisa not particularly instant, coming for 2. So, what a journey that was. Dreux said it was a risky proposition to send them in. You never know what you're gonna get. They're like a box of chocolates. Right now, it is forfeiture hanging on by a thread. Dreux scored 154 for 2 in the 10 overs. There's Nabi just giving himself a bit of extra time to suck in the big ones after running himself needlessly in the last over. It's forfeiture. It'll be the biggest chase we've ever seen here at Cartama if they're going to do it.
Certainly will. I suspect there might be a couple of Scots with post-traumatic stress disorder when they get back home next week, whatever the outcome of this game. They've been annihilated by the Dreux bats, and then particularly Nabi and Niaz, who were incredible at the top of the order. Nabi ended up out for 83 off 32. Niaz superb at the start, 44 off 23. Vinny, is that the best hitting you have seen in an ECL game?
It has to be. I mean, this is going to be a good highlights package. Maybe not if you're a Scottish supporter. Having said that, they do have the batting to chase this down. but they're going to have to bat well, and they're probably going to have to need a bit of luck as well. Tyrone Peters and Ian Ramage, along with Suleiman Saeed, Nico Patel doing a great job during this ECL, as Biowal had that put down. And look, this was the story early, wasn't it? Difficult chances, but 3 chances were dropped by the Scots.
Yeah, difficult chances, but you cannot afford to give second lives to batters of this quality. And when they go back and look at the tape, which they probably will not be desperate to do, and identify that they have cost them badly. And from that point on, it felt like nothing came other than the middle of the bat. Great effort from Barwell.
It was. And it had to go down as a chance. And look, no wickets went to bowlers in this whole innings. There were 2 completely silly runouts. They were the only 2 wickets in the innings. I mean, Orchard, you see, that's the kind of length that's been disappearing. It's not quite block hole. And yeah, even the slower ball, you've got to hand it to Dreux, though. Amazing hand-eye coordination. They would not take a backward step. And, you know, for all the talk that Scotland is probably the biggest lot for this group, Dreux have completely turned the tables here.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that they were staring down the barrel of defeat in qualifier 2 a mere couple of hours ago. Nabi gave them some chances. It looked like he might have been imbibing a few of the same things that James and Corey had.
Non-alcoholic beer being given to Corey by James Cantor. Anyway, how about this? I mean, we had 16 sixes in the innings. So that's almost 100 in sixes alone. Lees just couldn't get it right in the first over. I mean, he would have loved to have that one back. When he came back, it was a lot better. But, yeah, there was just no stopping Nabi. And the only wounds were self-inflicted by the French team in the end. I mean, this is really what the ECN's all about. A clash of cricketing cultures and cricketing backgrounds. That was an incredible piece of work. You think, okay, you've done well, you've saved some runs there, but then Niaz said, well, I don't really care, and he put the next ball over the roof, and there was plenty of this. I mean, Hamza Niaz ended up making 44 off 23. Look, had a bit of luck, and look, I think that luck, it certainly wasn't because of luck that they scored these runs, but that luck certainly helped, Andrew.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I'll tell you what, I suspect the Forfarshire captain will be regretting his decision not to bowl Hogarth in the opening overs, plan that's worked for them so well throughout this tournament, and he may have gone for a few, but certainly looked the most likely of the bowlers tonight. Tell you what, you talk about the amount of sixes that were hit there, Benny. From anyone who sits here and thinks that we just have sloggers in the ECL, they should watch back some of the highlights here. Some of the striking over the offside was pure batsmanship.
Unbelievable. Now, this was the one that was completely unnecessary. Nabi breaks about 7 rules of running between the wickets and completely cooks Hamza Niaz for 44. But it didn't matter. It was almost something that worked out, because then Ruffer came out, had to face one ball, sent it into the fan zone, and we couldn't believe that. What a piece of captaincy by Nisar, who backed the pitch hitter to do it. Then late in the piece, Nabi was not finished yet. He hit 5 consecutive sixes. This over went supersonic from Orchard, who ended up going for 55, breaking the speed limit. And, yeah, well, by the end, it looks like there was no way to get him out. Yeah, he's a guy that'll give you a chance. If you don't take him early, he can hurt you. And the Scots find out the hard way.
Don't they ever? Wouldn't they love to take him one of those catches? They had early opportunities. Look at the support from Dreux. Their support group here, they've had the chair up, and tell you what, they can pull out whatever they want to at the moment, because they have certainly done everything that could have been expected of them early on.
Even this went against them. I mean, if Wallace can hold on to that, then the new batter has to come in. Then, for some reason, Nabi runs on a ball that was about 78 metres over his head. He runs himself out because they had it crossed. And then Nisa comes out and says, well, don't forget, I'm the regular number 3, and he smacks 11 off 3. I don't want to say perfect, but pretty close to perfect combination of skill and luck in that innings sees Dreux smash 154 against a bowling unit that contains international bowlers, that contains very good cricketers, but they just didn't seem to care. And with 9 wides in there, 5 came in a minimo. Not ideal. Looking at the bowling, well, look away now if you've got a queasy stomach. I think Barwell, the only one that can hold his head high there. Hogarth as well, I suppose, a bit unlucky to go for 21. The others we probably won't speak about. But look, what I will say is that in Scotland, they do have the ability to chase this down. It won't be easy. You're probably going to need that luck as well on your side. So you need a combination of batting well, and you're going to need to have that luck on your side. I mean, France, they just got to hold their catches when they come up. Big happy birthday to Daniel Weston as well. And I want to say that on behalf of all of the ECN team, thank you so much. We look forward to celebrating your birthday a little bit later. Right now, I mean, Dreux just cashing in a few gifts, but also just batting at an unbelievably furious rate. I'm still a bit in shock. I know it was pretty crazy before when all sorts was going on, but I mean, Rhino, that was just something we'll never forget.
No, that was almost sedate compared to how they went about things in the qualifier game. Look, the Scots didn't put in their greatest performance in the field. It probably wasn't their best bowling performance, but to be honest, even when they did serve up good balls, even when they got their tactics right, they were still obliterated by the opening pair. Extraordinary stuff. I'm still trying to process what we've just seen.
Well, they have about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to regroup now. They don't have to go out there. They have international quality batters. They have Leach. They have Wallace. They have Callum Garden in the top 3. With a good start, it could be game on right here. Spot in the championship week up for grabs. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. And Corey, well, he's over there. I think he's enjoying the action as well. We'll see you very shortly for the second half of the Group D final here on the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the third edition of the European Cricket League as the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 domestic champion clubs as well as the reigning European champions descend on the Cartama Oval. And right now we are in the midst of a quite astonishing Group D final. It was the French champions Dreux that were inserted by Scott Cameron, the Forfeiture captain. They have whacked 154 runs thanks to 83 off 32 from Ahmed Nabi, including 10 Maximos. Contributions as well from Hamza Niaz, as well as Rafa and Ahmed Nisha with cameos. Well, right now, it's now or never. They've got 10 overs to go. And it's going to be all go or no go for the fourths. Need 155 for Victory. Afridi Yassine's had a very good week. Craig Wallace coming off a golden yesterday. Needs to get moving and fast. Quite ready to go. So here's the thing with these kind of totals. You almost have to treat every over like the last over when you need about 15 or 16. You have to take those kind of chances from the start. You can't really fall behind the rate. It's so hard to get back. Wallace and Garden out there. What I will say is the top three in particular of fourth, they're very capable of doing this, but they're going to have to bat incredibly well. Here we go. And it starts with a boundary, and that'll help. That'll just ease the nerves. Wallace always loves to get the first one away. He does. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me for the remainder of this Group D final is Andrew Ryan, and a perfect start for fourth.
Yeah, certainly was. Pretty ordinary ball from Yassine, who has been an excellent bowler for them so far in this event. In fact, his bowling earlier today, which really kept them in the game against Vienna, but that's a terrible half tracker to start.
You need big individual contributions, I think. This will be a slightly mistimed ball. I mean, you start looking at that going, that's one that could have disappeared. Yassine slightly off. Here's a guy that Forfs got hold of earlier, Freddie Yassine. He's had a pretty good series. Yeah, so literally when you've got a huge problem, which is exactly what Forfs are grappling with at the moment, you break it down into smaller pieces. So let's say if you can win this over, if you can get the 15 off this over, consider that a win. But you can't sit on your hands here. It's a tough situation. Garden faces up for the first time, steps across and smashes it. Fielder will handle it. And that's the other thing we saw. Forfeiture dropped 3 catches early. They weren't easy ones. We saw 5 wides, a few self-inflicted blows in amongst the blows raining down from the French openers. But yeah, the fielding's going to be super important.
Yeah, it certainly will. They've got easier targets too than Yassine as well. Leaving aside Yassine and Ahmadzai, the rest of the bowlers have floundered at various times.
So it goes for this. This might go for 4, you know, because Wahid Abdul isn't going to hunt it down. So fourth, they can get a good start here, they'll believe. I mean, they're going to have to be incredibly consistent across this 10 overs. They can't really have any dark spots. There's a little bit of luck, I suppose, off the inside half of the bat, but with no fielder there, ran away to the boundary.
Yeah, wouldn't say it was a great shot, but they need to swing hard. Wallace sensing that the leg side is where it's at. They've now drifted their second outfielder to a position that's behind square.
6 fielders in the circle on the offside. 2 square of the wicket, you're right, on the leg side. Steps across, has to get funky. This is what also can happen when that run rate starts so high. Is you start looking for runs that aren't really there. Don't want unnecessary run out either. But, you know, Wallace, he's a guy who's very capable of whacking a quick 100. He's played one-day international cricket. There's Nilkesh and Rob. I want to say well done to all the umpires and the officials. Shub as well, in charge of the players and match officials area.
Shub obviously recognised that the camera was on them, just made a late cameo into that shot.
Yeah, did a bit of a muscle comparison between Nabi and Shub before the game. Nabi is approximately 6 Shubs. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Well, this will help. And so they do get what they need off this first over. They just have to reproduce that 9 more times. It's 16 for none after 1.
You make it sound so simple, Maximo, and if you were coaching this Scottish group, I'm sure that's the exact same message they'd be giving to you. But as we said, 2 things in their favour. They do have some top quality bats, whether it's the form of of Wallace, of Garden, and Michael Leask, who we do know can hit big. Scott Cameron was fantastic for them in the qualifier earlier today, and this Dreux bowling lineup has been shaky on occasion.
You're right about that. 67 matches, it's a golden ball. It'd be a pretty entertaining one if it was. It's edgy of seat stuff. Well, a bit like Mr. Burns when he coaches the nuclear power plant softball team. Go out there and hit sixes is probably what he'd say, and he'd take the credit for it. Here's the headband warrior. He told me he's charged the shoe phone tonight as well. Again, this would be a big wicket if he could get it. Garden on strike. It's a really good shot for 4 through the covers, and there's nothing sloggy about that. This guy is so talented. It's a big task, but he's a big talent, and a good start to the second over for 4.
Yeah, don't let those rosy red cheeks underneath that helmet fool you. He is a vicious competitor, Callum Garden. You can see why he is in the eyes of the Scottish selectors. Fantastic with the gloves and so much talent with the bat.
Abdul maybe try him out a bit shorter. Garden, false shot. Straight through the hands of Barty. It's going to be one, well, shades of the first innings where the French openers gave 3 pretty tough chances. That wasn't an easy one for Barty going back with the flight, but he did get a finger to it.
It wasn't an easy one. Probably took it a little bit casually, thought he'd made the ground, and it just possibly flew an extra half metre than he expected. They need a couple more drops to even things up, but it's a life for Garden.
There's basket catch. Goes down. Again, didn't have to play that shot, Garden, but hindsight's 20/20, and that's a dot ball. Wallace just locked up, hoping it would go for a wide.
It's probably the spot that the Scottish bowlers didn't hit enough during the innings. Yorker length, about a foot and a half outside the off stump, particularly when you've got strong hitters like the 2 openers from Dreux. It's a great spot to bowl.
Abdul sporting the bruise from the ball, getting him square in the nose last night. Another one locked up, but hopes it's a wide. It isn't, so watches 2 strikes go past. Yeah, they're made of tough stuff, aren't they? I mean, Abdul just took a full ball to the face. I think it rebounded in his eye. Wasn't really impressed about being asked to leave the field by the medical staff. He's back and ready for business right now. He's come back well after that early boundary. Strike 3 for Wallace. Can't make contact.
Strange shot from a class player. He's seen what Abdul's trying to do. He's not changing it up whatsoever. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Wallace has got to be able to deal with that, even if he's just playing a little, not flick shot, almost just turning the bat inside and trying to get it past third man.
It's the kind of ball the French openers were nicking for 4 about an hour ago. Now strike 4. So Abdul gets hit for 4, but then he comes back with 4 drop balls to finish the over. Advantage Dreux. It's 21 without loss after 2.
Well, no opportunity to take the bat phone out from Abdul, but that was a pretty good over. He said the rest of the Dreux bowling attack, aside from Yassine, copped some punishment in that last game. They may be suffering a few scars or carrying a few scars after that effort, but Abdul's put a nice marker down. And tell you what, Forfarshire 21 for none. Obviously happy not to have any wickets lost, but nonetheless only just a tick over 10 runs and over, and which in the normal scheme of things would be perfectly fine, but when you are chasing a ginormous 155.
I watched a lot of cricket. This ain't normal, what we've been watching here. Anyway, need to make up those runs somehow. Yassine's going to be bowled out. This is up in the air. Was hanging again. It's going to be dropped. Well, it was actually pretty clever from Nisa, who just thought he wasn't going to make it, so he just put his head down and ran and hoped it somehow miraculously landed in his hands. It didn't. It's another tough one going down.
Yeah, really tough catch. In fact, that's probably one that you don't necessarily think will be taken. They've induced plenty of false shots in these opening overs, though. Wallace back on strike. Happy the fact that Garden survived that scare.
17 and over required now. Goes up, just gets it over Nabi. He's going to chase it down. Watch out, fence. Nabi's on the way. Wallace does get 4, breaks the shackles. A few nervous Forth supporters. This is where the Scots really need their supporters to get behind them.
Certainly is. An interesting captaincy here. I mean, Yassine's been pretty disciplined being able to keep the ball on or about off stump and moving it away from the right-handers. They've got both of his defensive outfielders sitting here on the leg side, one behind square, one at mid-wicket. Gotta say, I wouldn't mind someone over on that point or cover boundary.
Good feed. Wallace can't deal with it. Yassine's been brilliant this series. I know the Scots got hold of him last night. You could argue maybe they have a little bit here tonight, but he's got a mountain of runs on the board to protect. Dreux, what are their emotions like? They almost don't seem to be rattled by anything, but they must be completely excited by the prospect of coming back in just over a week's time. Good shot, good power play batting. No one back there at the moment. They're running out of time in the third over as well, so Wallace gets 4 more. Yassine goes to the boundary.
Yeah, he's got to keep charging hard. I still don't think he's timed one, Wallace. It hasn't been his most secure innings, but good thing he's picking the right spot to hit. Opened up the wrist to touch there. Made sure it got to the cover boundary. Nice play and intelligent cricket.
Big gap straight down the ground as well. Mid-off's very wide. He's thinking down the ground. Side edges it for 1. I want to say a big hello to Mikey as well. Mikey T, great to see you in the comment section. Fourths just continue to get the kind of 2 boundaries and over. Keeps them in touch. If they don't, I think this can drift away pretty quickly. Like I said, the 17 and over, it's approaching what I call the point of no return. When it gets above 18 and over, very rarely comes back under control. Backs away, and he's going to be gone. And Garden just can't do it in the end. Backed away, trying to get it over that wall of fielders in the circle. This time, Nisa does the rest. So Yassine gets a wicket with his last ball. And the score 31 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket for the French club Dreux there. Callum Garden, he was probably the man most likely, and the man they would really have been turning to get them off to a flying start. A couple of nice shots early in the innings, but unfortunately that full toss has brought him undone. He catch by Nassar. Yassine proving his worth at the top of the order with the ball. He's been very, very good for them in this Group D. Probably the pressure's going to come on when you get down to Barty and a few of the other later options. The Scots are going to have to go insane against them.
Frustration for Garden. The approach was right. The decision making was right, but just couldn't get the middle of the bat on it. And he steps aside, and well, now you've got 2 Scottish international batters at the crease. And I remember last year with Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward, it was actually a year and a half ago now in the ECC 21. England 11 were able to chase 150 down on this ground. There's so much pressure on these 2 guys. Jack and Neil is to come in next, very capable, but you have to keep doing it. Ahmedzai's had a good week so far. Slower bouncer, out of the ground, Maximo! Well, Wallace, he survived early. He's had a few moments where he hasn't really looked in control, but that'll settle the nerves as well. And look, fourth, they just got to keep going hard, and this will help.
Yeah, a bit of a mental error from Ahmedzai. Looks like he's gone for the off-speed ball straight away, dragged it down. Too easy for a batter of Wallace's class. Ahmedzai, he's got so many runs to play with, he should just focus on getting it in the Yorker
Look
slot.
at what's worked to Wallace so far. About here, you see that speed spot. Ahmedzai, he learns pretty quick.
Yeah, good listening to Uncle Andrew in the commentary box on that occasion. Perfect Yorker when you've got runs to defend. So hard to hit it when it lands in the Yorker slot outside off stump.
Statue of Nabi waiting at the Dreux cricket ground when they return.
Geez, you'd need a fair bit of material for that.
Well, goes after this, and he gets it. Maximo! Well, there's the 2 Maximos in the over, and now it becomes slightly more likely to get that 17 or so that you need to stay alive in this contest to keep that rate down. That was a really good bit of batting, just misses the length. Batter throws the hands at it and gets 6.
Yeah, I said he hadn't timed one for the early overs, but he certainly got that off the middle of the Wallace bat. Lovely strike.
Goes again. This time, fielder should handle it. Slight fumble, but they won't get a second. Time for Lease to take over. When he's looked good, he's looked really good as well, Michael Lease.
Yeah, hits it like a tracer bullet when he gets it off the middle of the bat. Boy, do they need an inspired innings from him. Wallace has given them the boost they did at the start. 37 off 17. A couple of balls to finalise for Ahmedzai.
Again, just misses the length, and this is going to be 4. Picks the gap, least off the mark with a confident looking shot. Is there a twist in this tail? It's like they're scooting through town without a seatbelt on the world's fastest roller coaster. Scott's hanging on for now.
Yeah, nice strike from Lease. He spotted that decent gap that was from the wide cow corner to straight long on. Excellent cricket.
Slow ball, goes for it and gets it. That one's flying into the night sky. Maximo! Well, side goes magical, and that'll help. 23 come off the fourth over. Also brings up the 50 for the Scots. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start from the Scots. If you had have asked them 54 for 1, do you think that's a decent position to be? It leaves them with just a tick over 100 runs from the final 36 balls. 16.83 runs and over required, but while these two are there is certainly hope, and the fact that they've got wickets in hand leaves them in a reasonable position to launch.
Well, bring your oxygen tank if you're going to be serious about this run chase, because that red line is high. It's at altitude. It's heading in that direction. This is a big moment because Bati's coming in the left arm spinner, so that gets it down to below 17 and over again. So you're setting yourself little targets. You want to get to about 71 here if you can, just to keep up with the rate.
See, Barty's got the man who's backward of square. Another 2 fielders deep on that leg side.
Now it goes, and it's going to be 4 byes. Well, he goes the switch hit, and it's a crazy one really to try first up. But what it has done is thrown the keeper. So, yeah, see here, he just never moves. And by the time he does, he's a fraction too late. So a boundary, even without hitting the ball there.
Yeah, I get the theory from Wallace. He knows there's those 3 fielders square on the leg side. He wants to go where there is no one in the extremities of the ground. Random execution and result.
Wants it again. I don't know if he gets anything on this either. Wait for the signal. And this time it's given leg byes. So I'm supposed to get 5 off the first ball, but that rate's about approaching 3 a ball. So even 5 off 2 is quite the rate. Anyway, at least 10 off 2s look good so far. See how he handles the spin of Bunty. Go after it, doesn't get the length. Wasn't quite full enough. I want to say hello to Brian Damage. He's watching from Iraq. He's at work and he's saying that some of the guys there watching cricket for the first time said this is better than the Super Bowl. Now, Nabi's box office, we've seen him, Leask, with the right reply here. It's pretty well bowled, but an even better shot as he generates the pace. Another boundary to the Scottish International.
Gee, that's a superb shot, Vinny. Barty bowled an excellent delivery there, got it to spear in, almost in the block hole, but look at the strength of wrists from Leask as he drills that through the covers. Exceptional batting.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite block hole, but not far off. Banged that hard into the pitch, and more importantly, the placement was there. Still pretty big gap straight down the ground. I think Leask could be eyeing that off. Dead, he hits it, but on the full to the fielder. The singles here, I talked about 71 after this over to stay on that kind of rate, or the adjusted rate that we saw after 4. Maximo would do that, but yeah, Barty trying to hang on. Remember 5 plus the 4 byes, plus the leg bye off there, so 10 so far. There's the reverse, tries it again, but 3rd time he hasn't been able to get that on it. This will take us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 65 for 1. So that point of no return, we've hit it now. So 18 and over required. They need 90 in the second half of this game. They're going to have to bat really well, almost play perfect cricket from here on in fourths. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen an over go supersonic so far. We actually thought Barty might be their good opportunity, but Wallace insisting on playing the reverse sweep. 3 occasions, didn't really make substantial contact. Be interesting to see what happens next time Barty comes into bowl. I think Dreux would find that a win getting out of his over like that. Sure will. Anyway, let's get back to the action out there. Again, the fourths fans. I think their hearts are in their mouths right now. They're going to go to Usman Khan. So we just need that big over, that magical over to kind of keep yourself in the frame. 18 and over required. He's got the bandage on his hand, and that's why he's just going to have to remove that before he gets going. Just as a chance to say hello to a few people, including everyone at the Down Under in Prague right now. I've had lots of messages. I know that Joe's there, Terry's there, Danny's there as well, Phil's there. Hello to all the guys at the Down Under. Make sure you have one for me. Anyway, here we go, over number 6, Wallace on strike. Clunks this one down to square leg for 1. Leask has looked really good so far. He's only faced 5 deliveries. But yeah, he needs to pretty much go at everything you'd imagine now, Rhino, and get away with it.
Yeah, it feels like at the point where you're almost needing a Maximo twice and over at a minimum, probably 3 of them. This is one of their opportunities. Usman Khan Went for a few in the last game against Vienna. We know that he's got a little bit of an injury on his hand. He's been forced to take the mummified wrapping off it. Big couple of balls.
Contest. Leask doesn't get it, hanging. Bowler wants it, bowler leaves it. It's caught, and what a good catch that is. I think that's Cameron. It's Nisa, pardon me, that skates around from cover, so the big man goes Leask. Really had no time to waste. It went straight up in the air. Two fielders converge. They sorted it out. They get the Scottish international Leask. He's got to go on at 66 for 3.
Yeah, huge wicket in the context of this game, Vinny. Boy, didn't they increase the degree of difficulty with that catch, as Usman Khan, the bowler, faked a couple of times to get involved, but sensibly leaves it for the safe hands of Mohammad Nisar. Can't blame Leask for throwing the handle at that. He needed to go aggressive. Great catch in the end for a man who's had a wonderful tournament so far.
It was a good catch because, yeah, they had to sort out what was going on. So, second wicket, 66 for 2. As Leask departs for 15 in quick time.
It is if they've ever needed their support crew to get behind them now for Bashir, it is at this point. They are staring down the barrel of their ECL dreams being shattered. O'Neill at the crease.
Yeah, Neil's powerful as well. We've seen him crunch the ball. And yeah, the problem is, also it's got ball, isn't it? With that dismissal of Leask and lose such a key batter. And Wallace is going at not quite to a ball. This is the issue. The rate required is about 2.5 a ball throughout this innings.
Yeah, it's not in the unmanageable category yet, but not far off it.
There's a slow ball hanging. This is going to be out as well. It's taken. And Les Bleus are loving stuff right now. Their support is up. The fourth fans fall silent once more. And that's 67 for 3. 2 wickets in the over for Usman Khan.
Yeah, we talked about how the fourth and fifth bowler for Dreux was so important and were likely the weak links. Well, Usman Khan has come up with a fantastic over here. He has sent the two internationals in the form of Leask and Wallace back to the pavilion, and looking back in this bowling innings, this could very well be the decisive over.
Yeah, exactly right. So, still got plenty of options with the ball. Usman gets two wickets, and surely there's no way back now as that rate has climbed over 20. Wallace was brave. 3 Maximos, 4 fours in his 38, but he is the third wicket to fall, 67 for 3.
Just asking this batting lineup to do so much. There's just no chance to stand still. So much of it comes down to these two men at the crease. The skipper, Scott Cameron, batted tremendously well to see them home earlier today. Jack O'Neill, the bustling belligerent Australian at the other end. These two need to be the ones that take them home.
Almost chops on, but he chops onto his back pad, saves the day. Two youngsters, albeit I suppose senior players in a way, coming out trying to save the day, but they need to have a magical over now. This is where you probably bring back a spearhead next over and try to really put this to bed. What a good over this is from Usman Khan. 2 for 3. Slower ball. Neil makes the adjustment, but he'll only get a single. Right now, Dreux looking pretty invincible. It's 69 for 3 after 6.
Tell you what, Vinny, I think the Scottish bowlers could learn a little bit from what Usman Khan did during that over. Basically bowled off speed the entire time. Those little dropping slower balls gets rewarded with consecutive wickets. Batting total. It's not looking bad in a normal innings, but this is anything but normal. O'Neill and Cameron, 100 strike rate, but it's so far off what they need. You mentioned about bringing one of the strike bowlers back. I actually don't think this is a bad thing getting Barty out here, because these two batters are not set. If they can get through his over with 10 or 12, they'll be in pole position.
It's called a wide. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Line ball, I suppose. Neil doesn't really move the feet towards it. It's a little bit harsh, but Scottish fans will enjoy it. Another crack at it. Come down to the middle. This will be one. This is what we talk about ECN cricket. If you asked me 2 days ago, even last night, I think, Scotland team played their cards pretty close to their chest, but Dreux had the answers and swing and a miss. And Cameron was impressive earlier, though he had a bit of a shaky start.
Just no time for a shaky start in this chase, do they? Every time there's a dot ball, that run rate just accelerates up.
Here's the thing, I mean, championship week teams, they're going to be looking over their shoulder at Dreux. They're the kind of team nobody wants to play because they are impossible to intimidate. In fact, they're the ones handing out the intimidation. Some of the things that they're doing are superhuman. Now Cameron takes it on, but he's probably going to hole out. It's taken, and well, it's going to be another wicket. They're loving it out there, the French team, and Barty breaks through. The cheers are for the French. Allez, allez, allez. That is the 4th wicket, and Cameron's going to have to go for just a single. Ball for shot, 71 for 4.
Yeah, Mohammed Rafari says merci beaucoup to Jack O'Neill for sending one straight down his throat. Takes it with ease. He's an X-factor player for this Dreux team. Very competent in the field, and one of their big blasters is now back in the pavilion again. Fortunately, couldn't do too much damage on the scoreboard tonight, and Barty, who got battered in the last game, has come back with a vengeance here.
Bit of pill to swallow for us. Remember, they qualified 2 years ago to be in the ECL, almost 3 now. That was one of the pandemic series. They've been really impressive, but I mean, they've just been blown off the park, really. Barwell was pretty good earlier as well. He gets an opportunity, but now we're at kind of over 4 a ball. I mean, it's quite unthinkable what we've seen, to be honest. Everyone expecting the French to crumble. They've only gotten more solid. It's outside the line, just one. It's no problem at all for the French. I mean, it's time to pause and take breath now, Rhino. I mean, I've commentated a lot of cricket, I think around 2,200 games or so. It's extraordinary what we're seeing from a team that, I mean, even for all their talent, people would call underdogs, I think.
Completely. As O'Neill steps back, laces that to the cover boundary. Strong strike while he's there. They'll still feel that at least there is a modicum of hope that closes the over. 76 for 4. And unfortunately for the Scots, just feels like they're going to run out of balls here.
They will. It's a really good shot to finish the over. I think everyone's show shots. I don't know if beer sales are going to go up or down after this. Anyway, this is where we'll be. We'll have tomorrow off, of course. But join us on Monday morning. We have Group E starting with 5 new teams to the competition. Roma CC, we followed their journey through the ECS Italy last year, winning the Super Series. They earned their spot here. Sporting Alpha's pretty unusual path to the ECL, but they'll be here from Spain. United from Romania, as well as Star from Luxembourg and Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. Join us 10:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Europe and 4 p.m. in India for the start of Group E. Let's go back to Usman Khan. That's a couple of wickets. This is going to be into a pocket of space. Probably pulls up. Again, 3 fielders are going to go back, and somehow they've stopped that.
Well, some good comedy is a little bit of the heat's gone out of the game unless Wolfshire can go insane in this over, but 3 of them can. I mean, there's a bit of hockey about that, but using your legs as sticks. Everyone was trying to hack it back out. Nabi, not surprisingly, gets his big foot on it. There's gravitational force that all else revolves around.
Well, pitched up, and that's a really good shot from Barwell. That's the only way they can bring the rate down. Maximo whacked away over mid-wicket.
I heard really good things from the Scottish folks about his quality with the bat. Very talented all-round cricketer. 71 still required. It's likely to be out of his reach here, but I'm sure he'll give us a display of his batsmanship in the remaining deliveries. Usman Khan gone for a few in this over already after a great first over.
Short, he hits this out of the ground as well. Now, is there some late drama? They need to keep doing it. About 12 sixes in 16 balls. And Barwell getting his money's worth.
Well, he sure isn't giving up, Barwell. Khan just drops a shocking ball halfway down the track, and Barwell says thank you very much. Positive. Nice square.
A few people looking forward to the PUC Care versus Dreux clash. Assuming there's no late drama here.
I think you could power the Earth's electricity needs with what's generated from all the big hitting in that contest.
Shot straight down the ground. Fielder can't get there for more. That one actually pushes the rate up. It's still Biowal trying his hardest. It's hard because, I mean, if he was the one, it was him that was going to be on. They'd love for him to bat earlier. Obviously a different situation. Bit of the sting out of the game, but still good cricket shot.
Yeah, a couple of beautiful strikes with his bat. He's picked his spots very, very well, staying nice and calm, staying stable at the crease too.
Pitches up. This one not quite out of the middle. Just be a single. It also means we'll get to see the French-English rivalry again. Don't forget that Dreux beat Tunbridge Wells last year. Ultimately couldn't get past them in the group final. But Dreux, I mean, what a story for them. It's their third ECL, one of only 3 teams to play in all 3. They've never made it to Championship Week under the new format. Slow ball just past O'Brien into the over. It's 95 for 4.
Khan finishes a pretty good spell there, 23 off his 2 overs, but most importantly taking the pair of scalps in his first. Will be on strike for the start of the next over. It's a decent total from 4 for Shared, 95 for 4 with 2 overs to go. You generally think that's in a really, really good place. Unfortunately, they still need another 60 off these remaining 12 balls.
It was just superhuman hitting. I mean, Nabi, it's crazy. He is so strong. He has arms like tree trunks. As even was mishitting him, he's still mishitting him for 6s.
Well, Abdul, he's coming on for his second over. He really, really put in a great second over for Dreux earlier this evening.
In the air, hanging, probably gets past the fielder. Does, in fact, goes all the way. Maximo!
Tell you what, Bowell is not giving up here, Vinny, and he's striking the ball cleanly.
You need 10 6s in 12 balls, make that 9 and 11. That's how you can win.
Yeah, well, every time there's a Maximo, that equation becomes slightly easier.
Probably better chances of winning the lottery, but only just.
Tell you what, if Corey was here, I think he'd be calling golden ball already.
This is just sliding. Shrug. We do talk a lot about the French team beating English and the Greeks beating English. Look, if there was an Australian team in, I would also be talking about some of the lesser known nations beating them.
I think, can't we start acting like Eurovision and just bring in a guest Australian side?
You might have to captain it 5 for 5 in a T10. I've noticed that. Anyway, 10 to come. Reaches for it. Just get a single. I mean, look, Dreux, they were sent in. I think both teams wanted to chase. But my theory with France is because there ain't a lot going on upstairs. They don't really care if they're batting first or second. They're just going to bat the same way.
Situational awareness is probably not a term that comes into their play, but it sometimes can be incredibly helpful in this T10 format.
Well bowled, slips it in.
That's what he's been very good at tonight, Abdul. Hitting that Yorker length, and these bowls with decent pace, and when he gets it wide of off stump, it is so hard to deal with, particularly when you're looking to smack it down the ground for maximums.
Wahid Abdul, 2 chances to bring the shoe phone out. That's the only disappointment for me, I suppose, as a neutral, that Abdul won't be getting the shoe phone out unless he takes a wicket this over, but we might have it out after the game. Oh, grab your breath. We need a day off, I think. Stay for the celebrations, though, with the French. They're going to be ecstatic. Nice ball for Wahid. He does take a wicket, but he only concedes 12 in the final. And after 9 overs, the score is 103 for 4. Just want to take an opportunity to thank a group of people that are getting switched out after this 2 weeks, and it's been great work from these guys. As we'll have a new umpiring crew come in from Monday. So yeah, big thank you to Ian Ramage and Tyrone Peters out there right now. Also Suleiman Saeed and Nilkesh Patel. And they've been absolutely sensational under pressure. So obviously we'll see them a bit more on ECN, I'm sure. sterling job.
Well, the man who's done a pretty sterling job for the French all week, Ahmadzai, to bowl the final over. And he'll bludgeons that to the offside. It's a boundary. It's only going to be mathematical now, but nice strike from the young man.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice consolation runs only at this stage. I mean, they're getting up to what I'd say is a fairly healthy, normal-looking score. I mean, probably 115 or so, you'd imagine. But fantastic work from the French in this final. This one's up in the air, hanging a long time. It's coming down, it's gone. Here comes the shoe phone. I'm sure he'll get it off. It's party time now. And Wahid Abdul, fantastic work from the paceman. He's got safe hands, and the shoe stays on for now, maybe not for long.
Big deep breath after that one. I think he was slightly nervous under that ball. You've let us down by not getting the shoe phone out, Wahid, but he's been very good for them tonight. Talked about the weakness in this Dreux bowling lineup, but all of the 5 bowlers have been tremendous. And that man just taking the catch there, Wahid Abdul, he might have been the best of them.
There's a lot to celebrate. O'Neill liked his energy and his skill in this tournament. He will have to go. It's going to be a tough night for Forbes. They set the pace, didn't they? So yeah, just one more time. I want to say a big thank you to a bunch of people, which sometimes you only notice them when you might not agree with them 100%. I said to them today, I know you guys want to be perfect. No, you'll never be perfect, but you will be excellent if you try and achieve perfection. And I think they've been amazing. And the way they've handled the players, and the players have said that they really love this group of umpires and the way they go about it. So great job, guys. This one's up in the air. I don't think it's going to carry. Just be one. So Sim comes out, get off the mark.
I'm a bit worried about being in this commentary box when Dreux eventually complete their win here, Vinny. There will be an absolute stampede amongst this group. I'm not sure if this construction's going to hold.
Yeah, they'll be on. So, what a final. Well, that's probably a no ball, and it's going to go. I'm going to say it was 4. We'll have a look at it on the replay. It's we'll just draw things out a little bit longer.
Yeah, but if they hadn't gotten this young man in a little bit earlier, Barwell's played some tremendous shots. He's timed the ball beautifully.
Yeah, 4 runs called. Yeah, Barwell's been great. New umpire crew from Monday, top of my head. We'll get Charles Croucher. I think we have Joe Foster. Stephen Gooch is here. That's a slow ball. It's blasted into the night sky, and they will cash it in. I mean, Barwell can hold his head high. I think that he's been one of the players of the group for me, with the bat and the ball. Moves to 35 with that Maximo.
Yeah, pretty good chance of featuring in the All-Star 11, I would suspect, Barwell. This is a superb strike. He did a long way up. Goes for a much-needed Maximo.
Corey actually said he wanted Nabi in all 11 spots. Well, there's a bit of a blue putt, but Abdul
probably trying to protect his nose after what it copped yesterday.
Maybe lost it a little bit, but it doesn't matter too much, does it, in the end? Nice shot, Barwell take the runs. He's moved to 39 now. Becomes the top scorer in the innings. And Corey just wanted all Nabi in the All-Star team, all 11 spots. Here's the last ball, and a memorable night for French cricket. And it's just going to be a single. But Les Bleus have blown away the opposition in Group D, and they are your qualifiers. They've come from the clouds. They've hit balls into the clouds. What a moment as their supporters rush onto the field. What a game, what a final, what a group. Andrew Ryan.
Oh, love the rhyming, Mr. Maximo. We talked about the stampede. They haven't got a massive support crew out here, but they have been incredibly vocal all week. And don't they deserve the most stupendous of celebrations? They have won this group with one of the greatest assaults you could expect to see in limited overs cricket. It was amazing stuff from the opening pair of Niaz and Nabi, playing a pair of unforgettable knocks and a tremendous partnership. They are fully deserved winners here, and to take down such an elite squad like Forfarshire, who looked possibly the best batting, bowling and fielding unit in the entire group. This is not a fluke, Vinny. This has been won with undoubted quality.
Oh yeah, they proved it wasn't a fluke last night, and even today they took the game deep. But well, it is Dreux, a team we know, a team we love, a team we can't take our eyes off, and they are absolutely ecstatic. And really, that's what this European Cricket League is all about. And well, it's going to take a few people to lift Nabi. What a night! 83 from the opener in the final. And again, he's a very humble guy, Nabi. He won't say too much. He wraps himself in the French flag. They will be back in Championship Week. What a story. I mean, your heart goes out to Forbes as well, who qualified back in 2020 for this tournament. Weren't able to take part. They did everything but get to Championship Week. But Dreux, just too good on the night as they just swept everyone aside in the end. Had to do it the hard way up, going through qualifying too. Tricky chase against Vienna CC, but they bossed it, and now we have 5 of our 7 slots filled in Championship Week.
Yeah, we certainly do. Hornchurch Farmers, Beverin already there, along with the reigning Kings PUC ICare Badalona, but Dreux, the deserved winners of Group D. And I tell you what, Hornchurch Farmers, Beverin and PUC ICare Badalona have been put on notice that this team can take down anyone at their best.
Well, there's the officials ready to go. Again, big thank you to them and Rob Kemmy, of course, who was wrangling the umpires over the last couple of weeks. But they needed just a ridiculous score to chase down, really. We've seen it score or two in the 150s chase down before, but never 155 here at the Cartama Oval. Certainly, I like the intent that came out. I mean, Wallace came out swinging, didn't he? Thought he was the guy that might be able to keep them on their pace for a while. Callum Garden, well, that was a nice shot, but unfortunately couldn't get too much else happening during his brief stay at the crease. He was the first man to go. Not before he had a life, though. Butty put him down. But see, those little bits of luck didn't cost him too many runs. That was the thing. We know that the French team did have the luck factor on their side early in their innings. This one went away for 4. Wallace trying to keep them on track in this almost impossible chase. But yeah, despite the boundaries coming early and the fact they kind of stayed close to the rate for a while, you just felt to do it for 10 overs would be pretty remarkable. They fell short in the end. Yeah, they certainly did, and it was just such a momentous total to try to chase that the pressure was always on the Scottish bats. Now, top order did pretty well. Unfortunately, lost a few wickets and just could not find the boundary with the regularity that they need. They certainly didn't give up hope, and they had plenty of fans in the crowd, plenty of support from the Players' Pavilion, and still plenty of balls reaching the Cartama night sky. The mouths are gapers. That was a moment they thought they had an opportunity. This was probably the big over. Barty, who had really struggled in the previous game, came on and bowled an excellent over of a left-arm orthodox despite going for the 5 wides first ball. And from then on in, there were just wickets with regularity. Super catch there from Mohammad Nisar. Hasn't he been a quality cricketer throughout this tournament? And Michael Lease going back to the pavilion, he was the one man who's probably capable of getting them close to this score. As soon as he departed, you felt like the wind went out of the sails of the Scots. Yeah, definitely. And, well, big crowd in, pretty vocal French crowd in the minority, but maybe not in noise by the end. And you can see they were loving it. Even the little celebrations coming out, there they were. They believed, you know, they had to play out of their skin. They had to take down some pretty big fish here. And the question with Dreux has always been, can they do it consistently? Well, they really showed today. You know, in the first game, they really pushed forth. Okay, didn't get the win. This was a little bit of a tag team effort. The old 3 Musketeers saving the boundary. It's a funny one because the stop was made eventually, but in the end, despite some late runs from Barwell, the ship had flown, hadn't it really? And it's just quite an incredible performance. So they did then chase down at 120 plus against Vienna CC. They also were able to set an unbelievable target of 150 plus in the final. Yeah, the Scots, I mean, did take a wicket except for the 2 runouts. Found themselves chasing leather all night. And Wahid Abdul, shoe stayed on for most of the week, but I have a feeling he might keep it pretty loose in a week or so's time when he comes back for Championship Week. Yeah, I suspect so, but congratulations to Barwell, who came at the end. Cracking innings of 40 off 15 for him.
with 7 boundaries. Really showed a clean strike and probably did what a few of the top order needed to do, but that is all she wrote. And look at the happiness on the French boys, Dreux Cricket Club, who have been well-deserved winners of this game and of the Group D.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Series. It has been raining a little bit this afternoon, but thankfully the clouds have gone away a little bit and the rain has subsided. So let's go to the coin toss. It's Byron taking on Paris University Club with Ian Ramage, who's the match referee.
Byron, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Paris Université, you are the away team, you will call. There's the coin. Dream 11 has been called. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
Yes, we will bat first.
Okay, toss won by Byron, who will bat first.
News from the toss, Byron have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. As you can see behind me, it's all hands on deck here at Cartama Oval. Everybody trying to chip in just to make sure we get these afternoon games in after the disappointing washout between Lubiana and Dreux. Byron, look, it hasn't been their tournament so far. I like that they've won the toss here and elected to bat. They just want to get some form, get some runs on the board and maybe cause an upset to stay in this competition. Look, for PUC, they're a very, very dangerous team. A big win here by 80, 85 runs. They could end up on top of the table above Dreux. And if they did that and we had a washout tomorrow, that could be chaos. So we'll have to see what happens in this T10 fixture. But let's go to co-commentator for this one, Andrew Ryan, who's waiting for us now.
Thank you very much for that extraordinarily comprehensive preview of this massive contest. In the context of this group, we have Byron Cricket Club from Greece up against Paris Université Cricket Club. They've been very, very good so far in the tournament. Obviously just the challenging game against Dreux earlier, but they've already been victors on a number of occasions and have secured their place in the final series. Has not been a particularly good tournament though, unfortunately for the Greek representatives from Byron, but they will be looking to finish off their tournament here in Group D with a bang and certainly look to push this Paris team as far as they can. They are batting first in this contest, so we'll get to see how this pitch plays after quite a deal of moisture over the last hour and a half. Unfortunately, had to abandon the previous game between Lubiana and Dreux. Probably, you could say, a good result for the Slovenian champions on that occasion. But looking at the fantasy dashboard, the Byron team, it's been a tough tournament. Mustafa Omer, probably been their best player over the last couple of days. Plenty of those that they would have expected a bit more of. Supercomputer, though, not counting them out entirely, giving Byron a 12% chance of victory here at the Cartama Oval. So perhaps the changing conditions might advantage the underdog. Paris team very reliant, particularly with the ball on their opening bowlers who do like to try to make the ball hoop around, and moist conditions, particularly the outfield. So as soon as this ball gets hit on the carpet a couple of times, it will pick up moisture, although the moisture tends to not get soaked into the Grizzly balls too much. But a man who knows all about playing in conditions of many types all across the European continent. He sprinted back up from the toss to spot the treacherous slippery conditions. Welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back, and congratulations to everyone around the ground for getting this game up and running. We had the players out there with the covers, the staff, everybody making sure we got this game on. We don't get too many washouts, so disappointing for Lubiana, who would like to have tested themselves against Dreux. But in the end, that was a no result, and thankfully, well, it's still very cloudy, but the rain has stopped, and we should be able to get these next two games underway. And, well, the way the table is, Byron need a minor miracle. They need all 4 points in this one to stay in the competition.
Wouldn't put it past them, Corey. We've seen stranger things happen in the European Cricket League over the last couple of years. So Sorate taking up the attack. Arslan on strike. Short ball and pokes it out to the offside. And the Parisian defensive fielding has actually been pretty good in this tournament so far. They've got some good movers, some decent arms, and they've caught reasonably well.
Yeah, they have. They've just done what they need to do. And, well, they need at least a minimum of 2 points for this game to confirm the double chance as well. There is a scenario with an absolute shellacking here. They could go top overnight, and no team that's finished top has made it through.
Oh, saucy fact from Rutgers. Arslan just swings across the line, no contact.
Let me paint for you a scenario.
Please do. The artiste known as
Paris
Rutgers.
University Club win this game, chase something down in 3 overs. They finish the evening on top. The heavens open overnight. Dreux are looking through the curtains at Sunset Beach Club. The day gets washed out and they're knocked out.
Wouldn't it be a Greek tragedy, albeit for a French club?
Well, you never know. Cricket's a funny game.
Unfortunately, for all of our viewers who I know are very, very keen to tune into Finals Day tomorrow, it does seem that Mother Nature will be a bit friendlier to us tomorrow. And to be honest, she seems to be cooperating for the remainder of the games tonight. So we've got this contest as well as the big clash between Empire and Lubiana to finish things off this evening. Ball goes high. Fielder coming in from long off. Didn't pick it up brilliantly to start with, but it was a well-taken catch in the end.
Yeah, and it's Aslan, unfortunately, Rhino, who last game for Byron, he was the shining light. The shining light's going to go for a duck, and this is a disastrous start for the Greeks.
Well, you called for him to be more involved. The coaching staff have heeded your call, and it's made not an iota of difference for them. In fact, it's actually sucked up quite a few balls for that duck. But anyway, no dramas, as Osman Shahid takes a tidy catch out there, always difficult in the wet conditions, and a first wicket on the board and not costing them a single run.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for PUC. And it should be touched on as well. The lights are on a little bit earlier as well because of the gloomy conditions. Usually they come over on after the first innings of this game, but they're on a bit early, so the ball can talk a little bit more under lights. Nobody knows why, but it just does.
Just becomes a bit chatty in the evening here at Malaga, as so many of the elements of European cricket do. Zarate comes in, lovely outswing, and the ball not carrying through particularly sharply to the wicket keeper. The pitch still a little bit soft and damp underneath.
Yeah, it could be on for the elusive wicket maiden. Don't often see that, Ryan. And after an hour and a half break, it's exactly what I needed to spice me into this one.
Well, it's definitely what's kept the viewers enthralled so far. Lovely shot, straight to the fielder. Well, he was desperately trying, Shafiq, to avoid the wicket maiden, and they will, thanks to an overthrow.
If you're a bowler right now, you are not happy. It's pretty rare you can get a maiden, and that is the first over complete. Scores 1 for 1.
Yep, not the greatest start for Byron, but I'm sure they're all still very much up for this contest. So Zarate's continued his good form. Enjoys bowling with the new Grizzly. So Omer out there in the middle with Shafiq, and having a look, we've obviously got a fair bit to happen in Group D, but having a look forward to Group E, Corey, and a few teams in there that you're very familiar with, including one that we just saw a cracking final involving them and Dreux from last year.
Yeah, Forfarshire come back, and for many people last year, they were probably the most impressive team to not make it to the finals week, so they'll be hungry. Obviously, BSC Reiberg as well from Germany, look out for them, and Gozo Zami from Malta as well.
And Kapoor has helped along the Byron total somewhat by striding in, bowling pretty ordinary wide. Obviously, the slippery ball is not going to help things for the paceman or the spinners, for that matter. So that one's just clearly slipped out of his hands.
Yeah, no keeper is getting that one. It's going to be 5 wides to start this over, and he's just remonstrating with his shoes here, but I don't know if that was the issue.
It's always good to have an excuse, though.
It is.
Full toss out, almost full toss outside of stump, ended up being Yorker lane. So just having a look forward to that next group as well. There's one team you didn't talk about there, VOC Rotterdam, who you're obviously very familiar with.
Starry Grad.
And no, true. I thought we'd just focus on the Dutch to begin with.
Yeah, well, there's a new Australian boy coming in. If he's good, then maybe they have a chance. But if they're going to probably a bit short of a gallop, I'd imagine. I think interesting group. I think Gozo's army might cause it ruffle a few feathers. We'll see.
See Rutgers not talking up the chances of the Dutchman whatsoever.
The last 2 times they've come, they've been pretty poor, let's be honest.
That's a better ball from Kapoor, and it's heaved in unfashionable fashion down the ground by Omer. He'll get his first run.
Yeah, but Four Fisher are definitely the ones you'd say will go into that as favourites, but you never know. T10 always throws up a pretty big few upsets.
Ball is dragged around to the leg side. Pretty good job, because it was almost off the pitch on the onside, as that is an awful piece of fielding. Clearly, and Wari has been watching all of the academy footballers on the next field, tried the little back heel, has failed miserably. That's terrifically awful stuff.
Yeah, he's got the big hand up for an apology, but that's not going to please Kapoor. He's actually nutmegged himself. That's disappointing.
Yep. Big swing. Well, they should have an opportunity for a wicket here. Fielder tracking back and takes a pretty neat catch. The ball hung in the air for a little while. Shafiq just with the big top edge, and the second Byron batter exits the cauldron. They are 12 for 2.
Yeah, and some of the rain starting to fall down again. So, well, unfortunately, another wicket will go. Byron, they just can't catch a trick in this tournament at the moment. Another wicket goes down. A nice safe catch, Rhino.
Yeah, it certainly was. Paris just into their groove in this T10 tournament. They look like they're a side that's pretty well designed for this format.
I think they're going to push the French champions very close. I think they really will push it close. Shafiqi goes for 6 off 5. And it does give someone else an opportunity to come out here and spend some time at the crease.
To be fair, a lot of the Byron batters have had some time at the crease during the course of their previous 3 and a bit matches as well. They've lost a fairly steady stream of wickets, but always good to see plenty of the personnel getting the opportunity and cut them a pitch. That's lovely cricket all round as Singh Memi just drives straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, Singh Memi gets an opportunity here. Just light drizzle over the ground. They're good enough to continue, but if it gets a little bit heavier, some decisions might have to be made.
The ball just slightly short of a length. That's actually a pretty decent shot from Singh Memi. Managed to pull the ball to the vacant mid-wicket area just as this rain starts to come down a little bit heavier, but still this fast Cartama outfield has allowed him to pick up first 4 of his innings, and Byron now 16 for 2, 2 overs down.
Yeah, well, the umpires want to continue at the moment. We look at the table. This is why it's important. Byron actually need a game here. If it rains out, I'm sorry, you won't be able to catch up to Lubiana. They need a miracle. They need to win 4 points and improve the net run rate.
Tell you, Corey, theory for you.
Yes.
Could the best thing for Byron here to be having a really abridged game? Probably not after the start. They've had 16 for 2, but all 4 points on offer if there's a reduced overs contest.
Well, if you get a good over here, maybe a Duckworth-Lewis boost. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. As that's been clipped away lovely for Omar. Gets a little touch on it. That will race away.
Certainly does. Not a great ball to start from Sarate coming on for his second over. It's actually a really good cricket shot.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think once the game starts, I mean, before Lubiana and Dreux weren't even on the field. So once it starts, they try and continue on. And it looks a bit heavier on your screens than it actually is. We'll see what the umpires and officials think.
Jay Foster looks pretty comfortable standing there at the top end. So we will continue with the T10 action. Short ball, wide of off stump, but that one carried off the Cartama deck quite nicely.
Do you think when it's a little bit wet, do you think it makes it more difficult for the batters, or just it's awful for the field?
I think everyone's interpretation of this depends on what actually happens on the field. I think you can make the arguments for both. For bowlers, sometimes it's a nightmare to be gripping a wet ball, but if you're a batter, particularly a ball that tends to absorb moisture, it can be like trying to hit a football. As that one has flown off the top edge, so Sarate gone for a pair of boundaries in the first 3 overs here, and Byron a race along 24 for 2.
Yeah.
What's your thought on that? If you're in these conditions, would you much rather have the ball?
It's always a psychological thing. It's always the players that get on with it still tend to do good, and some players let it creep into their psyche. Yeah, difficult though. It's always got its little quirks in that, but everyone's here to play. Everyone wants to play, so yeah.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's one of the great things about European cricket and cricket on the European continent in general, that we play on artificial surfaces most of the time, that cricket just tends to continue. As that's nicely flicked away behind square by Omer. He's up to 13 off 5, and been a pretty handy over for Byron, one of the better overs of the tournament.
Well, I do get what you're saying in the sense, if they end up coming off a rain, we were looking into the rule books before, that there's no bonus point if there is rain or a ball to not the full 10 overs are complete. So let's say it's a 9 over game, all of a sudden it's just 4 points on offer. That's exactly what Byron needs. So yeah, plenty to think about for everyone involved.
That's right, he drifts down leg side. Outstanding strike from Omer. He has come to play. Not sure what this nursing motion is of the bat. Maybe a tribute to a young loved one back home, but whatever it is, he's slapping the Paris bowlers all over the place.
I think it was more drying of the bat, Rhino, but maybe it was a tribute. Who knows? Yeah, it's getting a tad heavier now. I think the umpires might get together soon, but congrats to Omer at the moment. He's showing what he can do. 19 off 6.
Full ball just defended straight back, but that's an excellent over for Byron. So at the conclusion of the third, 34 for 2. And looks like there might be a little powwow between our officials.
Yeah. Oh, will they walk past each other? Will they stop? No, they're stopping. And I have a feeling that unfortunately fans and viewers around the world will not going to call it just yet. Yeah, they're going to leave the field. And that's the right decision. They've tried to get through this little patch of rain that's on the radar. Unfortunately, the cricket gods, the weather gods have been against us at the moment, Rhino. What a good start this has been from Omer and Byron. With a good over there. But as you can see, unfortunately, the covers are coming on. Unseasonal weather out here at Cartama. And 3 overs have been bowled, and I'll tell you why this is important, because that means that if they do lose overs, let's say you lose another 14 or so overs, if you can still get out there to bowl 3 overs later, that constitutes a game.
Yep, absolutely. So pretty important that we've squeezed out the 3 there. Absolutely. Is having a look here, and good to see the covers coming on quickly. The ECN Blue Crew team and also the folks from Paris University, they are out there working hard. So great to see a couple of the players involved, and credit also even previous game Paris University and Lubiana and Empire and all the players were out there helping out, get the covers on.
Yeah, credit to everyone involved trying their best. As you know, it's always sort of all hands on deck. This is what European cricket's about. You've got scorers, match officials, players all helping. And they've got that covered actually quite quickly, Rhino. So that may, it's always these quick decisions might save you a fixture. Get the pitch protected. Let's hope the weather gods. There's Joe the umpire. How's Joe Foster? That's the umpire. 10 out of 10. But this is European cricket. It's all hands on deck sometimes. And fingers crossed, we will be able to get some live coverage after, and this game will still go on.
Also makes one grateful that they're up in the commentary box, wearing a suit and the like. Absolutely no expectation from C. Rutgers or Ray Ryan that will be down there helping out on the pitch, picking things up. There's the team working feverishly there.
Yeah, it's not always nice. Hello and welcome back to the Dream Box. Not so much the Dream Box right now, because for the first time in ECL Edition 4, we're having a bit of a wet weather day.
It certainly is, but it's the Dream Box in the respect of we are here covered up, and I wouldn't say toasty warm, but at least dry.
Don't use it. This will be used against you in a court of law. But no, credit to everyone that's currently trying their best. I think it is important what you said. The umpires actually made probably an educated decision there. Because they've gotten to 3 overs, this match still has a chance. Yep. Definitely still has a chance. We might lose 45 minutes of play here, but if they can bowl 3 overs later, there will be a game on.
Yep, absolutely. Will not be the first time that it's happened. In fact, some of our viewers may even remember going back a couple of years ago that Championship Week, ECL 2022, had a series of 5-over games.
Was there any 3-over games, mate, or was it just 5? I think it was just 5, wasn't it?
Go way too back in my memory, but there were a couple of days in which we played a whole range of 5-over games.
Yep.
So certainly not unprecedented on the ECL whatsoever. So we'll no doubt have the crowd of ECL staff trying their best to make sure that the covers stay on, that the pitch is kept in as good a condition as possible, and the team working out very hard out there at the moment. Corey,
yeah.
You've got some up-to-date information?
Just checking the information. The rain is falling, but no, it does look like we have a classic match that we are going to cut to. We've gone into the Almanac. It's going to be Dreux versus PUC Badalona. I don't really remember that game, do you?
You don't? It was from Championship Week last year, actually. I think it might have been day 4 of Championship Week, if I racked my brain back. But a fantastic clash. We obviously got to see historical footage of Dreux from their group stage last week. So now they've obviously won that game against Forfarshire. Probably a big surprise at the time. This is getting into the later stages of Championship Week for ECL 2023. So good contest to win and to get a bit of a view of how Dreux approached things last year.
Yeah, absolutely. So enjoy this classic match. We'll be back with any information once we're here, and hopefully the weather gods clear up. But enjoy this classic match for now, and it's a bye for now. From Spain. And these two teams all fighting for that coveted trophy. PUC did win it last year, and they'll be looking to do the repeat. Not easy with so many talented players that are involved, and good to see the kids interacting with some of these big names out there. They'll be loving their time in the sun. As we have a look at these lineups, Dreux versus PUC Badalona. Hamza Niaz, Ahmed Nabi, Mohamed Nisa, that top 3 so dangerous. Look at the other side, that top 3, Baba, K.A., Daniel Doyle, K.A., and Mohamed Isan. Very good top 3 also. It says it's going to be a close one, and I'm not surprised. This is sort of power versus power. The Dreux, though, are 2-2, so their tournament life is hanging. They do not want to leave it to net run rate or anything like that. They'll be looking for a win, and for PUC Badalona, a win here will cement that second double chance. There is still a chance in theory that if they were to lose this game, and let's say Dreux win both of theirs today, they could surpass them on net run rate. So anything still could happen, a lot to play for. Probably one of the more exciting opening pairs are out there in the middle. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays, as it looks like young Rabani's going to have the new ball, which is a nice reward for the young player who's bowled very well so far in the early stages. And no, Mohamed Kamran still nursing a serious knee injury, as the reports were. Unsure if we'll get to see him bowl again. I'm sure he'll probably try on finals day. But PUC still have a very good team nonetheless. And they'll be looking for a good win here. Last night they played a remarkable game versus Beverin and chased it down quite comfortably. But off the power play versus Beverin last night, they were none for 55 and only made 99. Crazy. This boy did very good indeed, 19 years young. Rabani got a good seam position and a good couple of slow balls. And as he gets some words from Shiraz right at the back end here. And we're almost set to go. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India. Vibe fan code, everyone on the chat and all our network partners. Hope you're well. Game 2 on our final day of group stages, and then it's championship day tomorrow. Almost set to go. Here we are. First ball of this T10 clash. Hit hard down the ground and picked up well by Shiraz, who throws it back in. Just the one. Rabani getting that on strike, and well, here comes a man, Nabi, the most sixes ever in ECL history. He bats with a floppy that looks like a cowboy hat, and he hits it a long, long way. And if you ever want to see a Hume, that's good. So I'm a big fan of that hat. Will he be able to get it out the middle? Oh, thickish inside edge. And they'll just get a single as Mohamed Isan does the picking up. He found his form yesterday and had a bigger smile on his face. And look at that floppy. It's like the reverse flop on it as well. It's sort of arcing upwards. Nabi going to the 1980s, and you got to love it. This should be a great game. It really should. As I mentioned, Dreux have a bit more to play for. Paco Camp will definitely be in the final 4. But who's going to join them? Tries the slower ball. Doesn't get the slower ball right, does the young bowler. And obviously this is a big test for young Rabani. He's bowling to 2 players that are some of the most destructive openers we've had on the network. They've come back 3 times through it. They qualified each year. And it's the first time they've really gone on with their team and got into championship week and are deep into the competition. Usually they've been knocked out in the group stage. Hit hard into the offside, and wow, what a bit of fielding that is. Oh yeah, and that's Asar to bust, the big boy. He gets his go and he lost his shoe. Sensational fielding. And Vinny Sandhu next to me is loving the shoe explosion. And what a stop it is. And it's his first game in the tournament. Loses the shoe and makes the stop. Well done, Asar to bust there. Had extra cover. Brings back Nabi time. Here we go. Slower ball. Oh, it's called a wide. Right decision. Well bowled from Rabani though. I know it's a wide, but he's not giving it to that Niaz arc. Yeah, good decision from the umpire, but... Sorry, not Niaz, Nabi arc, I should say. And let's say his arc is quite wide. It's going to be just down the leg side, so pressure on the young bowler here. And obviously you're bowling to 2 top-level batsmen who are in extremely good form. Never easy. Still no boundaries in the over. A couple of extras. Just looking at the statistics here, Nabi, 11 innings, 455 runs, average of 50, strike rate of 234. Well, he plays the defensive push, and they're going to scamp for a single. DDC's quick. Oh, clean pickup, might have been tight. A couple of people in the chat. Piers Fletcher saying the floppy hat is elite, and it is. Nabi just, his stature grows. I'm not too sure he'd have that floppy hat on if Mohamed Kamran was fit. Dare say he'd be having the helmet, maybe even a forearm guard. And it's a slower ball, and that will be a wide as well. So they went with young Rabani to open up here, which is a lot of pressure. Obviously, we just spoke about Nabi's numbers. How's Nisa doing? Sorry, Niaz. He's a little bit more down, about the 10th leading run score. Nisa, the number 3, is the 5th leading run scorer, so they've got plenty of batting in this top 3. In the air, and that will be the first boundary. Open splice over backward point, one of my favourite cricket shots. It goes away for 4, and that is the first boundary off the bat. And what an exciting time for these 2 teams. Power-packed teams. That one's a little bit over-pitched, and it's an unforgivable game as he gets it over backward point for 4. So long first over this, obviously with the extras. Last ball of the first. Slow ball again, picks it, drives it straight to cover point, and it'll end up being a dot, which 12 for none after the first isn't the worst over from young Rabani. .9 in Group A. The other groups were a little bit more mediocre, but for Championship Week, we're back up to 11.7, so 120 basically is par. And I've seen a few games recently, 160 played 140 yesterday, this morning once again, extremely high scoring. We're seeing scores that are under 100 chased in 6 or 7 overs, so the batting prowess of these teams is coming through, and the bowling groups are going to have to figure it out. As here comes a contest, it's Mohamed Babar, the reigning MVP, versus Nabi. And he almost does in first ball. I can't believe Vinny Sandhu's just sitting next to me pretending to work, because this is going to be spicy, and I'll welcome him back now.
I'm just waiting for Nabi time. It hadn't really started yet.
How good is the floppy hat?
The floppy hat, I'm worried it throws out his center of gravity slightly with the wind resistance of the wide brim.
But like, I like how it's like flicked upwards. It's like an extra.
He does like wearing that hat. All right, here's Bubba.
Oh, a little bit of luck this time. He balloons an edge over Mohamed Isan. And it's the first boundary for Nabi, and Mohamed Baba has got his hands on his hips because he can't believe it.
Well, Bubba, his first over last night, went for a hatful, didn't it? So, won't be that impressed with that.
A few people in the chat saying a bit of Jeffrey Dujon about Nabi with that hat.
It's a classic Richie.
Hey, look at it.
Look.
It's a bit of, yeah, it is old school. It is gun. There's a bit of, he's just an alpha, isn't he?
It's alpha on alpha here, isn't it?
Good to see Bubba back as well.
Yeah, of course.
Full hit hard to the right of DDC, who is a bit of a weapon in the field and makes a good stop.
Oh,
and
no!
No!
These guys are so bad at running.
Relax. So you're too emotionally involved.
I won't have another run out with this pair. I won't stand for it.
You're too emotionally involved. You love Dreux.
Well, that was just a little bit of special comments in between. The thing is, they're taught to hit. They're not taught to run. And so I'd love to know the run-out ratio between these two.
Yeah, good decision to say no. This game...
Not the way I want Nabi time to end.
You are so in love with Nabi, it's a joke.
Back to the action.
Full hit high. Is it a chance? Yeah, it might be. No, it just lands in a pocket of space. Oh, they're going to go for two. Oh. Vinny, you called it. You called it. Oh, it's a run out. And these guys, you're right, do not know how to run in between the wickets together. They're there.
What is going on? I mean, Nia's such a good player to watch as well. I mean, there was a chance they'd be caught. There was a chance we'd have two players in hospital as they were coming at each other. Rabani throws it in. And
he's not even in the frame.
He's not. I mean, just you don't need to do that for one run at this stage. Look.
There's barely any twos on this field. I mean, they jogs the first and then, yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Gone. Gone by a mile.
I don't know how long the cricket pitches are in France, but
17 yards apparently.
It was not a two there. Niaz, he throws it away really. Got lucky in one sense, but he finished himself off as we get to the end of his innings. It'll be 13 for 1.
Well, you called it, Vin. You said run-outs between these two. The next ball run out, and that's why you are the man up in the box. Here comes number 3. This man's had a good tournament. Nisa averaging 39 with the stick, striking at 200. He's the number 5 leading run scorer in the tournament.
I think runners should be allowed back in cricket, but just for those two. And just let them hit and then let someone else run. Because that's ruined that partnership.
Your Dreux love has gotten too much
just
to you.
saying.
You're meant to be impartial.
I'm trying. All right, here's Bubba.
Nice looking shot as he flicks it down to, it looks like Shiraz will come around from mid-off and collect it. I mean, PUC Icare Badalona, obviously starting with different bowlers because Kamran's injured, but how good. Bubba, obviously we missed him. First games since Ireland 6 months ago.
I mean, he's just one of those guys. He's going to pick it up pretty quickly.
You should have seen some of his sixes last night.
I was watching from Molly's Roadhouse down the road, had it on the big screen.
Oh, he's got him, and the big man strikes. Nabi goes, and the reigning MVP takes the cake, and the floppy hat loses its power. He doesn't want to leave.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, the hat was his kryptonite, wasn't it? And so Nabi's going to have to go. And bit of a disaster, to be honest, for Dreux. And that man, Baba, says, well...
One of the biggest heads in world cricket does it again, and he has this happy knack, Baba. He bowls stump to stump. He gets a little bit, he jumps in late. Glenn McGrath-esque. And Nabi, oh, he's gutted. Look at him. He stood there for about 30 seconds. He did not want to leave.
Yeah, that's the kind of ball that can be 6 or out. Anything could be 6, to be honest. Anything could be out with Nabi as well. He's going to have to go, and Dreux chasing this double chance, trying to keep that alive. Obviously, also they want to qualify. I mean, that's not a given in the 4 either as yet. But yeah, Nabi is going to have to go for 7. And the score is 19 for 2.
So good to see there that there's a lot of voice out there as the number 5, Mohamed Rafa, comes out at 4. He's had a pretty interesting tournament. I mean, this Dreux team only know one way. They love to try and hit sixes. They're up against a team that also loves to try and hit sixes. As it looks like Rabani, the young fellow, will be given a second over in the power play.
Yeah, so that's also the end of the over number 2, and it'll be 19 for 2. It's just some confusion. I think that obviously when there's a run out, you've got to credit the right striker there. So I think you saw that Nisat was listed as 0. He did score that run. That's why Nabi was on strike. Nabi was dismissed off the last ball of the over. We're always really appreciating the interaction with the fans. I know that John Coates sent me a message. He was asking about the numbers on the fantasy dashboard. So I was just telling him about that. So yeah, if you'd like to have a chat with me or Corey or Rico for that matter. I mean, Rico will be in a little bit later on. And don't forget, you can always send us a message. You get me at Mr. Maximo, you get Corey at @CRutgers_28. And don't forget, at European Cricket, great place to get all of those little bits you might have missed. Do you know that last night you did a very special game? It was match number 100 in this ECL.
Yeah, I knew that. I jotted it down in my notes pre-game, and it was an honour to commentate the 100th game.
So yeah, while they want to sort out that issue, just that technical issue, we'll say very good morning to you, or good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. Great to have your company. Big hello to all the fans as well. And I've got a lot of fans in here today at the Cartama Oval. Just 2 days to go. Give us a wave. We're up here in the dream box.
I'm going to count how many waves you get.
There we go.
1,
there they
2,
come.
3.
They're coming with a rush now.
4, 5, 6.
I'm going to go 2 hands.
James Cantor's gone the double hand wave. James is a... Oh, no. Is that James out there? Not too sure. 6 waves. Well done.
Could be James or one of the kids. Not quite sure. Anyway, let's get on with it. And it's going to be Rabani coming back in over number 3.
Slow ball. 2 full. Just a single patted away into DDC.
So Rafa comes out at number 4. Well, he's not going to slow things down. He's facing up now.
Gets it. He gets it. Beautiful shot, and he gets a full ball, and he puts it away for 6.
Yeah, what a shot first ball. In Rafa, he packs a punch, and I really like him at 4. Even sometimes they've used him at 3, but he comes out swinging for the fences. He gets a little bit of length. Look where that bounces. Maybe 1.5 meters in front of his front leg, and he just swats it away dismissively to get off the mark.
Would you say that Dreux, out of the 7 teams at Championship Week, the highest voltage of a team? They just, like PUC Care, we know go at it, but I feel like Dreux have them just.
They're a team no one wants to run into tomorrow, I tell you that much.
Shot. That's a bit more agricultural, a bit of a hidden run, but it'll be a dot ball.
If I go to my stats, I think Dreux, as far as their 6 hitting kind of averages are off the charts for this level. Yeah, so Dreux, they're hitting on average 12.3 maximos per 10 overs.
Yeah, it's pretty good numbers.
So that's ranked number 1 in the whole competition.
Shorter ball, doesn't get it, but it goes into a big pocket of space. A lot of work to do there. And, well, bit of foot fielding up to himself, 2 runs.
Yeah, so to give you an idea, the next closest to them is Hornchurch, who are hitting 10.
Okay, tell us a little bit more about PUC Care last year, because they felt like they were hitting a lot of 6s. Was that their recipe to success?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. And they did that very well. Anything, once you're getting like double digits maximum rate, that's on average 1 6 per over. So, I mean, that's a huge pressure reliever.
Oh, that is horned, Vinny. That's a tree topper. Adios, pelota.
As you'd say, adios, pelota ball. Yeah, I was wondering about the property next door and if and how they will be delivering these cricket balls back to us, because this has gone miles over the trees.
Do you remember those wild dogs we had out there making noise? They've gone quiet, and more they got hit a couple of times, and that was...
a bit worried.
Oh, what a shot. Rabani, they tried him with the new ball in this one. Hasn't really worked for him. He's none for 27.
Yeah, fantastic ball striking.
Yeah, well, makes an adjustment wide outside of the off stump. It's just a dot ball. I say even Stevens after the power play. The score is 34 for 2.
It's a pretty average looking power play. There's not normally too much that's average about a Dreux innings with the bat. But they still have 2 very good players there And PUC Care, they have consistently just banged it with the bat, haven't they?
Well, DDC is probably in the best touch we've seen. Baba adds another dimension. We have a look at the table. This is a huge game for Dreux because if they can win this and peg the net run rate back a little bit and then win tonight, there's no reason they still can't get second. PUC Care aren't secured the double chance yet.
If they win this well, it's a double whammy because their run rate will go up and PUC Cares will come down by roughly the same amount. So it's going to be...
Still a lot on the line.
Yeah, just 4 out of 7. Yeah, it ain't too easy. Wait for this ball from Baba over number 4.
Nice shot. Nice looking shot, but straight to square leg. Yeah, Mohamed Baba's come into this team and he's a very talented bowler and an extremely good batsman. Just gives them a lot more balance.
Yeah, for sure. But just thinking about this 4 out of 7, whereas in the group stage, it's just one team misses out. Here, 3 teams miss out. At this stage, everyone kind of these mid teams would be feeling pretty comfortable about what they're doing. Whereas during these matches today, all these teams are a little bit uncomfortable, I think, because they know if they have a shocker, and let's not forget Alton, God rest their souls, from Group C, they missed out in the finals from a seemingly unassailable position during the group stage.
Oh, so that's high in the air. Oh, it's going to go over backward point. That might go for 4. It will go 4. So a little bit of luck this time from Rafa, but he's playing a good T10 innings.
Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah, he just loves to swing the bat. Again, he loves a little bit of length. Gets it here. Takes it on. Not where he intended it to go, but he'll get 4 carreras.
Yeah, interesting to see PUC Care Barcelona haven't used the 2 left armers. We know Cameron's out, but they've still got Syed Shafar and the big man, Atif Mohammed, have bowled unbelievable last night.
Baba, they do like only getting 2 out of him in the first 4. It's pretty usual.
High in the air. Is this a catching chance? No, it's a 6 just over DDC. And, well, Rafa has come out and he's wrestled back the momentum. Some really good batting.
Yeah, Rafa's got plenty of innings to work with. You're never quite sure how long he'll last. But while he's there, I can guarantee you the scoring's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, Bubba's bowling a decent length, but the batting's just a little bit above him at the moment. He got the big wicket. He's getting attacked right now. High in the air again, and it's going to go over backward point again. They might think about backward point going back, but that's a little bit of luck, but also if you swing hard enough, you get rewarded.
Yeah, I think this is one that he kind of goes with the line of the ball rather than just being too leg side conscious. He slices kind of under the ball. As long as he gets it over the infield, you knew it was going to spin away to the boundary.
Yeah, and it does look like they've made that change in the field, and you got to change eventually. So third man will come back, and square leg comes into the ring after those sort of splice shots over the offside. So that's a good move from Baba, who's bowled an okay spell here. Just hasn't maybe had a little bit of luck with those 2 shots.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good comeback. Full Yorker length. DDC to do the mopping up. Hasn't he been in a rich vein of form, Vinny?
Yeah, he sure has.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah. And I was going to say, the only thing that probably stopped DDC is a pole, because I know that he walked into one last week on St. Patrick's Day by accident and not because of any over-drinking.
Hard, offside, nice shot, goes for 4. And, well, Vinny, good little comeback this from Dreux.
Yeah, they're going to keep swinging 50s up as well, and that also takes us to the end of the over. Their score is 54 for 2.
Yeah, so 54 for 2 at the moment. So it looks like we're going to get maybe a change in bowling here. They might be going to a bit of spin to win. Still no left arm seam. You know, Rafa's raced out the blocks, hasn't he? 29 of 9. These 2 teams really live and die by the sword with their style of play. So it does look like Adil Shafkat is going to come into the attack. He's the lone spinner, mostly for PUC Care Barcelona. A little bit of a mystery spinner. He's going to have a tough time because Rafa's looking good, Vinny.
Yeah, he sure is. 29 off 9. Time to slow things down. Here's Shafkat in the 5th.
Edged again. Just the one this time.
I had to stop him going for it. And the ledge doesn't travel as far. Here's Tabishpati.
Oh, just staring at his bat, making sure it's still there.
He's visualising the middle of the bat. I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah, Shafkat. Clever little spinner, isn't he?
Shot. What a shot that is. Well, inside out over extra cover, and it's glorious batting.
That's a leg spinner he hits with this spin. I mean, Nisa is such a good player as well. I mean, he's a bit more orthodox, I think, than some of his top order compatriots, but he can still really pack a punch. He's in great shape as well. 6 runs.
Yeah, he's been in form throughout the tournament, but that's a proper cricket stroke. Not easy to do inside out over extra cover. And this is a good start for Dreux, who, as we mentioned, they can still finish second in this group.
Yeah, sure can. I want to say a quick hello to CNF, and also want to say hello to Cosmic Nana, watching from the United States, who's just finished her Spanish lessons.
Nice.
Buenos dias.
Flight it again, and it's Horn, baby. It's back-to-back sixes, and Dreux, they're racing away with this now.
Plenty of work for the ball retrievers at the moment. I mean, they just love hitting sixes. I said they average basically 1.2 sixes per over. Well, there's a couple right there.
So, yeah, they're averaging 12 sixes an innings, aren't they? Yeah, it's unbelievable ball striking.
Average is about 7.
So they're hitting 72 runs in 12 balls, and they've got another 48 to do whatever they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing numbers.
Go run a ball off those, you got 120. A slight adjustment of the line there from Shafkat. Still went. There's a quicker one.
Yeah, that's what a spinner will usually do. Try dart it in, but gets his line wrong. He's under the pump here.
Yeah, so yeah, Nisa's a bit more, I'll play the line of what you bowl. Rafa's more like, I'm going to swing everything over mid-wicket if at all possible.
That's a nice looking shot. Single.
Yeah, but I think these two complement each other quite nicely. Maybe these two are kind of like the understudies, you know, like when you go to a Broadway show and they say, well, the part of Ahmed Nabi tonight will be played by Mohamed Rafa. You're a bit like, oh, okay, but you're actually like, actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's another short ball. And, well, Dreux, they're feasting now. They've raced to 75 for 2, Vinny.
Yeah, not even halfway through. PUC care. The way things are going, they're going to be chasing a bunch. This is where you don't have Cameron to kind of go back to. Or you haven't.
Well, they haven't used the left arm seamers. You've got 2 very good bowlers sitting there.
Last ball of the 5th.
Oh, he tries to horn it again. It's in a pocket of space. Will just be a single. And after 5 extremely eventful overs, the score 76 for 2.
Want to welcome all of our viewers all around the world, and particularly for our Muslim community, I want to say Ramadan Mubarak to you. It is the Mubarak, it is the Ramadan season, I should say, at the moment. So to everyone celebrating that and or observing that, I should say, at the moment, wishing you all the best. And so, yeah, you'll see a slight change in our schedule a little bit later on. But right now, I mean, these two teams, we thought we'd see big runs. We've seen big runs through the first 5 overs.
Yeah, despite the 2 openers going, this is what Dreux do. Long batting lineup. They want to hit sixes. They can hit sixes, 12 on average per innings.
And well, that might actually be going up. I mean, Barcelona Bash numbers, I think they were kind of around this. And we know that series was full of excitement. We saw some huge scores. Yeah, but right now, I think finally we're going to see some left-arm seam, and this is what you've been waiting for, Corey.
Yeah, because Atif Mohammed's oh so good. Will he be good today?
See if Rafa has any patience for him.
And he hits it, doesn't hit it well. Oh, just the 1 run. Here comes it. He bowls these sort of like off-cutters, low wrist. Last night, he was the one that changed the game quickly for them, and even at the ECC, Vinny, not many people were able to hit him.
Yeah, it just has this little snap of the wrist, I think, which means he generates a bit more bounce. Plus, he's a tall young man. We know that. I mean, ever since I saw Atif, been a big fan. We saw him in Barcelona a couple of years ago in ECS cricket. Now, part of the Spanish national setup.
Once again, good length.
Tell the viewers the story as well, because I think you, of course, picking the national squad, and he came as a bit of a, was he a late replacement, or he was a development player?
He was a late replacement for the high performance camp, and then he impressed a little bit there, and then he was a late replacement for 2 injuries, and he just got in and he took his chances, and now he's a bit of a cornerstone of the team.
Didn't you say you put spikes on him, you got him bowling the turf nets, and nobody wanted to face him?
No, when you put spikes on this boy, he's 10 kilometres quicker. And you can see that he's just effective. It's a funny old action. He goes across them, he snaps his wrist well, and not many people can clear the ropes off him.
So far, he's kept it quiet. These two will keep swinging away.
Well, they're going to want 140 here, definitely.
The pace they're on at the moment.
And 140 versus PUC Care. It's no guarantee. There's some very good batsmen that will come chase this down later. Good game of cricket, this.
Yeah, we're loving it.
That's a great shot. You go with it, you don't go against it. One bounce, 4, so nice shot. That looks like 4 runs, and well, that's how you play it.
Yeah, this is flat. I mean, they're going to have to check this because it was too fast for the human eye. Let's have a look.
Yeah, 1 bounce, 4.
Yeah. 4 runs.
Not too fast for my human eye, Vinny.
Yeah, it was very, very well struck again.
So that's the way you play him.
Yeah.
You actually have to go offside against him and not leg side because it goes across so much, and they make a small adjustment now. Yeah, they put the deep cover in place and bring mid-off up. Don't mind this field. He now pushes it to point, and another dot ball. So despite the boundary, this is a good over from young Atif Mohammed. He's pegging it back.
It really is. He can kind of go for 1 boundary and over. That's pretty normal. You can have an over with no boundaries. You've done very, very well. You're probably going to go for a handful. That 1 boundary and over gets you. It's normally around maybe 10 and over, which I would say is fairly regular kind of over. Last ball of it coming up.
There's that slow ball. It's in the air. This could be a catching chance. Oh, he taps it down. So, well, you could call it a drop or you could call it a defensive stop. It's up to you.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he doesn't hit it with his hand. He gets it with his wrist more than anything. That's Cameron Raja out there. So he does save 5 runs. But, yeah, I mean, he wasn't really moving back a bunch. I think he doesn't really know where he is on the field. So I think all things considered, they'll take it. They would have loved for that to have stuck and for him to have stuck the landing. As it is, it's the end of the over. And after 6 overs, it is 84 for 2.
Yeah, funny how the par scores have really risen, isn't it? It's sort of like, it feels like an ETC all of a sudden. Batting's looking a bit easier. It's good conditions. In the group stages, there was a few stages there where teams were hitting 80 and 90 and defending it. It really feels now, if you don't make 120, at least you're in trouble.
And you run into a bunch of confident batters, and batters that by definition are in form. And not just 2 per team, 3, 4 per team. And we talked about Islanders, you know, the team that have just the 2, or not just the 2, but the 2 main ones. But then you look at some of the runs that you're seeing now. Callett's making runs. You're seeing McCulloch, again, he's come of age in this series. I think this is okay.
So comes Ali Said Shafat now. He's a short bowler, can swing it in, but he's tricky. He's got 2 or 3 deliveries, and not many people have got a hold of him either. Yeah, that's fine.
Sneaks inside.
Sometimes he takes the air out the ball as well.
If he bowls that one again, I think Nisa's going to try and blast it through the cover point region.
Good partnership this, though, isn't it?
It really is. Always concerned for Dreux when they lose their openers early.
Oh, it gets funky. Big appeal. Not out.
Good decision. Good decision. Going across and missing off stump.
Yeah, gets a bit funky, and I don't mind that. He's played this shot quite a lot in the tournament, and close, but maybe just missing
Normally
off.
playing this when you think, I don't think the bowler is going to try and hit the stump, so I feel it's a bit of a free shot to maybe get a boundary, and I'm not going to be OEW or bowled. Let's see what Shafat Ali Said does here. Another guy recently made his international debut for Spain.
Well bowled. Yeah, the left armers, we're waiting to see them. They've come on and they've just pegged it back a bit, haven't they? This is what they did versus Beverin so well. They were again against the pump, and it was 55 for none, I believe, off the power play last night. And everyone's saying, wow, Beverin's going to make a humongous score. And they ended up not even making 100, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah, that was quite the comeback, wasn't it? But yeah, you called for the left arm seam. Here it is. It's been effective so far. Just 1 boundary in the 9 balls we've seen of it.
Well bowled, keeps it wide of him. It's in the air. He tracks back, and it hits him in the head. It hits him square in the scon. Oh, and he pings it in, and that has to leave a mark. That hit him square in the head.
Wow, I hope it got the hat. Oh, boy.
I think he might. There might be some blood here. They're going to have to come on, because that's...
I reckon it's hit right in the nose. There, bridge of the nose.
Ow.
Raja, it's going to have to go off here.
Oh, my word.
Or is that area of the ground that Star's...
They've got to get the medics on here because that's not good. Just to go check that out. That hit him flush as well.
Just burst through the hands. Didn't get the hands together.
Oh, he's putting a thumbs up, but I'd go check that out.
Well, wasn't quite the diving header, was it? But Raja, that could have been really nice. He's tough as nails. Don't worry about that.
That's a proper falcon, Vinny. My word. Well, he's staying out there. They're moving on. Oh, that's a big opportunity missed as well.
Yeah, there's that.
And then the next ball is horned. And that is cricket for you. It's a tough game, and that's going to be a big 6.
Oh, that was just a little bit of length, and it crashes into the sight screen. Oh, wow. How is this innings at the moment? Rafa, it was the man that was dropped. They came back for 2, and then he smacks the next one high into the Spanish sky. It came down to mistakes cut out of us.
Catches win matches, and wow, that dropped. That could hurt him because Rafa, he's 3 away from a pretty impressive 50. And he toes that one again. That man's running back. It's not going to hit him. They should have kept him on the rope.
The fence.
And that's his 50. What a special innings. 51 of 17, striking at 300.
How's Rafa going? I mean, he just comes up and says, you know what? Where somebody else sees crisis, I see opportunity. And he just smacked that over the infield. And throws the hands. It's not a one-trick pony. He's played a lot of offside shots in this innings as well. He reaches his 50 in the blink of an eye, and after 7 overs, it's 97 for 2. So, you know, one thing I'm excited about is more cricket at the Cartama Oval. We have our final tomorrow, but this weekend, guess what, Corey?
What, Vinny?
We have an ECIW, which is a women's international T10 event. It goes Saturday and Sunday. 3 countries are involved: Spain, Malta, Austria. And Corey, good news, you'll be here with me. So I'll be keeping an eye on when you get to bed Friday night after the final. We have 9 matches, and yeah, you can watch that on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, if you're enjoying the action.
Well, in the air, DDC tracking around, it's in the gap, and that's good fielding. That might save 3 runs. I think he's done quite well there. I think that's Secundar Ali.
Yeah, I think it's part deliberate, part accident.
Nah, it's deliberate.
Because I think it doesn't really hit his hands. Look at this. I know what he's trying to do, but look at this. Is this foot on? That's fine. And
he tapped it. Oh, it's tighter than I thought.
Doesn't really clean. I think benefit of the doubt there. When this foot hits the ground is one more that's there. I think the ball's gone by then.
Tough call.
I think that's okay. Benefit of the doubt. I think it was just ejected before the foot hit the ground.
Yeah,
but it wasn't a clean slap is what it meant.
Bit of an
slipped out
optical illusion, this one. This will tell us a little bit more.
Maybe not.
No, that's tough to tell.
I think, for me, there's one frame where the foot's almost about to hit the ground and he may be touching it there.
Yeah, they've given benefit of the doubt to the fielder, so he saves 3 runs. Good job.
Good decision as well. That's the process. If there's doubt, it goes in favour of the fielder.
And this one's hit to the same man. Should just be one. And it's Cameron Raja bowling, and glad to see he's back up and bowling after taking that falcon.
I suppose that he wasn't going to get his opportunity with the ball if he went off the field. So, Rafa setting the ground alight. I mean, these 2 between them have scored 80 runs now. Out of the 99 on the board.
Horned, Vinny. 6 more runs, and it's just looking good for Dreux, who are going to get to their 12 sixes.
I think they will. I mean, where are we at the moment? We've had, they're going a bit slow. That's only the 8th. But having said that, we've got a quarter of the innings to go.
Yeah, it's just such a dangerous team that you give them length and they can play shots like that. You're right, Vinny. I don't think any team wants to meet Dreux in the finals tomorrow. They're just such a lottery. And when it comes off, it's so good to watch. 105. There's still 15 balls remaining. They could easily crack 150 here. 2 balls come back, thrown onto the field. Looks like they found a couple out there.
Yeah, not surprised. I mean, I think all the cricket school kids at the end of the ECL do what the equivalent of like an Easter egg hunt up in the jungle. Yeah, watch out for those snakes, though. There's a few left up there. 100's up now for Dreux.
Yeah, proper batting this. Proper striking. Laced. And 6 more. Just good batting. They're actually hitting at both sides of the wicket as well. So you tell the bowler, hey, can you bowl wide outside off? And then he does that.
So that's when it comes down to the length. The 7 L's of T10 bowling at the Cartama Oval. Length, 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 and length. So if you're giving them something that bounces, they're going to be able to get under it, and that's what you're seeing.
I'll tell you who's watching this closely, Hornchurch and Farmers, because if Dreux were to win this, basically it's very hard to catch them because their net run rate's very good. So all of a sudden it makes game 3 today. Hornchurch Farmers could be a shootout for 4th. Wow, what a group we've got. That's a full toss. That's going to be very close as well.
Yeah.
I think that might be called, you know.
It's on the precipice, isn't it?
Yeah, that's close. That's very close. Let's have a closer look at it. We know they've been strict.
For me,
No, call it.
That's not.
I'm here for free hits. Yeah, I'm here for free hits and free hits only.
I think that's okay.
Nah, call it.
They said that's okay.
You win this round, Mr.
Yeah.
Maximo.
I think that was under the waist. If it's waist high though, or higher, that's a slight difference in our playing conditions to some other cricket, then it would be called. Anyway, back to the Rafa show.
Yeah, doesn't get it. Tried his best. Well, what an onslaught this is from the Dreux right now. It's pinged in by DDC, and at the end of 8 overs, the score is 113 for 2.
Let's take this opportunity to say hello to a few people in the comment section. And yes, I've been keeping an eye on you. I want to say hello to Shreyans. He wants to say hello to you, Corey. He's a big fan of you, as you know. I want to say hello to Terry as well, and peace to Dubai. And anyone else that is taking part in that conversation, get involved in the comment section. It's very interactive. And I've got Tom Cruise in there as well.
Oh, Tom, old friend of mine, actually. Shreyans, not a big fan, but nice to have him back.
You guys have a bit of a, you have your own kind of chemistry.
Hate relationship.
Not so sure about that.
Anyway, 2 overs to go. Oh, you get 30 off that, 143. Pretty good day at the office.
Well, how are you going to get your runs off Atif Mohammed? That's the question. They just got him for 1 boundary.
Yeah, see, they're bringing that deep extra cover up, and I think you could bring square leg up and keep another one back on the offside, but let's see. Wow, wow, that might be shot of the tournament. That's an unbelievable helicopter. Get that for the highlights reel. What a shot.
Well, we know that Rafa does have his helicopter license and he's not afraid to use it. And he got the contact point spot on. Watch this.
Oh, yeah. That's an incredible shot. Play it again. Give me more. My word.
Extra swagger points for Rafa.
Oh, Rafa's come out and played a serious innings. Oh, that is filth.
Oh, yeah.
That is filth.
And he absolutely nailed it too. Well, that's how they're going to get the sixes, I guess.
Hard back at a tiff and, well, burst through for a single. I mean, 60 off 21. Some of the batting we're seeing in this group now is losing the plot.
These two now have over 100 runs between them. I mean, when they came together, it was teetering, wasn't it? It was 19 for 2 after 2 overs. And they've scored over 100 runs now. Because that... The 100 partnerships just come up. They've scored.
It's one of those Dreux days.
Over 100 runs in 6.2
They
overs.
can do this. They can do this.
Atif, good test for him.
And he wins that battle. Well, this is the thing with young Atif. Even though he got hit for a 6 and it was a class shot, he'll keep his cool and keep doing what he does best. What a shot. That might be shot of the tournament, Vin. That's ridiculous.
It's just to do that with that follow through, to get that so spot on.
101 partnership off 39. Pretty good going.
It's beautiful and dangerous at the same time.
And well bowled once again. They think about a cheeky run that's not there. Ishan throws it, and I think he's going to be run out. Well, that's really good work from Mohammed Ishan and Mohammed Atif with the match awareness to break the partnership. He got a little bit greedy, Rafa. He wanted the strike back. He didn't need to do that.
Yeah, this is where you're just getting a bit too greedy for your own good, because you've got 2 set batters there. Yeah, and he's gone by heaps. But Rafa, you know, he didn't want to stay down that non-striker's end any longer. He was over halfway down. And smart work by Isan. He fires it back to the bowler. Isn't too worried about the stumps. Knows the bowler will do the rest. So, yeah, another run out. Unnecessary from Dreux. But they do play with passion, not always with strategy. But what an innings. He scores 60 off 21. 6 Maximos, 3-4. Striking at 286. What an innings.
Yeah, that's pretty much the definition of T10 cricket. That's remarkable hitting, and you have to say, well done. So it does bring out Tabish Bhatti right at the back end. Yeah, he just got a little bit greedy there. He's standing at the non-strikers end and wanted to face. And good work from Atif Mohammed, who's bowling these off-cutters and getting away with it. He's bowled a pretty good spell here, considering the damage that's gone around him.
Yeah, it's true. Well, Nisar still back on the rack, and think about these Dreux batters. They all are forming an orderly queue to come in with an over or two to go. They love this situation. They love to hit sixes straight away. But Rafa was especially damaging, wasn't he, in this innings? All happening in the ninth. Atif resumes his battle with Mohammed Nisar.
Again, people just struggle to line him up. That shot was incredible, but he's gone none for 16 off his 11 balls been in. How often do we see this young player just bowl good figures?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Hasn't been too rattled by that first ball. His temperament is so good, isn't it?
Yeah, calm boy, works in IT. Lovely young cricketer, lovely young man.
I'd let him fix my computer anytime.
Fix my hair as well. It's pretty good hairdo.
It's a bit of a unit, Atif.
Yeah, so Bhatti gets his first ball. I think he might try send this to the moon.
I think you're right.
Tries, toes it, and it should just be the single. So takes us to the end. As long as the throw's okay, it's okay. To the end of the ninth over. The score, 122 for 3.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Cartama Oval. I've got good news for you. We are back in action. The sun is shining. Unbelievable scenes really. The rain is gone. There's rainbows going to the scorer's box, but the best news possible, we do have more cricket and this game is a 5-over match. We've got some permutations we need to talk to you about. As Byron, who were on 34 for 2 after 3 overs, they will come back out to bat. They'll get an extra 2 overs still. And then roles will reverse. They will get a boost on the Duckworth-Lewis after their 5 overs are complete. There's the clouds. They're stuck in the mountains. Probably up there with Vinny Sandhu's head at the moment, who's blocked me off the chat. Vinny, I know what you're up to. But no, it's good news as I welcome back Andrew Ryan. Andrew, we had a lot of rain, but it's almost like Melbourne, Victoria, 4 seasons in a day. 4
seasons in a day, but how well has the ground absorbed all that moisture? Have a look at the details for this shortened match. So it is 5 overs per side. There will be a 2-over power play for obviously the second innings, and 1 over per bowler. Obviously, the opener from PC has already bowled 2, so but I guess continue on with this innings with a further 2 overs from other bowlers who have not bowled yet.
The way it counteracts itself is you could say, well, that's unfortunate for Byron because they had to face their best bowler for 2 overs, but they got a 3-over power play.
They certainly did.
And the other position will get 2 overs. So, look, Byron, we think, well, now can't get through the competition. They're going to be knocked out after this game, no matter what the result. But wouldn't they love to leave on a high note, Rhino?
It certainly would. And tell you what, there's some interesting stuff that could happen here. Also, the boys from Empire will be looking and hoping that Byron can knock off a win here against Paris. because that would give them the potential opportunity, probably unlikely when it comes to run rates, to actually overtake them for second spot. Yeah. Fairly unlikely, I will say.
There's a lot to go on. There's a lot going on. We'll have to check tables and everything. But anyway, we're back in the action. A play and miss first up. That's going to be spin.
Spin could be effective here, actually, particularly seeing who looks like he's trying to push it through relatively quickly, just taking a little bit of a skid with this pitch, which has absorbed a little bit more moisture than it certainly had after the first rain break that we had. Also interesting to see Sing Memi push that one into the offside for one. I'm not too sure if he's missed the memo. They've got 10 balls left in this innings. Time to go. Yep, no time to relax. It's a grand total of 10 balls that they've got left to bat in this first innings.
What a change in weather. It was pouring. It was absolutely pouring, and then
pitch perfect afternoon.
This looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
If you were joining us for the first time today, you'd have absolutely no comprehension of the fact that it's been bucketing down at times over the last probably 2.5 hours or thereabouts. Not continuous, and certainly lighter at other times than others, but ground has taken a fair bit of water. But my word, the drainage here at Cartama is first rate. Bit of air from Singh, spears it into the leg. Once again, ball just zipping off the surface.
Yeah, so you are correct, actually. If Byron can steal this victory, meaning that, well, Paris University Club would get stuck on 8 points. It means Empire CC all of a sudden are thinking about second place.
Certainly could be. Certainly could be. It's just turning into such an intriguing group, isn't it? Oh, Singh, bowler cracking over and shoots through on Omer, who really didn't look particularly comfortable after returning to the batting crease. It's the third wicket down. Byron, 36 on the board. And I'll tell you what, Corey, for a little 2-over shootout here, it hasn't started well for them.
No, well, maybe the rain break. They say sometimes the rain break's difficult for batsmen to start again, but they really haven't started again here. It's good bowling. It's an arm ball. It swings in late. Goes quite a bit, actually. And a wicket will go. But, yeah, looking at the table, very interesting. If Byron plays sort of, well, you say party poopers a little bit here. If they are to steal a victory and maybe a bit of help from the weather, they'll end up being knocked down on maybe 4 points. But that does mean that Empire CC have a game tonight versus Lubiana. They could go through, and even Lubiana also could win and get second spot. Could you imagine?
Goodness.
But we need Byron to step up if that is to be the case as new man Mohammed comes out.
Well, it might not be the party poopers. They might be getting the party started, depending on whose perspective you're looking at. As Singh, for all of the good work that he's done in the over to date, has pushed one down the leg side. Keeper's got no chance of collecting it, and it rolls away the 5 wides.
Handy runs, handy runs. Well, this is the other thing we have to think about as well, Rhino. There's going to be a Duckworth-Lewis boost, right? Now, I'm no mathematician, but no one truly understands how Duckworth-Lewis works. They could get up to a cheeky 60, 70 altogether if they get to 50 on the boost.
You are speculating. That's another nice ball
if they get to 54, 55, I guarantee they're boosted into the 60s.
Yep, okay, we'll take your word for it. I genuinely have no idea what this score is going to end up at, but anyway, let's see them do their work as Singh has found his location again in the last 2 balls. Just been pulled straight by Singh Memi, and Singh Memi's on strike. It's skipper Mohammed, who's moved to 1 off 2. Last ball in this over. Loaded outside off start. It's actually a really good over from Singh in the circumstances. And Byron, 4 out of their 5 overs gone. And they're 42 for 3.
I'd love a little 13 run over here, get to 55, and then we'll see what happens.
Just intriguing stuff, isn't it, Corey? As you say, there's a lot of different permutations on that table. Potentially, Lubiana and Empire Cricket Club with it all to play for this evening. And to be honest, even if PUC end up winning this game, as I wouldn't say to be expected given the slightly different format, but Safi comes into bowl the last big wide.
So you should be running there. Just run. You just
take
every risk possible. You've got a shot here, Byron. I just want to see a bit more fight, a bit more life from the Greeks.
The shootout tonight, even if it doesn't look like it's game for second place if PUC win here. Still setting it up for an intriguing tester for, oh my goodness, that's an awful ball from Safi. Started wide and went even wider. If you're Empire Lubiana tonight, you want to win that game and establish a bit of a psychological advantage over the team that you play tomorrow.
Well, absolutely, but I mean, this group is wide open all of a sudden, and looks like a bit of shoe replacement going on out there in the middle. I think the point fieldsman has just, oh wow, check this out.
No, tell me it's
We've got a double-barreled, yes. ECN Cricket has peaked at its finest. The point fieldsman has run in and swapped shoes with the bowler.
Did he swap the right shoe or the left shoe?
He swapped the right shoe, and it's not helped as he delivers another wide. Give him both shoes. You see it all on the European Cricket Network, and this couldn't get any more village.
They are going to swap the other one. The umpire, Joe Foster, is having a word. He's going to allow them to swap the second shoe. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, the question for you, why did he swap the right one? Surely for your final step on the left foot, that's the one you want the better grip shoe.
He swapped the wrong shoe. Oh, he didn't even swap the landing shoe. Oh, I'm out. That's it. I'm done, Rhino. You take over. And it's another wide. Swap everything.
It's gone flying.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, give us more of these 5-over shootouts.
Swap your pants. Swap everything. Honestly, since they've come back on, they've gotten about 14 runs in wides. This is crazy.
Well, it's lucky for Byron because not much is coming off the bat at the moment, but Safi still hasn't registered a ball. It's none for 6. Finally got one on the straight and narrow. Muhammad hoiks him over to deep square. Look at the excitement in the Byron lineup. They're being single-handedly dragged back into this game by an awful over from Safi.
I'm telling you right now, Byron get a little bit of a boost. They get to somewhere in the 60s, and Empire CC is sitting here on the side going, come on, plucky Byron. Shoes are going everywhere.
Oh, he's got another one online, but all of a sudden, Muhammad's remembered how to smoke one to the boundary. Consecutive 4s, and Byron are making their charge.
Well, they've left the tournament late, Byron, but they are charging. I can't believe he still swapped shoes for the wrong shoe, for the pre-landing shoe.
That was probably the best part of it, actually. I mean, nothing. How much can top a full shoe swap in between as Muhammad swings and misses, and Muhammad just stops running halfway down. We'll have to have a look at the replay here. Tell you what, Muhammad actually might be the one who's departing, and I think umpire Joe Foster has indicated that he's run out. Partner basically just stopped halfway down here and thought, okay, well, I'm not sacrificing myself.
He sold him down the river, and that's come off the keeper's foot and gone forward. There has been a lot of shoegate today. I've seen someone take their phone off and page their shoe. I saw someone get hit in the shoe and go off injured. Seen someone swap a shoe. I've never seen some of the things you ever see on the ECN.
Incredible, isn't it? I mean, that you couldn't write that sort of comedy, could you? I mean,
couldn't.
not only the first shoe being changed, they're bowling an almost worse wide and going in and getting the second one on the foot that he should have changed it onto in the first place.
Good little innings from Aslam, 9 off 5, and I'm telling you, plucky little Byron are right in this, and everyone's watching. What a game.
Bogdanos, could he be the hero?
Run.
Ball sprayed down the leg side, must have got a tickle on his pad on the way through.
He's disappointed. I don't think the batsman believed there was a tickle on the pad.
Ooh,
Tell you, it's difficult to tell.
Honest Bogdanos. On the decent line and off stump, and Bogdanos just sort of heaves it a little bit straight down to mid-off position, so eventually Safi's got his radar. He's got one ball left to go on this over.
If they can get one boundary off here, I'm going to have a guess at what the DLS target might be.
What do you think?
I think they'll get, if they get one boundary here, let's say, well, let me see the ball first.
It's probably called
Good
wide.
cricket.
Good running too.
Great cricket.
Well, Bogdanos, unlike Singh Mami, has actually committed to the run.
What did they, after 3 overs, what did they come back on, Rhino? They were at 34 after 3 overs. They've come back out, made a plucky extra 25, and I reckon 20 in extras.
Yeah, the extras has been in good form ever since they returned. Bogdanos cuts hard. Might try to push for 2. There's a fumble there, so they will get it. as Singh can't collect it cleanly. Bogdanos, tell you what, added a bit of zip to their running between the wickets there, and they've managed to scratch their way up to 61. So what's your pick?
I reckon they're going to get a 7 or 8 run boost.
Yep, I was going to say 68 or 69.
I reckon there'll be 68 or 69 off a plucky 5 overs and only a 2 over power play. We have a game on our hands at Shoegate at Cartama. As that innings comes to a close, there was wides, there was extras. This is going to be an interesting highlight reel.
Oh, this is classic T10 European cricket. Corey Rutgers, this is what we all tune in to see. Look at the enthusiasm from the man who was involved in Shoegate. Safi out there. No wonder his shoes are a bit damp, jumping up and down on the Cartama Oval, as it was an early wicket in this game. Oh my word, there were a few ordinary deliveries. Obviously the Grizzly, not easy to control. Some nifty footwork from the fielder up in the top. My goodness. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed the action here at Cartama for this game, because aside from the rain delay, there has been no shortage of surprises. A couple of big top edges flying off the bowling of Sarada. He was actually pretty good for the 2 overs that he got in before we had the major rain delay. Byron, the rest of the team managed to stay pretty dry during the intermission, but Mohammed came out and actually hit a couple of nice strokes as well. Look at the rain just bucketing down, making sure the piece of willow is protected.
Yeah, it was chaos, wasn't it? And everyone, they got the covers on, and then it came to Shoegate after that. There was a good over, but then all of a sudden the wides were coming. There was 18 extras in that 5 overs, Rhino. Crazy, 18 in 5.
I'll tell you what, if Paris University end up losing this game, they will not have anyone to blame but themselves, because that is a criminal amount of extras to give, and that's just extraordinary stuff, isn't it? Yeah, 1-2 shoe change.
So we're just waiting for confirmation to find out exactly, and the message has come through. They will require 66 off 5 overs for the victory.
So we both
real close.
Poorly. Well, not really. It wasn't really that difficult to try to come up with something. But anyway, well, what an extraordinary little sequence we had there. So much happening, as is always the case with these European cricket games, and the European Cricket League of 2024 continues to deliver. So this 5 over innings from Byron Staffromer, he got all of his runs before the rain delay. He was eventually cleaned up by William Singh. Nice over from him, aside from spraying 5 wides down on one particular delivery. The rest of the team really struggled to find the boundary for the most part. But they've got a serviceable total on the board, and obviously boosted by that Duckworth-Lewis adjustment, so they're up to 66. Paris University, they probably let themselves down a bit, as we said. 19 extras in the space of 5 overs, with 18 of those being wides. Safi coming on with the last over, went for 19. Just really, really got themselves in a hole there with the amount of wides they give away. But anyway, they've got plenty of big hitters in their team, and I'm sure conditions will probably ease up a little bit after the teams take a break. That pitch will get drier every moment. That we do not have the rain bucketing down on it, so it probably will be a slightly easier track for them to bat on. Field's still got a little bit of moisture on, but it looks like it's come up okay. We are in here for a little mini session of fireworks, as Paris University try to hold on to second position in their group. If they don't, then the final game tonight becomes a potential shootout to try to take second place. So plenty happening here at Group D for the European Cricket League 2024. It is the best T10 cricket on the planet here at Cartama Oval in the wonderful Andalusia region of Spain. We're here for the second last game of the group stages of Group D. It is Paris University up against the Greek champions Byron, looking to register their first win of the tournament. We will be back here in a few minutes' time for the chase. Please join Andrew Ryan here with Corey Rutgers on the European Cricket Network for what will no doubt be an enthralling pursuit. So Paris University needing 66 off 30 balls. Please join us in a few minutes' time.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a very interesting encounter which is starting to spice up Group D. We've had rain, we've had Shoegate, we've had it all, and we've got Duckworth Lewis, 5 overs per side in this one, a 2 over power play, 1 over per bowler in this second innings. It's a shortened match due to the weather we copped about 30 minutes ago. It poured down out here at Cartama Oval. The scores have been adjusted. They ended up on 61 for 4 off their 5, Byron. They get a 5-run boost. Doesn't feel like much, but maybe it will cause a few problems for this Paris University club. They require 66 for the win, and to guarantee second place. A loss here opens up the rest of the group. Shafiq's got the ball. Shahid opening with Bharti. No Ali Galami tinkering with the order. Not too sure about that. As I welcome back co-commentator Rhino. Here we go, Rhino.
Oh, can't wait for this. 5 over shootout. Big short of a length, big top edge, goes down to third man, but carries the fielder, Spiridon Vasilakis, and that's a great start for PUC, 6 for none.
Yeah, 6 runs, and there goes that little boost you got from basically the Duckworth Lewis. Look, I don't know how Duckworth Lewis works, but 5-6 runs when you started batting, you don't know it's a 5 over game. Does it weight properly, you think?
I think so. I mean, I think it's essentially based on runs scored multiplied by the millimetres of rain that have been dropped in the previous hour versus the number of players. The name Muhammad in the opposition side. Shahid, 6 off 1, good start. Oh, bit of movement away. And Joe Foster has a little nibble.
Well, Joey Foster thought about it, but it did move very late. I like that call. Give a little bit extra to the bowlers. Oh, I'd love a close game here. I mean, look, Byron, we know, due to the permutations, will be going home tonight.
Yes.
But they would love to go home on a high.
Absolutely. And it wouldn't, they deserve it. I mean, they brought us so much entertainment in that last innings that essentially the beneficiaries of Shoegate. They were bit part players, like an extra in a sitcom. Ball on a decent length, but it is hit beautifully by Shahid.
Whoa.
What a strike.
Oh, how's the reaction? Pumped up, aren't they? Yeah, what a strike. Shahid, yum. That is beautiful. Nice
Isn't
shot.
it an elegant shot?
Yeah, it is. And, well, they do need a lot of help, Byron, still. But you never know. There's Alistair Priddle.
Sprinting across the turf. He's not a man who needs a new set of shoes. Well balanced all the time.
Nice to see him with a shirt on for once.
Pure athlete. Decent length ball, just pushed out to the offside. So it's certainly not an unassailable target for Paris by any stretch. But particularly with a couple of boundaries to start off.
Yeah, they want to make the most of this 2 over power play as well. Bharti being promoted to the top. Now, that's interesting. Obviously, we know Ali Gulami's the usual opener for this team, but not on this one. Maybe just tinkering with the order a little bit.
You know what, they could have taken a leap out of the Paris team's book, maybe bringing a spinner on early as the pace is just getting eaten up. A lovely shot. I think that's carried the boundary, and the arms go up from umpire Joe Foster. Celebrations aplenty in the Paris University dressing room.
Makes you feel like this game's already bubbles being burst. Maybe not. 19 off 5 though. What a great start this is for PUC.
Yep. Notice also the PUC batters just working with the pace, particularly with the damp pitch. Sometimes when the ball's skidding on and you're trying to force the ball straight and get onto you too quickly, whereas they're just trying to time it. Lovely shot there, just backward of square. The away swinger. He gets the decision again from umpire Joe Foster. So a couple of dot balls just inside the tram lines in the end of the first, and PUC 19 for none.
Yeah, it's that late swing, and Giuseppe thinks that one's just inside the tram line. So be it. That's why the men in black do a fantastic job. 19 off the first. Yeah, Byron trying to leave with the big smiles you'd imagine with a win. If they don't get there, they will be pretty disappointed.
Yep, certainly got a chance in this game. Probably after leaking a few runs there.
What do we call it? An F5, fast 5.
Yeah, I think actually that's not bad. I think, did we call it T5?
Well, that doesn't
when
make
we had the ECL a couple of years ago. I think it did,
sense.
but it doesn't really make sense.
F5.
Yeah, I like F5.
No, I'm going to patent that.
Yep. Or just 5 over shootout really is a few more syllables, but does the job. Anyway, looks like they're completely ignoring my advice to try to bring a spinner on and take advantage of the slightly wet surface while they can. It looks like it's Mustafa Amir. We'll add a little bit of pace to the attack. Also, he's had a habit of spraying the ball around a touch.
Yeah, they need this over to go less than 10. He's one of their spearheads. He's got 6 balls here in this game. Can he make it count?
What of off stump. Cut. And cut pretty well. Only just above the head of the point fielder. It was Arse Ahmed elevating, trying to take the catch, but it's not a great ball and too much room to swing the arms.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? A little bit of width on offer and pumps it over the side. So Shahid looks good. Look, there's something about this PUC team. I think they're going to go very close in this group. I really think they're going to get close to getting through. They seem to have good batting depth. I think they've got a good variety of bowlers. And, well, I'm really looking forward to the finals of this group tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly are. Should be some tasty matchups. As we said, still the table uncertain at this point in time. Here goes for a bouncer that's probably a good 1.5 foot over the head of the opener from Paris.
Yeah, 1.5 foot might be generous. That could have been a metre too high, and he knew it, but mistakes happen, so extra run to the total.
No, Samir's not looking to his point fielder, trying to swap shoes. He's obviously comfortable with the grip that he's got at the moment.
I don't think we'll see that again. I've never seen a 1 shoe swap.
Interesting approach. Well, he's going to try to bowl the big in-swinger on this occasion. Well, no, it's just another bouncer that's, I wouldn't say misdirected, but well over the head of the batter.
And it's a no ball.
No ball.
Yep, and wheels just falling off a little bit here for Byron. The other one was about 1 metre above his head. Even this one, that's extremely short. And you see good umpiring. Joe Foster knew straight away. Easy decision for the officials.
Like a bit of Simon Says, put your hand on your head.
Great game. Underrated game.
Talking about Simon Says rather than the contest that we've got in front of us.
Do you remember heads down, thumbs up?
Not really. What was that?
Head down, thumbs up, and someone would... Don't worry.
Okay.
Different generations.
Okay.
Free hit.
Homer goes wide, swings late, and pretty easy call from umpire Tyrone there. So you said it before, Corey. It just feels like the air's been taken out of this one. Had high hopes for Byron at the start of this bowling, and they've still got some runs to work with, but 2 bowlers who have come on have just been all over the shop in terms of their length and line.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy from here with 10 wickets in hand. Just need a couple of dot balls or something to get back into this contest. Oh no, that's probably... Oh, the keeper's given up for it. Oh no, that's not a good look. That's a no ball and 4 byes.
Yep, not the greatest piece of bowling from Omer. We can only surmise that he hasn't got full control with a slightly slippery Grizzly, but either way, that's a pretty ordinary delivery. The umpire's just having a word to him.
Yeah, so that's I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I don't think that he's doing it in the sense he wants to put the batsman in danger. He's maybe losing his run-up or just lost some rhythm, but yeah, no ball. Goes for 4 as well, and it's a free hit. It's 31 off 1.1, and all of a sudden, Rhino, the bubble has burst.
A few fielding changes here. It goes back to long on. Oh, that's a better ball. Where's that one been for the previous 8 deliveries of this over?
Yeah, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? It's a rhythm game. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. Unfortunately, Omer, who's bowled okay for Byron throughout this tournament, just having a little bit of a mare in this over. If they can get Shahid here, you're right, still 35 off 22. Get Shahid, maybe pick up another wicket or a dot ball to a new batsman. You never know.
Another decent ball, but this one just a touch shorter and beautifully timed. Ball rockets off that bat of Shahid, and smiles aplenty in the PUC dressing room, and the boys from Paris are marching towards this target.
I think Dreux, Empire CC, and a few others are watching Shahid, and if he clicks tomorrow on finals day, he could take his club team very close to championship week. 37 already off 9 deliveries in a chase of 65. Start the car. Oh, I know, start the car.
So, well on the way to our final game tonight, being a bragging rights affair, as Omer goes for another short ball, flies off the top edge, carries the boundary.
And it's a no ball for height again. Can you believe it? It's over the shoulder height again. And well, I think he's going to be taking out the attack. I didn't know this could happen for bouncers.
If I was the Paris team, I'd probably be asking for him to be kept on.
Is that actually a rule that if you bowl too many bouncers over shoulder height that you get pulled out?
I think it's more an interpretation from the umpires.
But
if you're seen as continually bowling intimidatory bowling.
I don't think that's what's been called for here. But I didn't know that you could be taking out the attack for too many no ball short balls. I've never heard of that.
Certainly is the case for waist-high full tosses. But anyway, we won't want to speculate. But
yeah,
anyway, it looks like he's been given his marching orders.
Well, it's an interesting one, because I've always said, like, if I'm a batsman here, why would Paris University Club want him out of the attack?
Indeed.
He's playing him well, but I never knew that was a rule for... I knew it was for full tosses, but can you be dragged for too many bounces?
Question for you. Should we, given we allow batting sides to retire batters, should we allow captains to retire bowlers mid-over?
I don't know.
Just a thought. Why should the batting side have all the fun?
No, I don't. It opens up cans of worms, but I've never seen that before. So he's been taking out the attack because he's bowled too many bounces over shoulder, and he did 3, didn't he? Warning, and then 3 no balls.
Yeah.
Well, 44 off 9 balls. Game over.
Well, tell you what, poor Asa Ahmed comes on to bowl where he's already facing a free hit through no fault of his own. So good luck for the scorers dealing with this one. 44 on the board, 1.5 overs completed. And Ahmed comes up with an absolute peach to deal with the free hit.
Yeah, slow, wide, and it's Shahid's kryptonite, so to speak.
Exactly what was needed. He does the same thing again, beats the bat. Corey, I did mention a little while ago, it feels like probably 15 minutes ago, given the amount of extras that we've had, that the slow stuff just skidding off the pitch, it's not easy to deal with. Probably hit this one for 6 now. Oh, just dragged straight. So 3 dotties to start the over for Ahmed. Where was this at the start of the innings? PUC 44 for none after 2.
Yeah, and it just shows you can have someone young running in off the long run, but a couple of wobbly steps and 20 kilometres an hour is effective. And we have a look here. 8 points so far for PUC. A win here will take them to 11. Byron will get a point still in this. Apparently it's 3-1, so they'll go to 2, but it does look like...
Well-deserved point for them.
Yeah, it does look like they will be knocked out. Vinny Sandu in the chat saying 3rd bouncer of an over is a warning, and the 4th is out the attack.
Was it a 4th?
Yeah, because one... Yeah, but for me, still once again, if I'm a batter, if I'm Shahid, I'm saying, sorry, keep him on. Why would you want him out the attack?
It probably would have been back in the pavilion with a win now if they had have kept him on for a few more.
Well, it actually gives Byron brought on a new man because of that, and he gets 3 dot balls. It actually saves Byron.
But that's his own. That's also his only over. So that's it. Last time we'll see him at the bowling crease. That's a beautiful little flick down to fine leg and beats the fielder sprinting down there. So nice little start. Barty showing he's got a few tricks up his sleeve as well.
Yeah, been promoted to the top, given an opportunity. It looks like he's enjoying himself. And once again, PUC just showing the amount of batting depth they've got in this side.
Gurpreet Singh Memi coming on to bowl this third over. So Paris only requiring 18 from 17 now. So I think even for the mathematician Corey Rutgers, you say that the target is in their favour.
Yeah, it is. If they lose from here, it'd be a pretty fun next few overs.
Dragged straight down the field, and
Where's
on comes in the field.
Where's it gone wrong from Byron this tournament, you think? We're about to say goodbye to them, but last year, I mean, they caused some big upsets. They were a very exciting team. What's happened this year?
It's hard to know. Certainly a bowler or two short, batter or two short, but that's a little bit too simplistic. Just even the guys who have played well in these events who are here just don't seem to have clicked. You know, they started the tournament with Bogdanos at the top of the order, which just doesn't really feel like his game, trying to go over the top in the early overs. Mohammed's played some decent shots when he's gone out to bat, but just not a great deal of consistency. And I guess when you could argue that Omer has potentially been their best player in the tournament, but he's been so up and down.
Yeah, it just hasn't been their trip, and that can happen. Sometimes they lost that first one to Lubiana by 10 wickets, and they haven't recovered, and that was the one they were expected to win. So it's been a tough old time. Inside edge and gone. Barty, good take from the keeper. There's a little bit of a personal highlight. Aslam Mohammed catches one off Memi, and maybe that's their last wicket for the tournament.
To be fair, actually, quite a nice piece of bowling from Singh Memi. Just put that one on a decent length outside off stump. A little bit of turn off the deck, and it's well taken by the keeper.
Yeah, well taken. 50 for one. Just coming in a little bit off the pitch, off the surface. Keeper holds on to it. Little inside edge. Never easy to catch these ones, but does a good job.
Yeah, never easy to catch them, especially when you're not really looking at the ball, but he's managed to glove that one successfully. And so the first wicket down. Still a long road back as far as Byron are concerned to try to win this game, but a couple of quick wickets. You never, ever know.
New batsman.
Questions.
Oh, well, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. We could get a 5-run penalty. Batsman is not ready and has the 60 seconds come because it could potentially be put in. The batsman has to be ready in 60 seconds, and this isn't ready.
Could be gone in 60 seconds. Look at the arms folded from umpire Joe Foster.
Joe's giggling.
He looks furious, doesn't he?
Joe, honestly, if you ran into Joe in a dark alley, you're not recovering. I'm telling you that. Will they let him off? Because this is what they brought that rule in for. I don't have my counter on me, but that must have been close.
Look at this also. Safi's back to his original shoes. Seeing them, he cut pretty well. They're clearly his batting shoes, just not his bowling shoes, as Safi gets off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, nice shot for 4. 3 overs complete. 54 for 1.
I'm glad he came out to bat. Did want to see whether he went back to the original footwear. Nice little shot.
Safi's been on, hasn't he? He's been timing the ball beautifully all tournament. So PUC 12 runs away from earning the double chance, meaning there will be another French Derby tomorrow. And
yeah, it doesn't always help though, does it? Because I guess the way the games are scheduled on finals day, let's say they lose their game to Dreux in the 1 versus 2 game, then ultimately it's the only time you're forced to play back to back is that next year. You're obviously having to win 2 in a row, but the team who wins the 3rd versus 4th game, they get an extra game of rest.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about that, Rhino. These players are athletes. They train religiously for this event, and they can play 3 in a row if required.
Absolutely no doubt about that. Speaking of athletes, Marcelakis, I should have seen him a bit more often at the bowling crease, the big left armer. Ball outside off stump and swatted straight down the ground. Probably not your textbook straight drive, but it doesn't really matter. Safi doesn't hold back with the bat, does he?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say in this group, Safi so far has been the biggest surprise packet. His strike rate and his hitting ability is beyond belief.
Has he faced a ball that he hasn't hit to the boundary yet?
Like, not many.
Thumbs up. Still in one piece. It's just to the side of our commentary box, so we didn't get a great view of where that ended up, but at least everyone is alive and well and accounted for within the production team. Marcelakis, big wide swinging away, so that takes the runs required down to 4 off 10, so Not quite mission impossible for the Greeks, but not far off it.
Oh, this is mission impossible. It definitely is mission impossible.
Be optimistic, Corey.
No, there's got to be realistic at some stages. It's all she wrote.
Not paid for realism. Safi on strike, 10 off 2. Ball down the leg side. So Vasilakis just losing his line of touch.
They're just clipping the bat on the way through. Not signalled wide because of that. Sort of actually caught up and hit the back of the bat in a funny way. He went through with the shot too early, and there it is.
So have you tracked down yet whether or not Safi's actually faced a dot ball?
I can't get the statistics up. That was a dot ball, that ball. Because he got some bat on that.
It actually gets
yeah,
so excited but waiting for your feedback on the...
His strike rate has been amazing.
Oi, well, strike rate will get a help along there as well as he's launched a tennis shot over the boundary. Paul Vasilakis just lost control of the Grizzly completely. But in the end, that is a very non-conventional but comprehensive win for Paris University, and they ensure that they finish in the top 2 of Group D.
Well, what a crazy game that was. We had rain, we had delays, we had bowlers bowling too many no balls, we had shoes coming off, we had wides. Hard to surmise what I've seen in the last hour and a half. I need a cold drink.
And to have that all happen in the space of about 8 overs as well is extraordinary stuff. You could not have that much drama in a full day of Test cricket. Anyway, probably a little bit less drama for this matchup between Empire and Lubiana, which will happen as the final game tonight. And it looks like the rain is going to stay away, so we can get that contest in. But actually, Empire look like they're working their way into a better position in this tournament. Lubiana up and down, big win against the Greeks, but haven't fared so well against the other teams. Huge contest just to take confidence into the next game at final stage.
Yeah, that was a plane. That's Mr. Maximo going back to his back to where he belongs. But anyway, back to the action. It was violent, to say the least, Rhino. We were hoping for maybe a close contest to spice the end of the group stage up, but you got to give it to PUC. They had a little bit of assistance, and well, what do you do? Runs are runs, and they just did what they had to do.
Oh, runs are runs. There's also nodding at the head from our boy Omer, who unfortunately just lost his radar completely. Bowled a succession of short pitch balls that got absolutely nowhere near the noggins of any of these PUC players, but carried them by a fair way and was eventually removed from the attack. Asa Ahmed came in afterwards and actually bowled pretty good 3 balls, and then they had the spinner Singh Memi get the wicket. So slow bowlers might have been the trick, but otherwise they were just carted to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, it just wasn't meant to be. We're going to have to say goodbye to Byron, who are knocked out of Group D. The last time we'll see them until maybe we're in Corfu in late May. It's been nice having the Greeks here. They'll be super disappointed. Maybe we see Byron again at another edition of ECL in the future.
Yeah, I think anyone who's watched the various Greek sides and the national team on the European Cricket Network over the last couple of years know that they're much more capable of good quality cricket than they probably showed this week, but I'm sure it's been a great experience for them nonetheless, and they've kept smiles on their faces throughout, which has been great to see. Quick look at the batting card. Usman Shahid, another impressive knock from him. Not easy conditions out there to bat, but he looked in full control. 31 top scorer, and then Safi just bludgeoned a bunch of boundaries when he first came in, as he tends to do. Look at that bowling card. Azra Ahmed, 3 balls for no runs. He was the pick of the bowlers, Corey.
Yeah, he was. 3 balls for no runs. Came on to bowl to a free hit. Overall, it was all PUC. Goodbye to Byron. Maybe we see you again in the future. Best wishes. And, well, that does mean tonight's game's a little bit of a dead rubber, but we always say there's no dead rubbers on the easy.
No, certainly not. And question for Maximo, because I'm sure he's lurking somewhere.
He'll be watching.
Mustafa Omir, economy rate of 42.
No, I know that's still not the biggest.
That is still not the worst.
We've had a... Well, 42 now. We've had more than 42.
What was the record?
I think it's 45. I think it's 45. But anyway, look, we'll be back. It's a quick turnover. I'm going for some dinner. We'll be back in 7 minutes to start the last game of the Group D group stage. Bye for now.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's ECL time. It's the final game of Group D in the group stage before we get into the finals tomorrow. Empire CC take on Lubiana. Let's go to Ian Ramage, match referee for the coin toss.
Empire, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Lubiana, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin. Norcane has been called. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Empire, who will bowl first.
News from the toss, Empire CC have won the toss. They've elected to have a bowl first with the lights coming on and see if they can get that ball to go around corners. Interesting game this because these two teams could end up in 3rd and 4th position and both play each other in the eliminator tomorrow morning. So they're going to want to feel each other out a little bit. But with the way the table is, maybe Empire CC with a big victory here could end up 2nd and potentially get the double chance. There's plenty of cricket action coming up in the next 90 minutes. It's going to be an interesting game. Lubiana have been the surprise packet of this group. Can they put in another good performance? Andrew Ryan thinks so. He's on the Lubiana train, so let's go to him right now.
Thanks for telling me what I think, Corey. Always good to see the young talent get some time on screen. We're here for this final game of the preliminary stages of Group D. It is the Finnish champions Empire Cricket Club who are working their way into this tournament quite nicely. They were last start winners with a pretty comprehensive victory this afternoon against the boys from Byron in Greece, who we just saw finish their campaign not that long ago. And Empire are up against Lubiana. They were first up winners against Byron, but from that point on, it's been an interesting couple of games for them. But this should be an intriguing matchup. Say two reasonably evenly matched up teams, and the two that will play against each other in the 3rd v4 game. Get us started with finals day tomorrow as the team's being led out, and look at the vocal support, particularly for the boys from Helsinki. Empire Cricket Club, wonderfully dressed in their resplendent electric pink and purple and looking just as good. The big hitters from Lubiana making their way out to the middle. So a pretty healthy crowd in attendance here at the Cartama Oval for this contest as the players enter the field and the lights are shining brightly. So a quick look at the fantasy dashboard. Amjad Sher's been very good and probably the pick of the players for Empire CC so far. Jordan O'Brien would love another substantial hit in this game. He's had one good innings, a couple that have been a little bit off par, and Paral, he was excellent and very elegant for that matter, batting in that game against Byron earlier today. So the supercomputer leaning towards the Finns, giving them a 72% probability of winning this game, but Lubiana still have got plenty of weapons in their team, and saw the opening partnership in their initial game, managed to carry them to a 10-wicket win. So they'd love to get off to a big start as well here. Ramanjot Singh, probably their most credentialed batter, and Izaz Ali, the skipper, he knows how to handle the willow as well. Good to see the opening stages here. Amjad Sher's been very effective with the new ball for Empire Cricket Club. Swinging the ball away, generally putting it on a good length, bringing the batsman forward, not giving away too many easy free hits to square leg by dropping too short. Pretty sharp with their field placings too, Empire. Thinking squad. A lot of experienced players, quite a few with national team experience for Finland. So big clash coming up for our final game here on day 2, Group D. Sher charging in. Just a little bit of late swing. Swings wide. Pretty easy call for the umpire. Thought that Cher will be heartened by seeing some of the sideways movement. Singh facing up. Oh, slips over on the surface. Thought for a moment that he was going to execute a very awkward looking man-cat attempt, but as it is, might be the back foot that's just lost contact. Yep. Didn't really seem to slip that much. Maybe just didn't land where he was expecting, and he's pulled out of the delivery stride. Doesn't seem to be any issues, which is good. More ginger as he approached the crease though there. Maybe a touch tentative given what happened on the last ball. Hasn't been able to find his location as yet. Just a few calming words from the skipper just to make sure he's ready to go and attack this task with gusto. Much better ball in the channel. A little bit of tail away. His pace a touch just to gain control. Finnish supporters there, riled up for this contest against the Slovenian champions. And a bit of a subdued start with Cher able to find the same level of accuracy as he's had already. He's got the radar on now. And a man who's always got his radar working, bringing back to the microphone, Mr. Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, very excited for this one, Rhino. Jumping out of my skin. There's no such thing as a dead rubber, and I'm going to tell you after this ball why this is such a crucial clash.
Can't wait. Cher charges in. Another decent ball. Big swing, though, from Singh, and it flies away for a Maximo. So Lubiana really get their innings motoring along. 8 for none, 3 balls gone. Please do, Corey, enlighten us in these dark times.
This is a battle for third place. And as we know, it'll be a 3 versus 4 elimination match tomorrow between these two very teams. But the reason why this is such a big clash, Rhino, the winner will get the home tent tomorrow, meaning a smaller walk down the iconic steps of Cartama and maybe saving themselves some time.
Amazing stuff as Cher beats the outside edge with another lovely outswinger. Well bowled for him. I guess one could argue that the more practical benefit would be if we do have the rain return tomorrow, that the third place getter is obviously in prime position to take the win should that game be abandoned.
No, definitely it's about the walk in the tent. It's all about the tent.
I don't want to suppress your view about the tent. That's actually a pretty nice ball from Cher.
Oh, he's lost
Gallagher's lost it in the air, but as it is, it's carried the boundary by a good 10 metres. So his inability to track it down is completely irrelevant. And gee, that was nicely timed.
Well, you don't see too many Finnish supporters smiling with the 6, but he just chipped it, and Gallagher had his hands in the air saying, I don't know where it's gone, but it didn't matter. He cleared the rope and 6 runs.
So probably some of the most aggressive shots we've seen against Cher in the tournament to date. Oh, he's pulled. That's what he hasn't been doing. He hasn't dropped short on the hip too often, but Ramanjot Singh showing that he's in a mood again, and Empire's opening bowler has been taken to the cleaners in this first over. 18 for none.
Let's be honest, Lubiana rely on the opening pair a lot, and it's going to be up to them to potentially take them to victory here, and a big partnership might be required, as this is what we've got coming up for the year, Rhino.
Oh, so much to look forward to, isn't there, Corey? Obviously, we've still got a few more weeks here for the ECL at Cartama, but then we're off to Portugal, and as I'm sure all viewers who have been following the coverage are very well aware that Corey Rutgers will be taking the helm of Team Europe in a Ryder Cup style captaincy arrangement, and I'm sure that'll be an absolute thrill for the players who will make the trip out to the Centre-M ground to learn from doyen of T10 cricket strategy. As Mohamed Imran steaming in to bowl the second over. Big in-swinger, not a bad appeal, but moving down the leg side. Can understand why the umpire gave it short shrift in consideration. Bit of movement though. Last game that we saw Imran bowl in. Really wasn't particularly penetrative against Byron, but started nicely here. The big inducker. Skamans liked it indeed. Another big mover, and fortunately Gallagher's tracked this one down without any issues, and he's got a good arm, almost taken the head off of Muhammad Imran. Managed to do some damage to Raz Muhammad's lower half in the previous game. We notice Raz is not in the side for this contest, so maybe licking his wounds and still struggling to walk after the Gallagher fireball came in. A big hooping in swing, a lovely take down the leg side from Skamans, but either way, still a wide ball. And I have to be careful here, Imran. Ramanjot Singh, very capable player over the leg side. We've got the dual protection out here, first at long on and deep mid wicket. Just a gentle little prod. So the movement that Imran's getting, predictable by this stage, but nonetheless just causing Singh to play in relatively cautious fashion. To a good start, Lubiana, so they can be a little bit more selective as to which balls they go after. He's hit him in front, big appeal. The umpire no doubt had a bit of a look at that. I think it was Joe Foster at the bowler's end, probably a touch high. He certainly struck him in front. Yeah, well, I think it's a good decision going over the top. Easy to get significant bounce here at Cartama Oval, but nice ball though nonetheless for Imran, so only 2 runs off his 4 balls so far. Hooping in swinger, and Skamans on the money. He's enjoying keeping up to Imran. So he's given away a couple of extras, but quelled the power of this Lubiana batting lineup as Slovenian champions look on in their dressing room. Some pensive faces in there. They know how important this opening partnership is to their chances in this game of securing that home finalist and the preferential spot in the dressing room setup, as Corey's mentioned. Might be a chance at the bowlers, and Singh's not the quickest between the wickets, and that was the end that they went to. Throw was not far away, just popping over the top. In fact, if Imran had have gotten behind the ball, might have even been able to take it and whip the bails off, but as it is, Singh survives. Another excellent in-swinger, and this time almost Yorker length, and that completes the second over. Pretty good one from Imran. He only goes for 4, and Lubiana 22 for none after 2.
Yeah, good to be back, and just ducked out for a 1 over dinner, Rhino. You're on the clock, because I just did that in 6 balls. Let's have a look at the table. And there is no such thing as a dead rubber in this format. If Lubiana get the win, they will get the home tent tomorrow. And then if it was to rain, they would go through. So it's a little bit of a dress rehearsal for these two teams. So far, Lubiana, who have been heavily reliant on their opening pair, they're still there, and they're going to need them to go pretty big again in this clash. 22 for none after 2. Shot, nice shot, short, pulled away, goes for 4. Nice batting from Singh, and the score goes on to 26 as a nice start. Good to see so many people still in the chat watching and enjoying all the live coverage. Had a bit of rain throughout the day, but thankfully the rain has not affected match number 5. We've got clear conditions overhead, a little bit of cloud cover, but we will get this full game in. And how important is Singh for Lubiana? Lubiana, the surprise packets of this group. I don't think many gave them much of a chance to make it to finals day tomorrow, but they have achieved that. I guess the questions will be for their team and management. Can they go a little bit further and up the scales to 3rd, 2nd or 1st place? Gallagher. With ball in hand. Ball that's short again, and maybe gets away a little bit with that. For a cross bat shot through the offside. Did Singh. Dot ball. Deep mid on, deep square. The two boundary riders. The shorter delivery on leg stump, tying him up for a little bit of room this time, and Singh cops a bit of a corky, we call that back home, when you get one in the thigh. Sting a little bit. Lubiana very reliant. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy between the keeper and the batter. Do like that. There is still room in this format for a little bit of argy-bargy. He tries to moose that one into another kingdom. I think the keeper was just saying to Singh, look, we're ready to bowl. We need you ready to face. And look, there we go. They're saying, oh, look, sorry. Everyone usually playing in the best spirits out here at Cartama. And that one defended. So good comeback from Gallagher after his first ball was a little bit short. He's been able to peg it back in this over. That's a better length. That's a good length to be at. And Singh definitely playing a little bit circumspect here. Last ball of the third. And he's going to get that one. That's a nice shot. A little bit fuller. And they'll have to double check if that's 4 or 6. It looks very close indeed. We'll see if we can catch it for you. It was a lovely shot and very close. 6 runs just over the rope. And 6 runs signalled by the umpire, Asad Ali, who's with Joe Foster in this one. So a good over from Gallagher in between, but the first and last ball going for a boundary. And Lubiana, who are reliant on the openers, well, they're still there, 32 for none after 3. Bit of a dress rehearsal for tomorrow. You want to get one up your opponent, and then these two teams obviously will be in that eliminator. It is interesting, Dreux will finish top of the group, and no team that's finished top of the group have made it to championship week. Is it a bad omen? We'll have to wait and see. So much good cricket coming up tomorrow. Looks like that ball has been lost into the abyss of the bushes. So new balls, please. 3 overs bowled and Ali. He's only faced 3 deliveries. Gets a chance now. Oh no, well that's going to be a no-y. Pulled away. It's going to be a free hit for Singh, and he'll be licking his lips. So he gets that one all wrong. No ball, full toss, so 1 and a free hit, and well, this isn't the person you want to be bowling free hit deliveries to. Singh, when he's in, can hit it a long, long way. Oh, I like this. Look where he's standing. Getting funky. This is good. It should be done more. Saying bowl at the stumps. You can't get me out that way, but goes with it. Big slog sweep. Well bowled. Oh, in the end, it'll actually be a dot ball. Well bowled from Imran. Didn't fall for the trap. Clever batting. I like the initiative to try and create something different. Didn't get the elevation or the distance to get it to the boundary. Well bowled again and well played just for a single. It's a good opportunity to welcome back from a very quick dinner. In and out. Oh no, that was a glorious pie.
It certainly was.
What was it? Spinach and
I know
cheese.
You were trumpeting your ability to finish it within 1 over.
You went 1.1.
Well, you had a paceman who also bowled 3 wides, I think, during his
Doesn't
over.
matter.
I had Peter Gallagher shooting through his off spinners. So I think one of us had an easier time frame. Anyway, Imran coming in for his second over. One doesn't swing in. Not sure if he'd trying the change up of moving the ball away. But either way, it's gone wide. Scammies actually does a pretty good job to stop it.
Yeah, he got that one to go. You can see the keeper just signalling to the captain. There's a bit of swing on offer, so maybe if they've got more pace in the arsenal, go to them, because it does go a bit under lights, Rhino.
Certainly does. Notice Scamins, one that we haven't talked about for our moustache. 11 of the tournament, but it's actually a nifty little bit of hair that he's got. Well, there's that one. Hoops in again. Ali, despite the fact that Mohamed Imran's bowled in-swingers on almost every single ball in this spell, seems to still be getting caught by the late in movement.
Oh, that one went in, the previous one went away. Imran just showing he's got all the tricks at the moment. He'd love a wicket. Ali, 2 or 5, would love to get going.
Another in-swinger, And
That's 4.
unfortunately, that's gone for a boundary because Amjad Sher has stepped over the boundary.
Yeah,
he's actually perplexed that Gallagher is pointing out that his foot was probably about a foot behind the boundary. That's good sportsmanship.
Well, it's a brave option. Let's see if it pays off, Rhino. And no, that will not pay off. Foot behind the line, touching the ball is a 4.
Yep.
Just totally forgot where he was standing.
Little bit of lack of recognition of the boundary rope, but either way.
Tell you what, Ali's happy. Gets him going a bit.
Oh, the 4-1, it's beaten Ali, it's beaten the stumps, it's beaten the keeper. And thankfully for Empire, it doesn't roll away to the boundary, but they do scoot through to take the bye.
I actually think it might have been singled runs, so maybe an underneath edge on that one.
I did not see that, to be honest.
Neither. Well, it was a call from the umpire. So Singh back on strike. Imran swinging it around corners. 41 for none. Lubiana still fighting here. Would love another boundary.
That one hits the pads again, unsurprisingly, and so that's the end of a pretty nifty 2-over spell from Imran. He only goes for 13, and Lubiana, not a bad start for them. 41 for none after 4.
41 for none.
Tell you what, Corey.
Yes.
I noticed it's gotten a little bit cool here because I'm actually getting a bit of steam coming off my breath, as are you. And
I'm not feeling it tonight.
no, it's not ridiculously cold, but clearly the air temperature has dropped. So credit to the players.
There's
who
no wind.
No, there's no wind. There's no wind.
In the first week, there was a lot of wind. Wind's out of all the elements on Earth, is the wind I have the biggest grudge against.
Is it really?
If I could take away in one element, it's wind.
I'm sure wind comes in handy for various
Name me
climate-related
how
things.
it comes in handy.
Oh, wind power?
Nope, not needed.
No, not needed. No.
Solar power.
I would think they can all contribute to...
You can't name me 3 good things wind do.
It does cool things down on a hot day.
Not needed.
Sea breeze, have you ever heard of one of those?
Never.
Hasn't comes on for his leg spinner. And it's nicely whipped straight down the ground. That's another thing. Leg spinners don't mind a bit of breeze to bowl with so that they can have it blowing against balls.
Yeah, well,
or even holding up if they're bowling against the wind.
None of the arguments you're saying are making sense. Nice shot for 6. And hey, they rely on these openers, but they do deliver often.
Certainly do. Ali did this a bit in the first game too. It was scratchy for the first few overs and then launched a few bombs. Can strike the ball. Not afraid to give the ball some air. That's a catching opportunity, but probably not helped by the wet ball. Still a bit of moisture on it. It was going at some rate. Gallagher elevated, but skittled through his hands and has gone for a Maximo.
It's the old goalkeeper save over the bar in the end. It was hit ferociously, wasn't it? He had a good read on it, set himself, but yeah, just bursting through and over the bar for 6.
Hasn't. Great shot of his head going down the background. Tough catch in these conditions.
That would hurt as well. I mean, these grizzly balls, I say that they've taken a piece of mercury and put them inside a grizzly ball. Have you ever opened one up?
No.
They are, honestly, it's the hardest thing on Earth. It's hardest substance on Earth.
Well, that's the one that's just gone through Gallagher's hands. Probably got a little bit of breeze in there now. But so Hasnat, it's gone for a pair of Maximo. He's been excellent for Empire to date in the tournament and probably play an important role for them tomorrow, but it's getting smoked so far. That one's should have been left alone by Ali, but as it is, just drives it straight down the ground. And another test, will it be a slightly easier one for Gallagher?
Tell you what, that home dressing room sounding pretty tantalising for Lubiana at the moment. A cheeky win here. Great start.
I think they're already hanging up the Slovenian flag in it to claim ownership. Oh, nice bit of air. It's driven out, and O'Brien takes the conservative approach. Puts it up on the first bounce, and they'll keep it to 1. Tell you what, Hasnat loves to give the ball some flight, doesn't he? Good to see a leg spinner in T10 cricket would do that.
Yeah, it's always good to see a leggy in lineups. He bowled really well earlier today as well.
Big swing across the line. That was awful looking cricket, to be honest. Just noticed in the background too that young Matthias Brazier was warming up, so they may be coming up with the dual leg spin attack.
Yeah, don't mind it. They've got some options to this team, Empire CC.
Oh, boy, that has been belted out of the Cartama oval. So Hasnat, after a couple of good balls, has been absolutely annihilated on the final ball. Well, Corey Rutgers, hasn't that brought us to life here in the commentary box?
Well, these balls are made from mercury, and I tell you, when they get hit, they go. And when you clear the hedges over there on the Rhino, that's a 70-metre hit.
Yep, decent strike, decent strike. So a lot of power there, and we talked about the impact this opening partnership has for Lubiana Cricket Club. If they are to progress in the tournament tomorrow, obviously playing Empire in that first qualifier game, a lot of it will be down to these two, undoubtedly.
Yeah, and if they want to go further, you think the supporting cast will have to offer a little bit more from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 if they're going to go deeper. Empire CC, though, for me, Rhino, they're a bit of a smoky in this group. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
No, absolutely not. It's probably the key for them is taking top order wickets. And in the games that they've struggled, that's what they haven't done as effectively. So Cher's been bowling pretty well. They'd love him to sort of, particularly when they get to the, whether or not it's the first game tomorrow or if they get through and they're playing either Paris or against Dreux, they really need some early scalps from him.
Would you like my controversial call for Group D?
I think you'll give it even if I don't ask for it.
That's all right, I'm not here tomorrow, so I want to say it while I'm on the air. I can't believe I'm saying this. Dreux not to go through tomorrow.
Ooh.
I've got a feeling about PUC. I don't know, little brother.
Yep.
Just I feel like it's their time.
That's a big call.
It's a massive call.
And especially
I'll
from
put
a
my
man
career...
who's a card-carrying member of the Dreux fan club.
No, that's Vinny. I'll put my career at stake. If they don't get through, I will not be back.
If they don't get through, you will not be. I think you've done a negative there that you are there, or you're doing a bit of self-protective work and having it both ways. But anyway, we'll check the Rutgers grammar on the replay later tonight. But no, look, I agree. I don't think it's a certainty whatsoever. And the interesting thing for Dreux so far is that, and interestingly, particularly given they had the rain out this afternoon, we still haven't seen Nabi, the undoubted superstar of their team, play an innings of substance whatsoever.
Don't worry about Nabi. This is T10 format. I think DDC is a good example. For Spain in the ECC, he went on a 4-duck spree and still ended the competition with 450s. If in T10 your form is going to go like this, it's never going to stay always at the top. Nabi will be back, I am sure.
Hey, absolutely no doubt. But I tell you what, I reckon he probably would have appreciated the extra hit against Lubiana this afternoon. Obviously, with the rain coming over the way that it did, that game was abandoned. And then we had, obviously, an absolute classic, which will go into the archives between the boys from Byron up against Paris University in the penultimate game this evening.
Yeah, that was an 8-over thriller in Manila, they'll be calling that one. But yeah, 61 for none of 5. The openers had to go big, and at the moment they are, Rhino.
It's a good question. Actually, maybe we can open that up to our YouTube chat of what's our version of Thriller in Manila? Is it drama in Cartama, or can we come up with something better than that?
Oh, I get you. I like where you're going.
Do you like where I'm going with that?
So
open it up to the creative folks in our YouTube chat. Dave, oh, it's an outside edge. Well, to be honest, it's a dreadful ball from Tambay, but Singh trying to go for the uppercut has only succeeded into edging it through. Tambay's acknowledged the good fortune. He's done the hand on the head to probably say to his teammates, that's not the best wicket-taking ball that I've ever bowled, but either way, it's got the right result.
It's a drag-down long hop, and somehow Singh has just feathered it through. What a disappointing...
Has that bounced in the first third of the pitch?
He'll be so disappointed because he was batting quite well, and in the end, he'll have to go, unfortunately. End of a good innings too. This man can play. He'll have to go very big tomorrow if they are going to go through into maybe qualifier 2.
Yeah, I agree, Corey. He's one of the sweetest timers I've seen here at Cartama Oval. Really hits a good ball and a good range of shots.
Well, that's a no.
Followed it up with an absolute shocker again.
That's a no ball because the previous one was called for one above shoulder. So we on for another bowler to be dragged out at the attack.
That's almost out of shot of our side on camera. So sympathy for the bowlers tonight. The ball is still no doubt a little bit damp, but we thought the first one that got the wicket wasn't his greatest. That one, he's almost bowled it into his toes.
Well, maybe he was thinking it's worked once, it could work twice.
Gutsy call if that was the case.
Well, he's got 1 for 1, off 1. And, now we've got the old free hit because you can't bowl 2 over shoulder.
Could he be the second bowler today to be dragged from the attack as That one's wide. At least it's not bouncer height.
Yeah, not looking too great at the moment for Tenbei. Just losing his line and length a little bit, although he's picked up the wicket, the big wicket.
He has. So, a few nerves for him now. Once you've sprayed a few, it can be hard to adjust. That's a good ball and carries through nicely the keeper. So hopefully for Tenbei, he's got his radar back and operating. Both these teams look absolutely splendid. I mean, it's a big call. I mean, I always tend to get a team shirt from the groups that I'm commentating, Corey. There's so many choices.
I know you do enjoy a team shirt or two. So that's hit hard down the ground into a huge pocket of space, and that is going to race away for 4. Some good batting. John Gray with comment of the tournament.
Okay.
What about drama in Empanada?
Oh, well, I think it's even better than that. Drama in Empanadama.
Nah,
You just want drama in Empanada?
Yeah, I think it's the Empanada place holds dearly in our heart. I like that, John.
Okay, so we'll even look for a better comment that's just come in recently. That is thrashed just wide of where cover would be if it was on the fence, but no protection over that side. And Lubiana continue to keep the run rate up. So Dave B has chimed in and said, at Rico, I didn't hear what you asked us to do. So just for Dave B's
Rico hasn't been here all day.
Rico hasn't been here for the entire day.
Dave, you've been online commenting all day, Dave, for 10 hours. Rico hasn't commented one ball. What are you talking about, Dave? Get it together.
I'm sure Rico sends his best regards, though. Dave B. There's Mohamed Cal. Takes the long handle. He's carried long off. And this is a bit of a fight back from Lubiana just when Empire thought they'd managed to eliminate their top batter and start to moderate this total. Couple of big swings.
You know what we've seen so far from Lubiana is when they came here, Rhino, that they were probably the least ranked to do much in this group, right? And then we've seen in the previous groups, there's always a seeding, 5th seed, so on. But to be honest, they have shown they truly belong. And look, there's no reason tomorrow they can't just keep improving, Rico, and keep going.
You know what? We'll come back to it in a moment. This is the last ball of the 6th. So Tenbei drops it onto the legs and gets pumped again. So
I love Lubiana.
Great batting from him. Goes up to 20 off 6, and poor Tenbei might not be getting a second over tonight. So what makes this comment from Dave B even better is that we've gone back about 3 minutes, and he's said Corey's hand's so small against Rhinos, which is two things. Obviously, I love the comment. It's very funny and actually factually true, but also the fact that he's actually recognised that it's the two of us in the commentary box and then called out to his boy Rico a couple of minutes later. Love your work, Dave B. Great to have you with us as always.
Is getting square eyes from watching too much ECN a real thing? Can that happen?
I think it is possible.
Yeah, I think it is possible.
Although I suspect that Dave B watches on a vertical device where the picture is only the third of the screen.
He must still be on.
Comments are completely accessible.
I'd imagine that he's still on black and white TV. But anyway, Gallagher's coming back for his second.
Pops that one outside off stump, and it is going. I was going to say it was going to be caught, but unfortunately, Dandapani.
Then he's thrown it for an overthrow. Gallagher's going to pull his hair out if this continues.
Well, he's looking fairly stern, not even giving eye contact.
Rhino, what's the worst thing you do after you drop a goober?
Well, probably what Dandapani has just done. He stood and looked at it for a while and then created an overthrow.
I'll tell you right now, Dandapani is having a tournament nightmare, to be honest. Hasn't really gone his way, but they get 2 in the end.
So, driven out to cover.
Yeah, look, great platform, 86 for 1. And, well, yeah, Vinny Sandu in the chat saying, Rico, give us a bully. Next 6, give us one. Well, we've missed him today.
Fact, I will give us a couple of Ricos.
Okay, come on, Mohamed Kel, give us one.
Goes down the pitch, swings across the line, not enough contact to justify a bully or anything of the sort.
Oh, look, to be honest, we're not meant to have favourites, but I'm Team Lubiana. Little plucky team from Slovenia. They came here, all their bags were lost overnight. They had about 1 bag to share. And they're still in there fighting hard as that.
Oh, that's gone a long way. Bale, bale! Kina Sauna Shakalagia.
Adios pelota ball, and if you like sixes, you've come to the right place.
What a strike. And tell you what, he could not have set that up any better. That was a monster hit from Ali.
I'll tell you right now, you get me a red and black Lubiana shirt on, and I will put it on. They are a great team, and total respect to them.
Gallagher comes around the wicket. Oh, playing with fire. That's actually pretty good fielding down there from Padal. That ball was scooting along the surface. How was that? Was it worthy of a...
The bale was a bit slow. The Shakalagia or whatever.
Like that?
I'm a big fan of that.
Okay.
Last ball, the 7th. Oh,
Slapped. Brian gets down on his knees. Bit of a quote to what we were referencing earlier today. Keeps it to 1, and that's the end of the over. Gallagher goes for 22 off his 2, and Lubiana making their way up to a pretty decent total here. Corey, look ahead to tomorrow.
well, we look ahead to tomorrow. We get a bit of an action replay from tonight. Empire CC taking on Lubiana. Then we get the French contingent going up against each other again. Dreux versus Paris University Cup, PUC. And obviously we know, I'd love us to change qualifier to the preliminary final.
Yeah, actually, I don't mind that.
Are we on the, because it's a preliminary final, and obviously the winner of qualifier 1 will get fast-tracked, the loser will be in the prelim, and the eliminator, one of the winners there, will face whoever in the prelim and go on to the final. 95 for 1 after 7, they're going to go to a little bit more leg spin.
Yep, I like the what I saw from Brazier earlier today. Did a good job earlier today. I think I pronounced his surname about 4 different ways, so I had a chat with the boys from Empire just after the game to ask.
Oh, I hope he's okay.
A little bit of a tender ankle.
There's a tenderness to that walk back and a grimace of, I've done something here, and the left knee is getting a proper wiggle. Let's have a look. Oh, a little bit of a slip. It's funny that the spinner comes on and he's the one that slips, and that's a genuine slip. Oh boy, get the sawdust out. Good to see he's okay though, but psychologically this might be a tough second delivery. And it is.
Well, he's done him a favour though, the batter. He's somehow picked out the only man within about 60 metres from all the way from forward of square leg.
Must have been hard to spot him in that bright pink at forward square leg as well. So gets away with that. Can Lubiana cash in this over? The little team from Slovenia just showing us all that on their day they can beat anyone.
Big swing. 2 fielders in relatively close vicinity down there though, and Andrej Share comes around, collects it, just a single. So going back to that question about what we do for the thriller in Manila.
Yeah.
Psychodrama in Cartama.
Oh, Malice at the Palace.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, I know there's other versions of this, but we've got to get something to work with Cartama or Malaga at the very least, as Brazier comes up with a nice leg break.
Yeah, keep going, speak to me. There are others that we could make for this.
Panorama at Cartama doesn't really work. Pajamas at Cartama might be angling towards something else. Oh, it's not his best.
That was Stuart McGill-like back in the day.
Good token look down at the surface though, just to show the captain that
that's what if you drag one down, the first thing you do is look at the surface.
Absolutely.
First thing you do. And then usually the skipper has a little bit of, yeah, okay, I understand. He's bowled a good over, despite having a few issues with landing his front foot. Only 2 off the 4 deliveries.
No, absolutely. I think he's a nice addition to the attack. It's interesting to see if they've got the confidence to pull him out in the big games tomorrow, as one just squeezes off the surface. It is the case with the slower bowler, particularly if you've got a leg spinner who can give it a bit of a rotation here. The moisture's still on top of the pitch. It's not easy to pick the speed off this deck.
Does it ever just hit you, Rhino, what we're actually doing?
What do you mean, sitting in Cartama, having chuffed down a meal in the Jeez, Brazier's come up with a pretty ordinary ball there.
Yeah, he's got that one wrong. He's been threatening to accidentally get it really wrong this over, and that's going to be a no ball 4, free hit time and 5 bonus runs. And I was just saying, it's quite amazing, isn't it? We've got a team from Slovenia playing a team from Finland, and a thriller out here at Cartama.
Yep.
Just amazing, isn't it, to bring these teams and friends together?
Yep. I'll give you another one, which it's still a slightly different pronunciation, but the saga in Malaga.
Yeah.
It still doesn't work, does it?
Not working. Nothing.
No.
Not rolling off the tongue.
I mean,
yet.
I know a man with your incredible vocabulary giving me the thumbs down immediately is a pretty good sign that I haven't quite hit the mark yet. As ball's been flicked out to deep square, pretty well fielded actually, kept it to the 1, and that is the end of the 8th over. Lubiana edging towards a pretty competitive total here, 104 for 1.
Got to go away from calling it Cartama.
Yeah, but I tried Malaga.
Andalusia, can you run anything with that?
Let me try.
Yeah,
I'm not the supercomputer.
Yeah, there'll be something that comes to us. 104 for 1 after 8, and well, Lubiana, we know they're relying on that top order, and they've delivered. If they can get another 25 runs on the board, they'll be very happy.
Certainly will.
It'll come to you, Rhino.
I know. Ushi is a bit of a hard one for English language. As looks like Raj Padal batted very well in the last game. He's going to be brought to the bowling crease. So persisting, taking the paceman away from the attack.
Well, Padal gets his opportunity.
Lovely chap, actually, Varaj. Had a great chat to him over breakfast this morning. Drags it down, it's smashed, absolutely smoked. And we may be here in the night time, but this is sun, sand, sea, and sexy cricket from Lubiana.
Maximo! Can you believe it?
This is why the parents don't let us take the microphone together, Corey.
I tell you what, Padal, that was beyond a loose nut. It's almost if his shoulder didn't rotate the whole way. Can he get this one right?
Maybe Tambe's been giving him a few tips. That one's on a better length. Beats him outside off stump. Well taken by Skins. The arms go up in celebration. The knowing nod, the big smile. Great to see such entertainment here at Cartama Oval. And second wicket down for Lubiana, 110 for 2.
That's the celebration of a man that I don't think gets given the ball often. That's the type of celebration where he said, you know what, you've finally given me the pill. I've bowled a bit of a long hop, but I've come back. Had gotten a wicket, and don't the Finnish fans who are taking the victorious Aces down love it?
Absolutely. Looking resplendent themselves.
Look at the keeper. He's got the laugh and smile. That is the wicket of maybe a top order batsman that really doesn't get the opportunity often.
No, certainly. I got to say, actually, in all fairness, I really enjoy watching this Empire club play, Corey, because they're clearly a pretty close unit, enjoy each other's company, play the game with a smile on their face. It's good to see.
Yeah, let's see if he can pick up another one.
Pretty important wicket too, because Mohamed Kal been playing a good innings to that point, 34 off 15. Nicely bowled up in the block hole. Tell you what, if he doesn't bowl often, maybe he's working his way into a permanent spot in this attack.
Well, you can see the smile on his face is genuinely due to it feels like it might be his first ball in a long time.
Oh, that one's been lofted into the night sky. And well, at first I thought it was going to be a 6 for all money, then realised that Nathan Collins had charged in off the boundary. Obviously not easy to judge distance under the floodlights, but had he stayed put on the edge, probably would have actually taken it reasonably comfortably.
And the double hand up just to suggest, I don't know what happened, but in the end, look, there's 2 sixes this over. If they can get another boundary, I tell you what, Lubiana won't mind Empire CC tinkering around it. They want that home dressing room, Rhino.
Don't they? Oh! That has gone so high. Sweetly struck shot from Siddiqui. We know he's a talented and explosive cricketer. Haven't seen him blast a ball like that, though.
That's a comet coming out the sky. That went so high. Well, in the end, this over's gone for 18. Padal might be having a laugh and a celebration, but 18 runs is good for Lubiana. And look, the little engine that could, they're still there.
They certainly are. You do not write this team from Slovenia off. Well, drifts onto leg stump. Siddiqui uses the pace. I think that one's just dropped inside the boundary rope. Signalled 4, and it's the end of a pretty profitable over. 22 coming off it, and Lubiana are working their way into a pretty hefty target here.
Well, that might be the last time you see him bowl as well, Rhino. He got his moment in the sun, but the sun didn't last for long. 22 off the over. They've tried some things tonight. Pick of the bowlers, obviously, Imran. 2 overs at the top for 6.5 economy.
Yep. Will they go back to Brazier? No. Despite his good last over, 100 shares. Still got one up his long sleeves. And he'll come on to bowl the 10th. Love to keep this sort of around 9 or 10 if they can, just to ensure this target is manageable. Still require a fair bit from their top order to reel it in, though. Good Yorker. Hits the bottom of the bat.
What a start this has been from Siddiqui as well. Saw a bit of Siddiqui while I was in Croatia, actually. Good to see him back. Oh, look, that's a proper bat break. That's it. You seen that?
Doesn't surprise me.
Oh, yeah, the handle's completely gone in that and sealing to the dressing room, and look at the wobble in it. There you go. Look at that. That's going to go. Watch this break from the handle. Look high on the bat, Rhino.
Oh, that's a floppy piece of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Yep.
You don't want that. And, well, he's going to need something a bit harder to use in the next few deliveries.
Good single. Shot out to cover. Too much. Anyway, Sher's bowled a good start to the over here, so 4 balls left. And as we said, if they can keep this to under 10, it sort of just ensures that their top order doesn't have to go all guns blazing. They can be a little bit more selective.
Yeah, they definitely can. Looks like they've changed it over. Anyway, Ali's batted really well, 38 off 19. He's got 4 deliveries to get to 50, Rhino. Can he do it in this thriller? There's no such thing as a dead rubber on the ECN. And it does seem like the change of blade does the trick as he pops that for 1. Won't be able to get back for a second. Siddiqui back on strike. What can Siddiqui do here? 17 off 5. 3 balls remaining. 129 for 2. They've been mighty impressive. Lubiana. And again, miles high. That's got snow in it. Good luck.
Actually, that's a really good catch, to be fair. As you say, Corey, that went a long way up. Cher got in good position, so gave himself every chance to take the catch, but under the night lights here at Cartama, good grab either way. So Lubiana, 129 for 3.
Yeah, good fantasy points that, the old caught and bowled. It's as good as you can do. Nice catch under lights. Siddiqui came in, and it was a good little innings from him. He did a bit of a cameo there. And
tell you what, I mean, there's not much of him, Siddiqui, is it? But geez, he can hit a ball.
I thought I saw him on
6.
I thought I saw him on the Philosopher's Stone, but he can play cricket, that's for sure. 17 off 6. And
the spectacle beast, we might call him from now on.
Handy player to come out at 4.
Oh my goodness. And tell you what, there's more depth in this Lubiana team than you might think at first instance, and particularly in this T10 format. Ikram comes out, 2 balls to go. Swings it across the leg side, pretty decent shot. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get it fine enough to beat square leg, and they'll keep it to 1.
Been an interesting last over, that's for sure.
Hasn't it?
There is no dead rubbers on the ECN. These players want it more than anything. Ali has been there for an age, 39 off 20. Can he hit the last ball to the moon?
Could he carry his bat?
Well, I hope he carries it off the
field in one piece anyway. Cher, spears a leg side wide. That one just didn't swing.
He wasn't able to carry his pass bat off the field. That one split in half.
He's lasted longer than the piece of willow that he walked out there with.
You know, these are amateur cricketers. If you break a bat, you're actually devastated. It's not like you've got 5 in the kit bag.
Especially if you're like me, you have an emotional attachment to those things. Oh, decent length ball, probably into the slot to hit.
Got to run 2.
Oh, they've gone to the keeper's end. I'm sure that was the play, but as it is, Ali does a good job. So swings through for 2. He ends up undefeated on 41 off 21 balls. And pretty decent innings from Lubiana. They ran up to 133 off their 10, so a challenging target for the Finns.
Yeah, they're a plucky side, Rico, and overall, Lubiana have done pretty well in this one. They'll be looking to get the chocolates and take some a little bit of a psychological advantage into the eliminator tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be a challenging target for Empire Cricket Club, particularly if the Lubiana boys can take a few early wickets. High fives all round to start things off, though, and those high fives would have been coming from the dressing room for Ramanjot Singh, the big opener. He's so well balanced at the crease, and he's got a range of shots. Really belted the Empire Cricket Club to all parts of the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And that top order, we said, obviously, you got to look out for them for the Lubiana side. They hit it to all parts. They've got some genuine power. And overall, it was a good fielding effort from Empire CC. There was a couple that got away. Gallagher tiptoeing that one over the crossbar. But overall, it was an innocuous-looking delivery from Tambay that broke the partnership.
Yep, and he persisted with his length about a third down the crease. Didn't work for him so well later on, but he eventually bowled a couple of decent balls. The boundaries just kept on coming, and some of it was a little bit of wayward bowling from Empire. Certainly not the easiest time to come in and bowl with a damp ball, and it's night time, it's cold. But either way, the Lubiana batters still took full toll when they had the opportunity, and they kept the momentum up throughout the whole innings. That was a nice bit of work from Skamans as Padal had the arms up in celebration. The knowing nod, his head was bowed a little bit more though at the end of that over after Siddiqui came in. Annihilated a couple, that one went through Collins' hands, and the damage was also done to the bat as poor Ali had to change Willow.
Yeah, he had to change Willow, and it didn't change the fortunes too much for Lubiana, as they played really well throughout the innings. They'll be happy. They'll be very happy, Rhino. They go into the dressing room probably ahead in this one. Look at those beautiful pictures. Look at that gorgeous ground in the middle of Cartama.
Stunning stock footage from the drone there as they reach 133 for 3 off the 10 overs. Great effort from the Lubiana batters. Ramanjot Singh played well at the top, but Izaz Ali batted the whole way through. Only faced 21 balls, which, given the 60 that were bowled, that's not much of the strike. Rashid Mamadkar, he gave it a big boost in the middle, 34 of 15, and then Shoaib Siddiqui launched a couple of big shots to get the innings finished. All round a pretty good performance from them. And Corey, the Empire Cricket Club, probably not their best bowling performance, to be honest.
No, I think that they've been a little bit outplayed so far from Lubiana. They put the bad balls away. They scored off majority of the bowlers, and overall, Empire CC, they've got a bit of a chase on their hands on a Thursday night.
Certainly do. So that chase is going to happen in just a matter of minutes. So Lubiana putting 133 on the board, leaving Empire Cricket Club from Finland with a 134-run target. And they're 10 overs to try to take the victory, try to take third place, and get the primary dressing room position for finals day tomorrow. So it's Andrew Ryan with Corey Rutgers here for the European Cricket Network. Please come back and join us in a couple of minutes for the chase.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody, welcome back to this cool sort of evening out here in Cartama. The lights are on, the clouds have gone away. We had some rain today, we lost a match, which is super rare out here in the beautiful Andalusia region. But thankfully, match 5 did get underway on time and win with a good treat to close out the evening. Empire CC, well, they bowled first and could only restrict Lubiana to 1-3-3, a very competitive score. And are we on for a bit of a surprise here? I think Lubiana came into this group, a lot of people thought would more than likely finish in last place. Well, they're going to be in finals day tomorrow, and they'd love to take a little bit of bragging rights into tomorrow, because they will be up against Empire CC in the Eliminator to kick off tomorrow. Great opportunity to welcome back everyone, wherever you might be from, on all our network partners. Hope you're tuned in and hope you're ready for this one. This is the bonus point targets, but to be completely frank with you, this time the bonus point has no merit whatsoever. Just the way the groups worked out, Empire CC on 6 points, Lubiana on 5 points. They're both confirmed for the Eliminator tomorrow. So this is just bragging rights, who can get the win. And I'm sure they both would love to do that. Shinwari's got the ball in hand. O'Brien's on strike. Padel's at the non-strikers end. We've got third man and deep mid-off as the two boundary riders. 134. I think we're in for a real classic here tonight. Umpires are ready. The keeper's not ready. That's Ramanjot Singh as he's just getting his gloves on and putting his helmet down still. Masad Ali and Joe Foster, they say play. Here we go, ball number 1 in this run chase. And pulled away into a huge pocket of space. 4. Easy pickings for O'Brien. He's not going to miss out on that. It was pretty short. There wasn't too much pace to it. Just had to go with the swivel pull shot in the gap, and he knew it was 4 from the moment it left that beautiful Gray Nichols bat. Gray Nichols, not one of our major sponsors, but it is a beautiful bat. You can see the batsman there having a bit of a laugh out there with his opposition. Also, you can see the cold breath. The temperature has dropped tonight. Very fresh evening indeed. Pulled down the ground. There's no deep mid on in place. There's going to be back-to-back boundaries, and a change of field might be required here. Always wonder why teams start with a deep mid off. There's other regions you could cover. It goes away for 4, and a nice start here for O'Brien. Has dropped temperature indeed. It's down to about 8 degrees at the moment, so cool evening. I think that will suit both these teams, who probably come from cool countries in the winter. Wild play and miss. This time good comeback from Shinwari. But yeah, this is the last group game of Group D, and then again finals day tomorrow. We have 8 finals days in total in this edition of the ECL. Boy, we've been treated to some good finals already. Pulled hard, they made an adjustment to the field, and he shells it. He lays an egg. There's a yes, no, maybe, and it's a dot ball. Can you believe it? Tarun Sharma at deep mid on, and he's going to be replaced in the position. One of the most awful feelings you can have as a fielder. He drops the catch and he's been replaced. O'Brien gets a massive life early in this run chase as I welcome back Andrew Ryan. Andrew, massive moment.
Well, can you believe it? I certainly can. I've just come from ground level. It is freezing down there. I'm surprised. Not surprised to see a few fielders struggling as that ball clearly going over the stumps. Tough conditions.
What's happened in the last 30 minutes? We've had a weather of all days.
It's been an incredible day on so many fronts here. Corey Rutgers.
It's only because I've been left with you, it feels like everything's gone a bit funky.
It's like paranormal activity.
Good movie.
Talk about it. Good movie. We talk about it a lot around here. There are some haunted houses around Cartama as O'Brien, similar shot to the one that the dropped catch from. That one much cleaner off the Grey Nick stick. And it carries the outfielder for Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. I think you need Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to catch that one on the deep mid-on boundary. But 6 runs and, well, 49 matches since a goal. I tell you what, I've got a little bit of a tingle in this one.
Do you really? Is that just the cold that's coming in? And
it might be the cold. It might be the cold.
Yeah. Yep.
I think this score's in the Goldilocks zone.
Can you explain the Goldilocks zone?
The Goldilocks zone is a zone where golden balls seem to come. And it's any zone within a 10-run radius. And tonight, the Goldilocks zone was from 125 to 135.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I like the thought. As we have Kareem Harris coming on to bowl the second over. So O'Brien, probably not the man from this Empire lineup that you want to drop. So we'll be looking to punish Lubiana for that as Badhal. Oh my goodness, that is a beautifully timed shot. Carries the fence by a good 15 metres. It's just so sweet off the bat.
Yeah, Padal just clips it. It went so high, but it went so far. Nice shot, easy pickings, half volley, leg stump, and just had to go with it. 6 runs.
We mentioned in the last game that Empire played, Corey, he has got such an elegant technique and gets himself into a beautiful side-on position.
He does, doesn't he? He really does. So, big opportunity for him to go big tonight, playing an innings of substance.
Harris wide uppercut. Very good example of the genre as well. The arms go up. That was pretty tight on the boundary rope. But either way, it's been signal maximum, and the Empire fans are finding their voice.
Who does this weather suit more, Rhino?
Well, I guess it's just a typical summer's day for the Finns. So
Slovenia's a pretty cold.
yeah, actually, to be fair, both countries actually have some pretty good summer weather. But obviously, Slovenia, mountainous country, so they certainly get their fair share of cold. And Finland gets a little bit more snow than most places in Europe these days. Harris short, and it's guided straight to the man at almost gully. And Bargon Sandhu, I think there, who took a very good catch yesterday, and after a couple of beautiful shots to start his innings, it's a very short but sweet stay for Padal.
Any catch in these conditions is a good catch, and for some reason he just looks to guide it. He doesn't throw his hands. It's almost like fielding practice with the slips in place. He'll have to go. We've got a game on our hands right now.
Yep, absolutely. There was actually Tarun Sharma down there who took a neat catch, so good set of hands on the young man. So Padal goes for 12 off 3, prototypical T10 innings, at least gotten the run rate up. Empire's 26 for 1.
Yeah, mixed bag for him tonight. Conceded a lot of sixes as well and took 1 wicket. So glimpses as a little bit of a high five with his supporters, but
yep, big crowd in tonight too. Obviously, a lot of people enjoying the drop in temperature here in Cartama. I mean, it is easy to forget that we're in quite a mountainous region around here. We've already mentioned the microclimate, but it does get chilly in the evenings, more so this evening than many.
yeah, tonight, yeah, it's really felt a bit cooler. Anyway, Collins is out in the middle, batting at the important number 3 spot.
Harris, short ball. Rolls his wrist over the top of it, but straight into the Cartama deck.
Good come back from Harris after his first 2 deliveries were sent to the moon. Good head of hair, actually, on Collins. Must be talked about.
Oh, very solid. Very solid indeed. Being the key Malay, folks, in this tournament, frankly. Frankly, he'd probably be the captain of that team. It's probably the best head of hair we've had in the whole tournament so far. Harris, wide. Very wide indeed.
There's Joe Foster, the evergreen Joe Foster.
Just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he?
He looks younger every time I see him.
Umpired almost every single game.
Has he been on every game today?
Maybe. And he's absolute energizer bunny when he comes. He's almost the umpiring version of Vinny Sandhu. Harris, good length. Collins tries to go big. It's a little bit more outside edgy than he intended, but gets enough of the willow on it, and I suspect that one's probably just dropped inside the boundary rope.
Yeah, opens the blade, skews it away, you're right, just inside, 1 bounce 4. So runs are flowing here. They only have to go at 12s and over. We see that can happen, but still feels like there's some twists and tails in this one.
Twists and turns even. Collins, 4 off 2. Better length ball. That's a really nice cut shot though. Didn't he get the back foot batting across? Cracked it, and it might have been at catching height, but placed well enough. And Empire Cricket Club ended the second over, 35 for 1.
Yeah, the run rate's flying at the moment. Need a couple of wickets. This is how the table is at the moment. Obviously, Dreux have booked their place with Paris University Club in the double chance tomorrow. Byron, we say goodbye to. These two teams playing for a bit of, well, what's the word? Playing for a little bit of what tomorrow? What's the, if you win this one, just a...
Psychological ascendancy, maybe? I mean, question for you, if you were skippering Lubiana here...
I'd be holding back.
I thought that's what you'd say.
I wouldn't be showing the mini cards.
Yep.
I'd be, they'd be saying, would you like to play, sir? I'd fold every hand. O'Brien on strike.
Like the gamblers in Group C. It's a big swing across the line.
Boy, they fizzled out, didn't they?
They fold like a deck of cards in the finals day.
There's nothing wrong with folding in poker. People don't have to play every hand.
It's tactical.
Lubiana, maybe this is where you might change a bowler or two. But then again, you tell these guys, they're all live on the network, 35 cameras. We don't stop with Spring Media. You want to win on the cameras, don't you?
Certainly do. A short ball. It's pretty nicely played, actually, from O'Brien. Into a little bit of an awkward spot, and instead of trying to overhit it, just rolled the wrist over the top, kept it to one.
I think you'll be disappointed he didn't get more on that. That was there to go. There's no fine leg, no backward square.
Useful enough start from Ali. Plenty of voice coming from the Empire supporters. Full ball. Collins has drilled it, but straight into the hands of the fielder at point.
Well fielded. I mean, look, we're talking a little bit about the conditions. It is cold, and in the field, that ball that is made from mercury itself, you've got to be on it to field it well.
Fair to say, not much given it for the fielders.
No, look, it's got, no, actually no, it's got no give, but you've got to get your hands in the right place.
Big appeal that the umpire immediately signals that it's taking some pad.
Yeah, like if you get your hands in the right place and you have give in your elbows and so forth, it's the soft spots, okay. But if you don't, you get into a bit of trouble on the cool evenings. 37 for 1, 2.3. This is feeling like a little ECN classic.
Length ball again. Chopped somehow over the keeper's head. Collins is going to press back for the second. It's not a great throw coming down on the boundary, and he managed to get through quickly. He's super quick between the wickets.
Yeah, O'Brien's very quick on the turn. So is Collins. So a cheeky two. Good over this from Ali. They haven't been able to line him up too easily yet. Maybe just skidding on a little bit. You can see there Collins saying the pitch just coming through a bit. Bit of Monica Salas about Ali.
Pitches, you've really got to get that top hand driving through. As he cuts it, and it's just out of reach of Oais Ikram there backward of point. He lunged with his left, but it flies on down to the boundary, and a much needed boundary for Empire. They're just starting to fall behind the rate of touch.
Yeah, one thing I'll give a lot of credit to Lubiana. Out there, they want it. You can hear them. They get really angry when there's a boundary. They're pumped up. They are really pumped up, Rhino.
They do not want to go back to the Slovenian capital empty-handed. Fiery unit. Collins tried to flick that leg side. He's fortunate to have got a fair bit of bat on it. It's plugged just before the boundary. Talk me through that, Corey.
Oh boy, it was like the Karate Kid come alive. 45 for 1 after 3. Well, it's a ballooning top edge. 3 men ran after it. The man on your screen, Oais Ikram, leaves the boundary, then Karate Kids himself back in. Is he still on the rope?
Oh, no, he is. I think it's going to be a boundary.
Jeez. You really see it all.
That was really was a bit Bruce Lee-esque, the return to the field, unfortunately.
Crouching Tiger hit an Ikram, but it goes for 4.
Empire Cricket Club 47 for 1 after 3. I tell you what, you cannot complain about the entertainment we have had in the latter stages of today's quick look. And Empire keeping up those double-figure scores, 14, 21 and 12 off that over, helped along by some slightly comical fielding.
If I could have a team be my spirit animal, it would be Lubiana.
Lubiana?
Yeah, it has to be.
Yep, it's got Rutgers written all over it. I'm not sure Coach Corey would be too ecstatic with that last piece of fielding, though.
Everyone loves a tryout. Anyway, 47 for 1.
Siddiqui. All ball. Brian's got a pretty good position to hit that. Didn't really come off the meat of the bat as much as he might have liked, but played it pretty well. And he goes for a 4 first ball.
I just think that dropped catch in the first, I wonder how much they're going to rule out. Brian's a very talented player, and he's moved on to 19. I believe he was dropped on 4. So if he cashes in, they'll rue the fact. Catches win matches.
Siddiqui under pressure. Across the line. That one skidded on. Touch. Didn't really get above waist height, so had to rush the pull shot. Not easy conditions still to bat in, is it, Corey? Unpredictable pitch, still some moisture on the surface.
A little bit. I think that it might be skidding on more, but if you adapt well, more pace on the ball is usually a handy thing as well.
Oh, good ball. That's an excellent piece of pace bowling. Siddiqui's gotten O'Brien to look leg side. Ball's just been squeezed out. Good catch. Great wicket for the young man.
Oh, Siddiqui swings it round corners. Jimmy Anderson, if you're tuning in from the hotel in India, have a look at this one. Siddiqui angles it in and it goes late. What a nurry.
That's excellent bowling. Tell you what, Jimmy Anderson might learn a thing or two from Siddiqui there, as O'Brien probably cursing that it's a pretty decent thick edge on that grey nick bat because it's travelled at some speed and been taken by the point fielder Tahir Muhammad. So he goes for 19 off 10. Empire 51 for 2.
Yeah, if it was any worse a bat, probably the edge doesn't fly that far. Good to see they've got smiles on their face. Tell you what, if they get out tomorrow though, they'll be disappointed.
Well, hugs all round. That'll at least keep him warm after a pretty chilly stay at the crease. Look at the steam coming off young man's body as Skamans has come out to join Collins, who's 18 off 8. So precariously placed this game, I think it's fair to say, Corey.
It is. If he can get it to hoop again. Our boy Siddiqui. What a ball that was.
Good time to say hello to everyone who's in the YouTube chat. Thank you for joining us for the latter stages of today's play. Siddiqui, once again, it's the late movement. Skamans didn't see it, didn't pick it, and a bit of a swing across the line.
A loose shot, nervy sort of shot first ball. Good player though, he'll want to just get himself in a little bit here, feel some bat on ball.
One's gone out of the leg side. He's let himself down there. Siddiqui had been such a good over up until that point. Swings wide. Some bonus runs, and if you're Skamans, you'd love to see the total get a little bit of a kick along without you having to do too much.
It just kills you, doesn't it? And the microfiber towel that's in the back of the pants isn't going to help him with that one. Unfortunately, that hurts.
What do you think about the yellow towel just poking out the back there?
Is it microfiber?
I don't know.
Looks like a pretty good one. Look, obviously it's still a bit moist out there, Rhino.
At least when he tries to cross the road later tonight, be seen by oncoming traffic. Siddiqui charging in. Full ball. Right up in the block hole. Played conservatively by Skamans. Just trying to get himself in. Hasn't had particularly extended time at the crease in this tournament. Probably one of their batters who'd love to face a few balls this evening.
He gets an opportunity here, doesn't he? There's a game on the line, 78 of 37.
Short, nice shot. Kept the wrists in good position, straight down the ground. Nicely timed. It's a really, really good shot. And Empire end up the 4th, 60 for 2.
Yeah, 60 for 2. Top over from Siddiqui. The 5 wides kills him though. That really could have been an even better over. And it just shows that tomorrow in that eliminator, Rhino, any of these two teams could easily take the points and, well, maybe cause an upset later in the day against one of the French sides.
Yeah, certainly. I think this group is wide, wide open. Both of these two teams have enough weapons in there with both bat and ball to cause some trauma for the two French sides. And also, I don't think we've seen the best of the two French sides either yet. They've both been excellent at stages, shown some frailty at others.
Like Izaz Ali, the skipper, has said, it's my turn, boys. Get behind me, I've got the ball.
Short ball, cut over the top. Collins had an eternity to think about that ball as it just held up in the surface, and he actually plays the uppercut pretty well.
Yeah, nice batting. Really nice batting. It's a short ball, outside off. Not too much room, but he created his own room, and that is 1 bounce 4.
Did a pretty good job, actually. That ball has almost continued to tail into him and cramp him for space even more.
Yeah, the skipper. He's got a big 5 balls to bowl here. They're going to need a couple more wickets on this tally, you'd imagine, to really stretch Empire CC.
Ball down the leg side. Looks like a paceman, doesn't he? He's got the headband on, fair bit of hair flopping around the place.
A bit of Dennis Lilly about him.
There he is, isn't there?
Not much in the bowling action or speed, but in the look, I can see it.
Yep. Sometimes the look is all you need. It's the vibes. Short ball. Oh, Collins loves that cut shot. Rocks back. Gets a hug of appreciation for his teammate. And that's an excellent cricket shot.
Well, is that his first 6 in his career? Because they have erupted in the tent. Now, I know they'll be watching this back. Maybe it's Collins' first ever 6, because that was a huge reaction.
Well, if it is, not a bad time to bring it up, and not a bad shot to do it with.
He's batting well. I mean, you don't feed that offside at the moment.
Slower ball, timed it nicely, beats the man at point, and it will go through to the boundary. Finding his rhythm. Lovely stroke from Collins. He raced along to 32 off only 11 balls.
Well, it's a dead rubber, but Empire CC, they truly want this victory. They're on their feet, chanting away. Maybe a homegrown favourite, Nathan Collins. He's on a bit of a tear-up.
Pressure back on the captain. Brought himself back in at this crucial stage. Hasn't delivered for himself as yet. Better length ball, and Collins plays it sensibly, just pushing it to the offside for 1.
They're in control. They're definitely in control. They've got that rate to under 11s. Collins batting well, plenty of batting to come. Empire CC, they're feeling good about this run chase at the moment.
2 balls left in the over from the skipper, and in the context of this game, it's been an expensive pair of overs from him. That's a better ball. He's trying to hit the top of off stump. Skamans, he's got Collins going well at the other end. Arguably, with the run rate required where it is, perhaps the play for him is to just try to give Collins as much of the strike as possible while he's got the momentum. Ball down the leg side. Surprised actually Collins didn't try to scoot through for the single. Give himself one more look at Ali.
Yeah, it was an opportunity maybe to steal an extra run. These extras also hurting Lubiana.
Pretty good 5-over period actually for Empire. 7 for 2 with 1 ball to go. Big swing across. This game is no contact. But they end up the first half of the innings, 77 runs on the board, and that's a pretty nifty performance from their top order. Great to have you with us for the final game here at a very chilly Cartama tonight. Andrew Ryan here with Corey Rutgers. And Corey, these two obviously going to be an interesting finish to the game tonight. Set up well for the qualifier 1 tomorrow.
They are. They've shown all their cards on the deck. They've said this is what's coming at you tomorrow and who's going to be able to handle it. Look, obviously the 2 French teams we know deserve the 1 and 2 spot, but there's no reason why tomorrow one of these 2 teams can't cause a few more upsets than just the morning fixture.
Yep, indeed. Anything could happen in T10 cricket, and I think as we've said, both of these teams have enough weapons in both their batting and their bowling that I don't think it would be an upset for them to take down one of the French teams, but I don't think it would be necessarily a monumental surprise. They're both more than capable at it, and I think they've both come to sort of this point where Lubiana started well, you know, a little bit of tricky things in the middle, but feels like they're comfortable with their play now, and Empire's just been getting better and better gradually as they've gone on.
And the other thing as well, on a finals day, I'm going to give you a prime example, John T. Jenner.
Ooh.
One player has a great day, just rocks up. Let's say it's O'Brien from Empire. If he goes bang, 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 all of a sudden you're through to championship week. So that's why I love the finals, why I love this format. It sometimes takes one man to take the rest of the team on the shoulders and take it to championship week.
It's a batsman's game in more ways than one T10, isn't it? I mean, as a bowler, 2 overs out of the 10, if you get a few top order wickets, obviously you make a big impact. But as you say, someone like a Jenner can literally just ride the wave through the whole innings. And if they bat 8 or 9 overs and they score at a rapid rate, that can really just take the game away.
Yeah, so who's going to do it tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be an exciting day of action. You'll be here tomorrow, Vinny and Rico.
Yeah, I will. Actually, I think it's just myself and Maximo throughout the day.
Rico?
Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'll have to check the schedule. But what are you going to do on your day off tomorrow?
I'll be on the laptop watching.
No doubt, no doubt.
100%.
Obviously getting some mental preparation for what will be a big Saturday at Cartama Oval. No doubt a huge crowd likely to come in on the first day of the weekend. As Ankarath comes on to bowl, and his first delivery is a dot.
Tell you what, they've been feeding Collins a cut shot. That's the first one he's missed.
They're not convinced by the cut shot, despite the fact that he scored almost all of his runs with it.
77 off 5.1. Still some work to do for Empire CC. They're ahead in the game at the moment.
So, I had a quick note from Maximo that actually part of the reason for the cheer was that Collins managed to eclipse his highest score in T10, which was previously 21 in 26 matches. So this really has been a breakout game.
Well, if its previous high score was 21, this isn't just a breakout. This is a new era.
He's almost doubled it.
Imagine if he gets a 50. Imagine the uproar then.
The noise heard all the way down to Benel Medina. Skaven's on strike, wide ball.
He's not really looked too flowy times games. The only thing I'd say for him is in a situation like this, it's sacrilege to play and miss. Minimum, just get any bat on it. It's a 1 and you're getting Collins on strike.
Yeah, it's a very spread field at the moment.
Don't rate this. I know he likes to go up to set, but Ramanjot Singh isn't the swiftest of movers. Any ball down the leg side, you feel they're in trouble.
I'm testing him on the offside at the moment.
Why do you come up to the stumps? I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm with you on this, Corey. I think the T10 cricket, players tend to hit much better when they are stable at the crease. If someone wants to take your words, play a Hollywood shot and take a couple of steps down the crease to a medium pace bowler, go for your life.
Yep. And now he's gone back with the helmet on. So, yep. There you go. PCN cricket.
Yep. I'm steaming in. Better ball.
He's
little
got
feather edge and the finger goes up. So eventually peppering the Collins square card has paid dividends. Probably about 30 runs too late. And he goes for 34 off 15. Good innings. And third wicket down for Empire Cricket Club. 81 on the board.
Well, the keeper moved back. Probably a wise decision because the edge came the very next delivery. Ramanjot Singh holds on to it. It was a wide, short delivery. Probably should have been put away. Collins could only get a feather edge.
Pretty frustrating for him, actually, given he cracked a number of cut shots to the boundary. Fairly frustrated with that, but he gets a good round of applause from the Empire support crew. High fives all round. Sure there'll be a couple of warm hugs as he gets back to the dressing room. Plenty of smiles on the faces. They enjoyed that innings. And they've still got some work to do though, haven't they, Corey?
Jeez, I wish I got celebrated like that when I made a 30. That is a true team spirit.
That's what happens when your teammates actually like you, I guess. Were you a good teammate back in the day? Or were you a selfish teammate?
No, I bled for my team.
Really?
I got in fights and everything. I did what I had to do to get the W. Share at the crease. High.
Big swing.
Huge moment, Rhino. Huge moment. Oh, he's not seen it at 6.
Wow, no, he hasn't. Neither is our cameraman from the looks of it. As we've got a bit of...
Oh, he's almost got it from the ball boy as well.
Going to add insult, injury to insult, I guess you might say. Well, he's gone with a leap from about half a metre outside of the boundary rope. But anyway, so that first ball not controlled at all by Cher, but he must have one of the best outside edges in the game because that has travelled a long, long way.
Geez, on another day, you just get out from that delivery and it's back to even in this game. Unlucky for Lubiana.
Wide ball outside. Once again, probably lucky that Singh's made his way back.
Yeah, interesting. If they can get Cher early, because we know how destructive he can be, then still definitely game on.
Certainly is. He's a good hit, just a good all-round cricketer, isn't he? It's such an important part of this Empire team. Power down the order. Full ball outside off stump. Big swing across the line. Empire. 46 runs required off 4 overs. So in these conditions, not easy. Notice the supercomputers got them at 79%. That feels a little bit of an overstatement to me.
The game's changed these days, Rhino. Teams are finding it quite easily going at 10s or 12s.
I reckon this is, I don't want to say 50-50, particularly not if they keep on. They're only bowling wides, but Ramanjot, not his moment of glory with the gloves. But I still think there's a few twists yet to be told in this tale.
I hope so. I hope we get a good finish. Be a nice way to finish the group stage of Group D. But still, I think Empire CC are in complete control at the moment. There's going to need to be a couple more wickets on the tally.
Oh, that might be one of them. Catch goes up.
No.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, I don't know if he's lost it in the lights or just lost it completely, but sort of tripped over his own feet, and it was a simple one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Yet another most leading edge, and I think that's Muhammad, who for some reason elevated at a completely needless time, and the catch has gone through his gloves. So Paul Onkanath denied a second wicket. Skamans, long-way walk down Struggle Street at the moment. He's 5 off 6, and Amjad Sher 6 off 2. Empire Cricket Club 91 for 3, 4 overs left. And tell you what, Corey, this total has been helped by the donation of 15 wides, hasn't it?
Oh, 15 wides just hurts you, doesn't it? Well, Shinwari, he's got the ball in hand.
Coming off the short run. Short ball, and it's absolutely pumped. Well, Skamans hasn't gotten close to the middle of the bat to this point, but he's launched a Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot, and isn't cricket a funny game? Should have been caught the previous ball, wasn't looking great. That 6 though, out the middle, that might get him going. And he needed that just to get into the flow of this innings.
That was a big hit, 3/4 up the way of the trees on the hill. Beautiful timing. Somehow he's got bat on a ball that was about a metre down the leg side, made pretty good contact. And our boy, Ranraj Badal likes it, eyeing off the camera, celebrating consecutive boundaries off the bat of Skamans.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy for a guy that went at 22 and over tonight, but good batting there to catch up with that and get it away for 4. Very hard to actually reach a ball like that. So a 6 and a 4, another couple of boundaries, Rhino, and this one's all but over.
Oh, that one's got a little bit more zip on it. Shimwari coming off the short run, maybe he's a bit concerned with grip on the pitch, but I'd love to see him coming back off his proper run up and trying to really get a couple of shoot through.
Geez, that drop catch could have been a big changing point. That's that previous ball in the last over.
Decent length, and he swings across the line. They'll be looking for 2. Don't take it. Pretty good arm there from Rashid Muhammad Kal. It's a bit of a golden rule these days, isn't it? If you've got someone with a headband in the outfield, you don't take them on for a second run. Steam coming off him, creating such drama at Cartama. Disappointed with the timing.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed with the timing there. 31 off 19.
Still a bit of work to do for this Finnish side. Corey Rutgers, very confident at an over a go. Well, this might help. Oh, it's fallen short of the fielder, but he's done a pretty good job to collect it cleanly, and it's just 1. And that is the end of the over. And 7 overs gone. ECC 104 for 3.
Yeah, this is the ECL though, Rhino, and this is what's coming up tomorrow. It's Empire CC Lubiana, a replay of this game in the morning, followed by Dreux Paris University Club, the all-French final there, qualifier 1, then qualifier 2. Obviously we'll know the permutations a bit later in the day, and then the final. Are you on the final tomorrow night, Rhino?
I will be. No, it should be a great day. In fact, I'm really looking forward to the games tomorrow. Should be some absolute belters in there. Going to be a replay of this one for the Eliminator. First thing, Dreux versus Paris in the qualifier 1 speared in by Marmikal, but they'll take the single. Swap places with Shinawari, who's now out at long on.
Yeah, Marmikal's going to have to bowl a pretty amazing over here.
Good ball, in the block hole. Just 2 singles to get things started. So we're going to have to find a few boundaries from somewhere, Empire Cricket Club. And really, if they don't want to take it down to the final couple of balls if they can avoid it. Supercomputer's absolutely convinced, 92%. That is a monster strike from Skamans. Just a couple of times in this innings. He's absolutely unleashed.
Yeah, what a shot that is. What a shot. It was short, but you still got to put it away. And yeah, he got every single piece of that.
Certainly has. Marmikal just dropped one a little bit short outside off stump. A little bit premeditated from Skamans. He was trying to thrash through cover, but boy, did it come off. It's on the stump, swung away. It's going to beat the fielder who was backward of square. And that's the pressure relieving boundary. So a 6 and a 4. And all of a sudden, this looking much more comfortable for Empire Cricket Club.
It was always comfortable, Rhino. Teams can go at 10 over. Since he was dropped, I think he would have been out for 5 or 6. All of a sudden, it's clicked. And cricket's a funny game like that. I think he's hit his last 4 or 5 deliveries to the boundary. And, well, an informed Skamans is an informed Empire.
Doesn't it make a difference? So scratchy start, but 28 off 14 now. Edges towards the leg side, pops it up. This should be a catch by Shinwari. It's not. Straight through his hands and goes for the Maximo. The heads go down for Lubiana. That might have been the final moment of decisiveness in this game. Skamans didn't get a great piece of it, but unfortunately it literally and figuratively has slipped through the hands of Shinwari.
Start the car, Rhino.
Swung over to the leg side. Didn't get a great piece, but just be the one.
Start the car. Those 2 drop catches now could come back to haunt them in this dead rubber, as it is 123 for 3, 11 off 12 to wrap up what has been a long old Thursday.
Yeah, certainly has. Speaking of getting home, we don't have the Maximobile with us tonight. How are we getting back?
I've already organised my private chauffeur.
Is that right?
I don't know what you've organised. Yeah, the limousine tonight.
Okay, I'll just go and hitch a ride from main streets of Cartama.
Yeah,
thanks for looking after me.
Busy period around Cartama as well.
Clearly.
Siddiqui.
Lots happening.
Oh, he's getting a bit of shine on that ball. See if he can hoop it round corners again.
Skamans, good shot straight down the ground. Maybe not quite as well timed as he would have liked, but he's the beneficiary of some tragic fielding for the second ball in a row. Izaz Ali just loses his footing and it goes for a boundary 4.
Oh, it's the hope that kills you. He was too excited. The old Michael Jackson, as he went past the ball. 7 to go.
Maybe needs to get a pair of the shoes that Omer got a hold of for the previous game.
All set.
Fix his footing. Tough conditions here at Cartama. Skamans steps away, cracks that into his own foot.
That can sting in the cold weather. 7 to go. Going to get up to much for the rest of your evening, Rhino? Sure you go home, do some analytics for finals day tomorrow?
I thought we were going home and having a cheeky sort of meet up just to discuss the games tomorrow.
It's going to be an interesting day. I'm really curious about this finals day tomorrow.
You did promise me a discussion given your absence tomorrow. Obviously, always very important to get the thoughts of Corey Rutgers, one of the foremost analysts of T10 cricket within the circuit.
Nice shot. Well, catches win matches. They put him down, but credit to Skamans. Since the drop, he's basically said, well, I'm going to take his on, and he's clicked. He's really clicked in his last 12 or so deliveries.
Certainly has. 43 off 19. It's actually turned into a pretty sharp innings, and Empire Cricket Club only needing 3 off the last 9 balls, so I'm fairly certain they will be victorious in this crucial home dressing room clash.
Not even that microfiber towel can pull this one back.
Steps away. Not bad contact, and despite the best efforts of the fielder, That is, I think, likely to be a Maximo. We'll have to check the replay, Corey, for at least from our vantage point. I think he grounded his foot outside the boundary with the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be 6 runs. As they're going to check it, as they did run 2, but he's caught the ball and been over the boundary. But I think we're going to have to see from the opposite angle. Here it was. It was a nice looking shot. It's a good effort by the fielder. He's got it in his hands as his foot hit the ground.
Yeah.
And yeah, 6 runs, I believe, has been called.
So great effort from Ahmed Gal out there. He's a good young athlete, but in the end, that's actually a pretty comprehensive win for Empire. And while that game didn't have a great bearing in terms of the practical impact on the table, it will give them a boost of confidence as they go into the clash once again against Lubiana in the Eliminator tomorrow. Corey, your thoughts?
Good game of cricket to round up a busy Thursday. I think Empire CC obviously were the better of the 2, but Lubiana have shown they can't be taken lightly tomorrow. They could easily cause what would be a bit of an upset.
Yep, certainly could. So big confidence boost from Empire, but also I don't think Lubiana will be terribly disappointed with their performance. I think they probably didn't adapt to the conditions quite as well as their Finnish opponents, but tomorrow morning, it should be dry, it should be warmer, will be a very different story in terms of what the playing surface will be like. So I don't think we need to read too much into this contest, but nonetheless, very good win for Empire to finish off day 2 of Group D. Excellent to see Nathan Collins hit a career high score. Certainly he'll take a little bit of momentum into tomorrow. We got started, and Jordan O'Brien, well, couldn't things have been different if he had been taken early on? Came out and slapped a few to the boundary just to punish the Lubiana team for the fielding mistake. And Padal, he's played some gorgeous shots in the time that we've seen out in today. Little flick over square leg. Third one, he just decided to guide it, but hit it straight into the hands of the fielder. Coming around there from an almost gully position. Nathan Collins, he got lucky early. They also got helped by an array of fielding bloopers from the Lubiana team. Provided some good comedy, but nonetheless didn't do their chances any harm as Jordan O'Brien managed to get a leading edge there. Has a look at the bat, probably pretty proud as to how well that one came off the edge. Nonetheless, his fans are still very happy with what he's produced in the tournament so far. And Nathan Collins, he had his best hit out of ECL 2024. The uppercut for a Maximo. What a shot that was. It had the whole bench on their feet. It had the support group screaming. Unfortunately, they were screaming in agony as he was eventually out to feather edge off his cut shot. But man with the best mullet in Group D had plenty of support though nonetheless. This was another bit of tragicomic fielding. Unfortunately, Lubiana didn't show their best in the field today, but Skamans, after a bit of a struggle in his first 5 or 6 balls, really found his rhythm thereafter and played some wonderful shots and showed that he's got both timing and power, not to mention a good eye for where to find some gaps in the ground. And ultimately, it was a really, really good innings from him that drove Empire Cricket Club to second consecutive victory for them in the tournament. So they've done what they had to today. They beat Byron earlier on, and they've taken down Lubiana Cricket Club in this final match here tonight. So Skamans powering their innings with an unbeaten 49 off 20. Nathan Collins also batting very well with 34 off 15. And ultimately, the target from Lubiana was just a bit short, although they did donate a whole bunch of extras, 15 wides, and I'm sure they will be better with the ball when it comes to the warmer, drier conditions tomorrow, Corey. So a lot to look forward to when we get to finals day for Group D.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to. It was a good effort from the bowlers, but nobody able to go under 10 and over. So that wraps it up for Group D, a group stage Rhino. It's been an interesting group so far. Obviously, we have to say goodbye to one team. And what's your message to Byron, who we have to say goodbye to, who haven't made it to finals day?
Yeah, I think they certainly tried hard. They showed glimpses of what they're capable of. Obviously, not helped. A couple of key players out for them. So I think they came here with high hopes. Unfortunately, it hasn't materialised for them on the field, but it does leave us with 4 really good teams in finals day. And Obviously, the two teams from France have probably been a step above so far, but I also think, much like we've had in some of the other groups, it would not surprise to see one of Lubiana or Empire come through and make it to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's a lot of thank yous we need to say today because we had a lot of rain today, and I think it was an all-in effort to get. We lost a game, but it was all in effort to get Game 4 up and running again and get Game 5 in the end. So thank you to the Blue Crew, to all the staff, Spring Media, who do a fantastic job. All the teams, everyone was bringing the covers back on, and that's what European cricket's all about, and that's why Group D has been fantastic. And tomorrow, this is what we've got coming up with the schedule. Are you seeing any upsets there, Rhino?
Yeah, look, I think, wouldn't say it's 50-50. I think Empire will go in favourites for that first game, but I think Lubiana will be much better than they were tonight. Interesting to see that Empire have tended to field first if they have won the toss. So if they win the toss tomorrow, let's see what they do. And then the big French clash of Dreux versus Paris University. Obviously, Dreux very disappointing in not getting the win against Lubiana this afternoon, but hey, these sort of things happen. But they probably haven't been 100% at their best in the tournament, and question mark tomorrow, will they bring their A game or will they continue to just percolate and never really hit the boil?
Yeah, expert opinions from Andrew Ryan. Look, we've had 3 great finals. Is tomorrow going to be number 4, another great final? We'll have to see what 2 teams get there. Thank you to everyone on the ground. It's been a special and a very long, wet, cold, warm day all in one. Rhino, you're on tomorrow with Vinny?
Absolutely, here all day with Vinny Sandu. Hopefully he brings his USB hand warmers because we might need them by the time we get to tomorrow night. Special mention also to our great friends from Spring Productions. Tough day to provide elite cricket coverage. They've done a fantastic job today. Everyone at the ground support us. Jay, who even brought us dinner because we didn't have a long wait between those 2 matches. Huge team effort. So thanks everyone for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan here with Corey Rutgers. Thoroughly enjoyed spending the day with you on the microphone. Elite stuff as always, mate. And wonderful to have your company for ECL 2024. We'll be back for finals day of Group D tomorrow. So please join us then.